supposed to be cheap. It's upwards of $60, as I said in the beginning of this video. And you can feed your whole family of 4 for $10 at home. With, groceries just go further. It's cheaper and you can produce more. I'm really curious if you think these fast food corporations are going to survive. And if so, how? How are they going to survive? The only way I think they can survive is not rebranding themselves to being more upscale, which is, I think, what they've been trying to do. McDonald's has been making their dining room and everything look like more fancy and all that type of stuff. But the quality of the food hasn't even kept up with how their dining room looks. The quality of the food has decreased and the inside may look better. But the only thing I can see them doing to stay in business is to just go back to cheap food, which I don't even know if they can. To continue paying the fast food workers these higher wages that they're paying the fast food workers, because I don't know how that happened, but they complained a lot. And now fast food workers are being paid like well above minimum wage. And so that cost is being passed down to the consumer, me and you, whenever we buy fast food. And also the price of distributing the food to these chains. And then the price of food itself is getting more expensive. And all that cost is being put on to the consumer. So that $16 McDonald's meal, part of that increase is the wages that they're paying the employees, plus the increases in the cost of transportation to transport the food, and the increase of cost of the actual food itself. But that just totally destroys the fast food business model. So it might be inevitable that they just completely go out of business. And the only food chains that will survive maybe just the fancy sit-down restaurants where you're expecting to pay a lot. You already have that in mind. Okay, this is something it's a good service. I'm getting served by a waiter. This is fancy. When you expect something to be expensive, that business will stay in business because that's the expectation of the consumer. But the expectation of going to McDonald's is it's not going to be expensive. It's literally called fast food. So that it can't survive. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And are you going to completely eliminate going out to these fast food restaurants? Or are you just going to go minimum?
Your microphone is lagging.
Thanks for watching. Dining out has officially become a ghost. We are fed up. We are tapping out. Restaurants used to be affordable, but prices have doubled.
Was shaped by the American prioritization of a quick-affordable alternative for the working class. A family of 4 can be served in under a minute for less than $1.
15 cents. Imagine that. I mean, this is crazy looking at inflation, how much the prices of everything. My goodness. Imagine that.
Establishing the foundation for an industry built on value, convenience, and consistency. But as decades of consolidation and price engineering push the industry away from that foundation, locally owned restaurants have struggled to survive in private margins, allowing the largest by increasingly raising prices.
I think there's absolutely involved in this. I think it probably took place a few years ago. People checks in the mail from the government, to help subsidize through COVID. And I think restaurants took the opportunity to jack their prices up at that point.
Terry's, an Austin chain, now anniversary, with over 1,300 employees. Well, he discusses the repercussions the restaurant industry is now facing after
corporations in this country really are running this country, and they really are sucking and they really are leaving a lot of people and affecting their lives.
And the effects of this consolidation are more evident.
I can say I was in a format where I'm kind of reacting to the video in real time as I record it. He's going to be kind of testing it out now. Kind of getting prepared for it. So what I noticed is the format I've been doing is very similar to a home journey. This format, I saw it working for her, and I said, I'm going to do the same thing, add my own input, add my own commentary, and you know, that I find and say something at the end of the video. She says something in the beginning a little bit. I saw that working for her. She said basically look up use that inspiration. Kind of format is getting saturated. So many new channels are doing it, just the same thing. And then some channels, they're not even adding any of their own commentary. Like, and they're going viral. And I'm like, what? People are oversaturated. People are literally not saying anything and just playing TikToks and it's going viral. Super viral yet. So I said to stand out, I'm just going to offer my own commentary and I'm going to show you the style that I'm going to react real time to the video as it's recording. And that's one of the inspirations I'm going to start to do now, this type of style. And also, you've probably seen his videos, and also, both of them are Zach Grips does the same thing. He watches TikTok. I'm probably going to do TikTok, and also kind of the video I'm doing now, too. Just react. Give me a comment. I just want to give you, kind of let you guys know what's going on, talk to you.
Historically, strategic additions like the 63-cent Egg McMuffin in 1975, nearly 91% cheaper, while the $1 Happy Meal turned itself into the most affordable choice for working families. Enormous cost pressure that locally owned restaurants just couldn't compete with.
49 cents. Big Mac.
Worth the late 80s and 90s, McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's all participated in a race to the bottom with their value menus, ultimately turning the entire industry towards a business model that eroded profit margins and forced labor reductions, cheapness, while cementing the perception of fast food as low-quality meals and staff. By the early 2000s, fast food had consolidated far beyond independent competition. McDonald's operated nearly 30,000 locations worldwide, almost 3 times larger than Burger King's roughly 11,000 to 12,000.
I got a cigarette right when we were talking because I had like sometimes I just gotta pause when I see something like that. This is when America was better. I'm not saying I like cigarettes, but it's just like it's funny in this time frame. Like this is just when the world was better, the economy was better. People just walking in a restaurant with cigarettes in their mouth. Even though I hate cigarettes, it was a better time.
Restaurants, and 5 times larger than the size of Wendy's 6,000 unit footprint. And this expansion wasn't just limited to burgers. Chains across every category except
He just froze. What?
roughly 1,400 restaurants nationwide. IHOP reached about 1,200 units, and Subway exploded from roughly 13,000 restaurants in 2000 to more than 20,000 by 2005. And as these chains multiplied, traditional American diners, once the cornerstone of working-class life, were priced out of operation, falling from roughly 6,000 locations in the mid-20th century to around 2,500 by the mid-2000s. And as the endless pursuit of competitive value menus and cheap alternatives gutted margins even further, franchise owners across the country were forced to raise prices while the industry as a whole leaned further into understaffed kitchens and underpaid labor, creating a model that failed to account for rising expenses or consumer behavior, ultimately affordability for the working class in order to preserve corporate profitability. And while
Chipotle.
model that failed to account for rising expenses or changing consumer behavior.
So I just want to show Chipotle. I mean, they are pissing a lot of people off, y'all. They're making a lot of people mad. Insane. You see the TikToks. Some people complain about it, so rightfully so. Their bowls and everything without chips. You know, let's say you get guac, you get a bowl, no drink, no chips. It's like $18. It's ridiculous. So people basically, I think what this is saying is people who are earning $100K a year or less, because actually marketing is to those who are earning above 6 figures. If you see the prices, it's essentially marketing. So that's a high. That's not a restaurant above $15. It's like, why would you if you're not making 6 figures? Even if you are making 6 figures plus, you could still be living a paycheck. So lowering their available audience, essentially. Audience, this is not YouTube.
Ultimately abandoning affordability for the working class in order to preserve corporate profitability. And while independently owned restaurants still make up the majority of establishments today, these corporate chains now capture well over 60% of all restaurant profit nationwide.
You take McDonald's as an example, is they got out their skis, and now they have to bring back a value menu because they lost that lower income customer. That's not
And you're going to, if you charge $15 for a Big Mac meal,
going to go in and drop $6.50 for a Big Mac.
and that's just the burger, $6.50. The meal's like above $10.
Because now they're going to be 12, and that's not what they're there for. And so they didn't see this coming because they know how many meals they sell at a value price. And they thought that taking that menu away would lead to that same customer going in and buying a higher priced product. I mean, I could have told them that wasn't going to happen. You've actually trained the customer to pay that price, and now you just take it away from them. It doesn't work that way.
And one of the most overlooked drivers of rising costs of eating out today is the level of consolidation inside America's food system. The top 4 firms, Tyson, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef, now control roughly 85% of U.S. beef profits, up just 36% in 1980. Price implications in these consolidations. Companies intentionally coordinating supply cuts, adding hundreds of dollars per year to the average family's cost of chicken, with similar patterns of pork and beef, enabling higher wholesale prices and allowing corporations to widen margins, even as restaurants raise menu prices to stay viable. At the same time, these companies have systematically acquired or pushed out small packers, forcing many producers into contract factory farming arrangements or out of business entirely. Since 1980, has fallen from roughly 667,000 to about 60,000, while average herd size has surged. And as corporations continue to build larger profits, 99% of farm animals in the United States are now raised in cruel factory environments, despite 3/4 of the public opposing these conditions. And this is why I use FarmKind. FarmKind empowers people to
So this is a long video. Let me actually scratch the guy because give him his credit for the actual content. So we got a lot of chapters here. Why meat packing? That's interesting. We'll check that one out. Truth or being over. They'll probably watch 2 more chapters of this.
One of the facts behind both consolidation and fast food chains like chicken to nearly including KFC, across the country, giving a single corporation unmatched influence over the cost and quality of the nation's protein supply. Ironically, before White Castle opened in Wichita, Kansas in 1921, most Americans believed that hamburgers were made from slaughterhouse scraps or spoiled meat, thanks to low-quality patties served at fairs, lunch counters, and roadside carts, which is exactly why White Castle built their kitchens in favor of the customer. Public trust. But a century later, despite paying record prices, the quality of restaurant food in America is once again a mystery. A Jew.
Exactly.
UK found that contained significantly fat, sugar, and sodium, especially children's meals, with over 95% of items in both factory processed tenders and fillers that no resemblance to measures. I compared the chicken that you're receiving at the most popular restaurants, and for full transparency, because the carries is included on the list, I have a single dollar, discounts, anything of the sort from retailers. This is Mr. Terry's third time on the channel, and I'm simply just using this to highlight that a company can prioritize quality, using every last cent. When you compare the Tyson supplied McNuggets, I'm absolutely not insinuating that Tyson supplies Chick-fil-A's nuggets, nor am I I would never use Chick-fil-A's and P. Terry's chicken bites, which I have seen be trimmed of excess fat and prepped in their kitchen with my own eyes. The difference becomes obvious. An egg count from McDonald's has 386 calories.
Oh my goodness, trying to lose weight? That's not good. If not, well, that's bad. At least there's just protein.
Et la prochaine fois que je
La prochaine fois que je
meurs, je fais
No
un
one.
It's going to be more fat, but this is still not.
That's 20 grams of protein.
What?
Right.
Okay, it's the first ingredient. I mean, that's not asking for much, but usually on
cosplay animal. J'en peux plus, frère.
So it's like, you go to these restaurants,
Trying to make our waffles.
yes.
Oh wow, someone
But
using a
there's
tape.
still levels to this. Some fast food.
Oh my
All for between $6.49 here in Austin. Chick-fil-A's eight count is 250 calories.
All right, save it.
Okay, the protein to calorie ratio is better. You can't see the calories there. That's a lot better for your macros. If you care about eating healthier, it's a lot better. Chick-fil-A still not very healthy.
And 27 grams of protein with an even longer list of
Oh mon
ingredients.
dieu!
Wait, I missed
Ow.
Oh my goodness, right here. What? That is a lot of stuff. People say healthy. Define as healthy.
Longer list of ingredients for
Nope,
$8.85 in Austin. And at 300 calories, 13 grams of fat, and
Ah, je crois. Non, j'ai pas fait d'headshot.
Is that a whippet can?
This is how lean meat.
Ah, bah,
Wait, this is even above that. So this is fried. I don't know where P. Terry's because this is fairly healthy, at least for losing weight.
protein made from 100% antibiotic-free ground chicken breast
oh.
Yeah, we need to get to the restaurant. Where is this?
with a very short ingredient list, all for exactly $5. And when we move
Frère, la technique, elle est impossible à jouer.
fast casual, we get
Oh wow.
which claims to source
Oh,
chicken
wow.
from humane producers, and I
He didn't walk at all.
actually
He's free.
44 grams of protein for
Oh, no.
That's all right.
Hard.
$10.40.
Let's go, number
But it's
3.
pricey, y'all. It's pricey. Antibiotic-free grass.
What's it eat,
caramelized
sister?
coffee steak.
Thank you
The
to
closest
soutenir
equivalent
les
I can
meals.
make at Sweet Green
How much
comes
it
in
is?
at 500 calories, 27 grams of fat, and 27 grams of protein for $13.60, proving that while these food giants continue blaming every price increase on inflation, tariffs, or the economic ills of minimum wage, their refusal to plan for worsening conditions, and their reliance on low-quality, factory-processed supply chains, is now being priced entirely onto the consumer.
We determined that we were going to accept lower margins. We weren't going to make as much money per customer as we once did. That things had changed, and we were in this business for the long term, and that we would count on selling more food to more people, making it up that way. And so that's what's happened. It's again, I go back to guys in their ivory tower and VCs and companies that are publicly traded and nothing else.
And while the average CEO is making over 300 times more than a typical employee, the imbalance between at the top of the restaurant industry. The Starbucks CEO now earns nearly 7,000 times more than the previous worker. And this is when he was running Chipotle, paid nearly 3,000 times more than the average worker.
Let's go back to that. So, is that what he's making? $137 million a year? Is that what he's making? That means that is wild. Man. So the go back to the CEO that I said I wanted to eat at. I'm really curious what his restaurants are at, because I went to cost, healthier food, better prices for the average consumer. Where's this restaurant located? I'm really curious because I like what this guy's doing. Don't tell me it's only in Texas. I'm not in Texas. I'm in Georgia. Austin, Arizona since 2005. Angus beef hormone antibiotic free. Fresh cut fries, straight fries. Hands on things. It's like, I think the original jobs actually helped. Austin, Texas, San Antonio, Houston, my state. I think it's only Texas, y'all. This is Matt. So this is the last chapter we'll go over in this video.
Dining with places like Chili's, NASA, Association is still predicting that food prices for need to rise another 30% throughout 2026. 5% profit margin, but unlike the mega chains, which can slash labor costs or automate entire roles, with the CEO of the parent company that Burger King plans to keep installing kiosks until the business is 100% digital as a part of a $400 million brand effort that advertises everything from advertising to full renovations. Many local restaurants are still trying to recover from lockdown losses, record prices, more affordable sit-down options to either increase prices or become almost fully dependent on their customers to subsidize wages through tipping, with the average tip percentage hovering around 20%.
That is high. That is high 10%.
Far surpassing every other category in the restaurant industry and increasingly pricing out millions of Americans who are already
Wow, I wonder what we could get for this. And when you approach it from that standpoint, this is so good, I bet we could get X. When menus then prices will surely be higher. So what we say is, okay, we work hard to keep our costs down, to create this stage, and as many as we can to as many people. And so, what's the price? And so when you look at it, yeah, we could always go. We know that's the shot for us. But when you're saying, okay, yeah, but I want to first two details that my wife and I were in. We also got to know our customers.
Michael's pictures.
And what we saw, and it's no different today, is we saw customers scrambling through their ads, looking for the trying to make the number that they owed us. Plenty of customers pull their credit card and not worry about it. But we saw plenty. Their car was in some disrepair. That this was a treat. You know, 18, 19 years ago. And I looked up, it was a Saturday afternoon, I was sitting in the window at the and I realized I hadn't seen them in a while. I used to see them every week. And I said, my gosh, where you guys been? And had to tell me. If you look at your
Nope.
going through,
I like this guy. I like this guy. This guy's business. He might surround the president. I like this guy. You guys like this guy? I don't even know him to this video. Who cares? I mean, this is how you run a business.
No.
This guy. Get this video. This guy. We're gonna go ahead. That's how you do it, y'all. That's how you do it. The greedy restaurant businesses, they're going to eventually fail, I believe, unless they have a monopoly. But I don't think you put a monopoly in the restaurant business these days because somebody can go to McDonald's. If you don't like McDonald's, you can go to Wendy's. If you don't like Wendy's, you can go to the Chinese restaurant. I mean, can and tech or oil, natural gas. So let me ask you the format. You like the format better than the other at the beginning, play the TikTok, speak at the end. I think this is more engaging. I think this will actually be better for my channel and help me to stand out because recording TikToks and that's all they do, and it's like it seems like every day. So we got something to do because I do want the channel to be successful. Actually, it's good for me because it will help. We talk a lot about the economy's bad, so if I could offer good content and then the views, that's how you pay on YouTube to make money. If I can offer good content and get paid for that, plus it help me get out of my personal situation of living paycheck to paycheck and being in a job I hate. So let me know. Thank y'all for watching.
A pound of ground beef in Florida is now $8 a pound.
When did deodorant become $8 to $10 a stick?
Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress billions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the Biden administration. Car prices rose 22% and in many states 30% or more. Gasoline rose 30 to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now under our leadership, coming down fast.
Yo, when I heard this the other night, I'm just like, I have to do video because I'm just we talk about prices, we talk about the economy, and I just heard what Trump was saying. And look, I don't hate the man. Economy is different actually in politics nowadays. I'm not far on the right, I'm not far on the left. I understand the president is a puppet. But one thing we know about politicians is, so this is what's going to be explained in this video.
Democrat politicians also sent the cost of food, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs is down 82% since March, and everything else is growing rapidly. And it's not done yet, but boy, are we making progress. I can't believe what's going on. Here at
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people can believe it.
just some of the efforts you will see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. A
Spawned
After
right on.
years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace. Under Biden, real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300. And for
Whether you like or hate this man, you gotta laugh at this guy. It's hilarious. Clean, beautiful, the big, beautiful bill.
For the first time in years, wages are rising faster than inflation.
Okay. You know, I believe this. But there might be a few job sectors where wages are actually rising and beating inflation. That is not the norm. It's just a few outliers where certain jobs, like mining perhaps. Maybe he's right. I didn't look into all this stuff. Somebody can let me know who's a miner, works in a factory, but not all jobs. In fact, I think the majority of jobs are not keeping up with inflation. So it seems like he's cherry picking some things, whereas the majority of us jobs are not doing so well. Our wages are not keeping up. So let me put the exact transcript of the video we just watched, the whole transcript, word for word, I put into AI, and this is what I asked it. I want you to read this transcript and determine where Trump is not correct when it comes to the economy, grocery prices. And then I gave it a transcript in quotes. So it said, based on the transcript provided in current economic data as of December 19, 2025, several claims made by President Trump are incorrect or significantly exaggerated. So the Thanksgiving turkey to be talking so much about. He basically did a whole interview, I think it was on Fox News, harping on how much cheaper the Thanksgiving meal is compared to last year under apparently Sleepy Joe Biden. Actually recently. And I think he may be correct at one grocery store. Maybe, I think it was Walmart. He was harping on Walmart. Maybe it was just cheaper at Walmart, but like across the board, like using all grocery stores and everything. These are the facts. Thanksgiving turkey. The president states the price of Thanksgiving turkey is down 33% compared to the previous year, according to the American Farm Federation. The retail price was actually down about 16%. $1.34 per pound. While this is a significant decrease, it is roughly half of what was claimed. It's not a decrease, but if you're doing little bits of misinformation, that just really shows that you're going to be doing lots of misinformation. A little white lie adds up and it really shows the bigger picture. What's going to happen is going to be much worse. Egg prices. Trump's claimed egg prices are down. This figure likely refers to wholesale prices, which did drop sharply from record highs. However, retail prices, what consumers actually pay, you and me, higher in August 2025 than in August 2024. So it's actually higher this year than last year. For the full year 2025, the U.S. between 20% and 24.8% due to the ongoing avian influenza outbreak. The general grocery trends, the president claims everything else is falling rapidly. In reality, consumer price index CPI for food at home rose approximately 1.1% between January and November 2025. While the rate of increase has slowed, prices are still currently rising, not falling. So now we're going to watch a couple of TikToks of recent people complaining about the prices of inflation in general. So here we go.
I was at Costco doing like an average restock, and I was absolutely floored at the price of deodorant. Mind you, this is Costco, a place that is well recognized for having really good fair trade. I put it in the car. I was like, this is actually crazy. I will find somewhere else to get deodorant. But I was thinking about it, maybe that is a good deal. I was like, no, when did deodorant become $8 to $10 a stick? Like, I remember when deodorant was $4 to $5 a stick, and now it's like almost common and reasonable that it's $8 or more. Like, I'm not even talking about the fancy shit, like just regular ass deodorant, $8 to $10. Is that not insane? I was at Costco.
It's pretty insane, but apparently, you know, and so we can really test that theory over the next 6 months. If prices still increase and continue to rise, inflation has not stopped.
A pound of ground beef at Publix is now $8 a pound.
But you know, people are gonna say, "Oh, it's Publix. You're not shopping correctly." I really don't like when people do that, y'all. I really don't like it. And I'll tell you why, because everybody's situation is different. This is in Florida, and Publix is like the main grocery store in Florida, sometimes the only grocery store in a certain radius, a certain mile radius. Not everybody has a car. Some people are in a bad situation where they don't even have a car, they're that broke. And this is literally the only grocery store that's around, and it's Florida. Even if you don't shop at Publix, even stuff at Walmart has gotten expensive. So things are expensive across the board. Where I'm at, we have multiple grocery stores, so I rarely shop at Publix. I only shop there just for certain items, like just a little bit, basically like 3 items or something like that, because it is expensive. But some people would have less options, and so we got the grocery police always saying, "Don't shop there at Publix. Are you crazy? Are you stupid?" Well, everybody's situation is different.
$8 a pound for hamburger meat. When are we gonna wake up? It's gonna have to be Revolutionary War .2 for this country to finally get it. This is being done to us on purpose. They are fixing prices
No.
at whatever value. This is not supply and demand. This is not supply chains. This is not COVID. This is the powers that be. Prices.
Potentially. And I can't go too deep into conspiracy because YouTube will flag the video. Well, it would mess up what I'm trying to do here on this channel. So somebody's gonna say, "Oh, you say some people don't have a car, but he lives in a car, you can go somewhere else." I still don't know the situation because they didn't money for gas. 30 miles out. He lives in the boonies in Florida, and there's only one grocery store in his Publix. And maybe there's a dollar there. Can't get everything there. And so he can't afford to drive 30 miles outside of the every time he wants to grocery shop to go to the Walmart 30 miles. So that is why I get irritated at the grocery place. Yeah, you can definitely keep on and go to the cheaper store, but it's like people are judging everybody's situation that complains. There's actually the comment right here. I show you the comments. You're always going to get this comment, the grocery police. It's Publix. They have always been over here. What if he doesn't have an Aldi's? What if he doesn't have an Aldi's? Some people live in certain locations around. Publix is way overpriced. Yeah, I agree. A lot of those companies, even people shop at Publix, but everybody has one. And if you don't have a Publix for 30 miles, and you don't want to drive over 30 miles, I feel for you because Publix is so expensive. Just shop somewhere else. That's not the point. The point is, it should not be that anyway. That's the point of the video. Does that mean Costco's? Costello's? I'm guessing that means Costco's. See, I only have Costco. Some people like shop at Costco. I don't have one. I don't have that. And then we also have inflation. The president makes several historically and statistically inaccurate claims. At inauguration, the president said the worst in 40 years of our country. So when he took office in January 2025, the annual inflation rate was 3%. It had peaked at 9.1% in June 2022, a 40-year high, which had Biden peaking that month in June 2022. But had cooled significantly before his term began. Inflation was much higher. Inflation was much higher in the early 13.5%. And reached a historical high of 23.7% in 1920. He claims inflation has stopped. Did he actually claim it? Because I watched it, but I missed it. He says it actually stopped. Like, he cannot say that or that. That's serious. Good. I mean, that's a good thing, but we're not seeing stop. We're not seeing stop. He just exaggerates. The The most recent data from November 2025 shows an inflation rate of 2.7%, while lower than 3% in January. Prices are still increasing. Inflation has not stopped or reached 0%. And then we have the last point 3 here. Economy and wages, which a lot of us care about because it affects purchasing power. So, tax savings. Trump claims many families will save a year under his new tax bill. And it's funny because 20,000 with the bad wages of the economy, even with the bad wages, a lot of people don't even make double that. So it's kind of crazy to think you're going to be saving 20,000 double that. Anyways, analysis suggests the average tax cut for 2025 is closer to $100, which is a lot different than $11,000 and $20,000. Savings in the $11,000 only applies to the top 1% of households. President Trump claims 100% of net job creation since he took office has gone to American-born citizens, while private sector gains were strong in some months. Other reports indicate that 361,000 fewer working-class people, those without college degrees, were employed in late 2025 compared to the start of his term, and manufacturing jobs declined by nearly 50,000 in the same period. Gasoline prices, yeah, when he said $1.99 in some states, I'm like, what states? I have not seen that. I mean, it's gone down, but I have not seen $1.99. The president states gasoline is under $2.50 a gallon and hit $1.99 in some states. The national average as of mid-December 2025 is $2.89 through $2.90, while a few states like Oklahoma have some prices around $2.34. A widespread $1.99 average has not been verified nationally. So, I mean, this may be his strongest point, gasoline prices. It may be his strongest point because I don't know why AI said this, because President Trump only said $1.99 is in some states. So he wasn't saying this is like an average in the U.S. So made a mistake right there. But the thing is, even if he's right about these low gasoline prices, does that really affect our purchasing power? I mean, it's kind of significant depending on like what kind of car you drive. If you drive a V8, a Guzzler, but in terms of everything, rent is way more important than gasoline prices. Grocery prices, I would say, is way more important than gasoline prices. Gasoline is definitely on the rent, definitely on the groceries, and it's important, but it's on the lower end of the spectrum. Drug prices, 400% to 600%. This is mathematically a 100% reduction would make a drug free, and anything above that would mean the pharmaceutical company is paying the consumer to take the medication. I didn't even catch that, but yeah, it just shows our president does not know math. So AI is really funny. In summary, while there has been a cooling of inflation and a drop in some specific commodities like coastal eggs and retail turkeys, the president's speech uses figures that significantly overshoot documented statistics in reality. And I'm a Christian, for those who don't know. I ask questions about scripture sometimes, but it's funny how it ties in scripture. I didn't ask it to put it in here, but it just did it because I told it to use. And it literally adds in the scripture in relation to Trump, which is hilarious. Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but they that get do. And because Trump is the president, I'm probably going to talk about Trump a lot. But because he's the current president, I mean, I'm probably going to address him in understand that there's so much of a fight between right versus left, because they're both sides of the same coin. If you really look deep into this, some of the conspiracy theorists, and I don't want to talk about it too much on this channel because, well, it gets flagged. AdSense revenue, but I want to do it actually giving you guys some value in the videos. And so if I go into conspiracies here, well, purely economical stuff. But give us an explanation. The president is a puppet, right? And serve the same thing, controlled by even higher evil. That's what it is. So I recognize Trump as a figurehead, a puppet, placeholder. He really doesn't have much power in the large scheme of things, but we can make fun of him, and he definitely does lie. just talk in the beginning, play TikToks, talk at the end, but this is like my first time doing this type of video. Let me know how you like it and if this is enjoyable for you. I like doing it better this way. It's actually easier to do it this way because I don't have to like download all the clips separately and put them together. I can clearly react in real time, and it's just more simpler, ergonomic. But yeah, take care. I'm going to keep in the comments in the video. If you feel like the wage has increased 75% in the last 10 years, meaning to make $65,000 in 2015, have the same $14,000 today.
In 1960, this is what a homemaker might have bought shopping at the supermarket. For $50, her shopping cart consists of beef, hamburger, pork chops, bacon, chicken, tuna fish, ham, kinds of fruits and vegetables, including 1 head of lettuce, 2 loaves of bread, and 5 pounds of coffee. In 1960, you could get a house that looked like this one for about $17,000. Thunderbird, like the one in this old TV commercial, for $3,700. Things changed in 1970. The shopping cart did not include any bacon, any ham, or beef. One head of lettuce, and 5 pounds of coffee. For $17,000 in 1970, you could buy quarters of this new house, and the $3,700 car would not be. By 1980, the change has been dramatic. The shopping cart is a different type and has less. No sirloin steak, no rib roast, no bacon, no chicken, no ham, no turkey, and fewer staple items. Although there is loads of bread and coffee. This year, your $17,000 will buy only 1/4 of that house. And this year, your $3,700 will pay for only one of the least expensive cars. By 1990, this may be what you'll be wearing. But it is certain that if inflation continues at about 10% a year, you will carry from the grocery store only 1 head of lettuce, 2 loaves of bread, and 5 pounds of coffee. Your $17,000 for a home will buy only a small.
So our minimum wage was supposed to be $66 this whole entire time. The buying power to be like it was in the 1970s. It would have to be $66 today. It would be $66. No wonder everybody was high and it had afros and it was just all peace and love, man. It was at discos. They had money. He had money for the parachute pants. I was wondering, how was they affording all the coke in the world? They had the buying power of $66 an hour today. The greed of today's companies is ridiculous because they only pay that to people with like degrees. Asking for $30, $35, they look at you crazy. $66? That's what you owe me? Plus reparations. Y'all tripping.
Inflation is horrible right now. Yes, we get it. But I did not realize it was this bad. I don't go here too often, but every week I get in the mood for some Taco Bell. And because I don't go here too often, my transaction history is very small. So I can easily pull it up over like the last 4 years. But if you take a look at this transaction from 2022, you will see that a Build Your Own Cravings box was $6.90. Now this is just for the area that I live in. It could be different where you live at, so don't hop in the comments saying, it's cheaper here. Okay, cost of living is different everywhere you go. My area in 2022 was $6.90. I'm going to have to try and place an order for my cravings box, that same cravings box, the same one, and the price has jumped to $11.99. That is literally a 96% bad for Taco Bell, imagine what it is for everyday goods. We're screwed.
Wow, childhood was great. I'm excited about the bright future.
It's gonna be the worst terrorist attack in human history in the world. It's gonna be the same.
All right, well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will...
Financial crisis. There's gonna be one of the worst financial crises ever.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30...
Global pandemic. There's gonna be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates. Forever.
All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year.
$250,000.
Huh?
Yeah, you're gonna need $250,000 a year for all this.
I mean, I guess we'll just go back to medical school then.
$300,000 in also 10 years of your life.
Oh, my... Whatever. I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist.
With AI.
Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows.
Child abuse. Yeah, child abuse. They were all abusing children.
I need to go back to church.
Also abusing children.
I can't do this anymore. Is the government at least, like, trying to fix this?
The president on Thursday he was set to roll back 100 items, including bananas, coffee, and beef that he instilled on those products earlier this year. And as an economist, I want to talk about what's going on, what might be the implications of this, and what to expect. Because the president said while he was boarding Air Force One in discussions with reporters that these tariffs, which also include price hikes on things like fertilizers, cocoa, paprika, acai berries, that these tariffs did indeed raise prices, but also that the U.S. virtually has no inflation, which is interesting. Now, this announcement came in partnership with a trade deal made with 4 Latin American countries, where he instilled a 10% tariff on goods from Argentina, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and a 15% tariff on products from Ecuador. However, notably, he removed the tariffs that were explicitly on products. Because here's the thing, right? Tariffs aren't inherently a bad thing. They could, in fact, be a good thing in very specific particular instances, right? So, for example, a country might use tariffs if they have higher environmental regulations than, say, another country that can produce a product cheaper, but also, has a lot of emissions that might hurt the environment. So, a country might leverage tariffs to protect that development of that industry in an environmentally friendly way. They might also want to levy a tariff to ensure critical goods. We think about this a lot with semiconductors. But here's the thing, and we've seen this numerous times throughout U.S. history. We are essentially right now repeating the mistakes that we made in the late 1800s when you levied tariffs across all products without any sort of distinction, and ultimately that harms consumers, right? Because, and I've said this several times, tariffs are a tax that ultimately gets passed on to consumers through higher prices. Ultimately, right, because how tariffs work is that it's a tax that is levied on the importer in the United States. If someone is importing coffee from Brazil, importer, right? It's the Walmart, it's the Target that has to pay that tariff, and ultimately, for the most part, that importer passes on some or all of the cost to the consumer. It's ultimately not the other country, right, paying that cost directly. Now, they might receive fewer exports that has levied that tariff, and that will have some downstream economic implications. Because we've seen in industries where the U.S. really doesn't have production, right, of their own goods, it really ends up at least harming U.S. consumers. And in the case where reciprocal tariffs have been levied on, American farmed goods, as we've seen in the case with China in 2018, ultimately farmers are paying the price there. Now, ultimately, the removal of the tariffs on those grocery staples that is probably primarily due to the fact that Americans have seen a 2.7% increase in grocery prices year over year since September. Now, ever know what the CPI and PPI trends were for October. We will just have to see. And yes, there are outside factors independent of the tariffs that are affecting grocery store prices here in the U.S. Drought specifically has affected. However, instilling a tariff in this time when particular goods because we're does not help that situation at all. But a lot of Americans, who are middle and lower income, spend a higher proportion of their income on things like groceries compared to higher income individuals. So those people, the majority of Americans, are feeling the effects of this increase in grocery store prices more dramatic. In fact, it was estimated that nearly 75% of items that you get in the grocery store had some sort of tariff or tax before those tariffs were the president's claim of what he plans to do with the tariff revenue all the more interesting to me because he announced to reporters on Air Force One that he would like to move forward with a $2,000 payment to Americans that will be funded by tariff revenues next year. These tariffs on grocery store staples and grocery store products, which are largely considered because lower and middle a higher portion of their income towards these tariffs compared to higher income Americans. Essentially, the president is now giving them money, $2,000, based on the U.S. government has made towards taxing at a higher proportion based on income of the lowest income individuals in the country. When I hear about this, it feels very odd. It feels like very much solving a problem that we never really should have had in the first place. The last thing I'm going to talk here is that the volatility we are seeing with global trade economy as it comes to the U.S., right? Instilling tariffs here, removing tariffs there, products, negotiating, countries deciding I don't like this president, tariff, right? Those kinds of things are not good ultimately for the economy. Ultimately, businesses make economic decisions based on their ability to predict the future. You know, I can predict how much the import is going to cost for next year so that I buy products for my customers, right? And when you have a very volatile economy where companies cannot predict what the prices will be in the future, investment. It leads to less in job creation. It leads to slower wage growth and overall economic production. And I just want to go back to I think that we are very much understating the effects that tariffs specifically are having on the global economy as we see it. And that's all I got. Do you have any questions? Let me know.
Yo, I feel like I grew up at the wrong time. I'm gonna go back to 1960. That's the time I'm in. This is based on the economy alone. Well, it could be the 80s. It could even be the 90s. Like my parents, Generation X. They were in the middle between Generation X and Boomers. My dad was born in 64, so he was the youngest. My mom was 65. So she was Generation X. Anyway, they became adults in the 80s and still considered it. So I was born in 1990. And they, you know, they were pretty good economy. But in 1960, like the first TikTok we saw, a full cart of groceries. A lot of people were just happy during that time. You know, full cart of groceries. Twinkies, happiness. Perhaps. I think so. But I can't even imagine how cheap that was back in 1960. And it's not to say that it's cheap just because of the dollar amount. People, their income could keep up for basic expenses. To keep up. Then around 1960, maybe 2 times higher than the average annual salary. Not that bad. Today, 8 times the house. And so going back to 2015, making $65,000 that same purchasing power. Okay, back in 2015, You'd be making $114,000 today. So 6 figures is even but you can't be satisfied with the 6 figures. You gotta go up and from the 1 to the 2 now. 100-something thousand is enough. Increase that to the 2 if you really want to be more comfortable and live the American dream that most people aren't going to realize. I wouldn't say it's totally out of anybody, but it's out of reach of most people. But the American dream is basically money, which is about 200 for a family now. Depends on where you live in America. It could be 50K, it could be 50K, it could be 50K. Depends on where you live. So let's just say 150 to 300 to be the true middle class, to reach the true American dream, which most of us are not part of that household. And so picket fence, nice yard, 2-3 vehicles, healthy kids, going to a good education system, eating good food, nice healthy food, going on vacation. 150K in America for a family of 4, a minimum 150K household income. That means you're struggling in a expensive city. So double that in an expensive city. It's crazy. What do you think about all of this?
It's gone down, but always once a problem. That, but it's been an issue. So many things. Regular items in the grocery store has been crazy high. And I get so many people in my comment section astonished at the prices.
I'm not here to argue with y'all, but food stamps or not, whether you get them or not, $100. Like, this is ridiculous. I was like, I'm not gonna do the full shopping right now. You know, I'm gonna just grab a little couple things, whatever. Order that shit got to the house. I realized, I'm like, am I forgetting food? Did they not bring the rest of the food? I'm confused. No, they did. I went back and looked. It was just this amount of items. Like, excuse me, these is $1. These is a damn $1. This is only a couple. Like, where does this equal $100 at? I need somebody to tell me. Like, great value. Don't think it was something expensive under there. I'm confused. I'm really confused. And don't get to talking about none of the name brands, because this was still only $3 now. Where the do they get off charging as much for some food? Like, man, the government got us up, y'all. Government got us up.
Is it just me? It's just me. I'm about to have a venting moment, y'all. Damn $5. Like, I'm looking at some rice that used to be like maybe $3, like $5. I mean, I got a little basket, so if I get 12 things, that's $60. Imagine if I had a freaking buggy. I mean, coming in this sucker like buying 12 items for like $200. Like, can someone help me understand? Did they just sit next to each other and say, let's make everything $5? Let's just kind of run it up on them. Like, the salaries ain't going up, wages ain't going up, cost of living's going up, damn near groceries is ridiculous. I'm over here looking at some eggs, they damn near $7. Like, can someone please charge me and be like, look, y'all, we kind of go a little overboard. Rice is $5, and a damn protein is like $5. Like, this is stupid, y'all. They might have been doing like this before. Y'all over here balling and I'm over here broke. Because these damn prices, help me out. Am I the only one?
With my boyfriend, and this is my $80 grocery store. 14 items, okay? Here we go. Now, you might say,
Well, you gotta get paper towels. It makes sense.
okay, it should have been $22. $20 for this. This is off-brand. They run it. They pay $1,000 for this. 12 rolls for $22. This is a grocery store. Okay, this is for extra.
just already buy like the grape really try to stretch our dollar. And one of the things I used to splurge on was goldfish. I have a toddler, she loves them. So that one tub thing, and it was like
You ain't no plug, bitch.
$8.50, and I thought that was like expensive then. I just want to add it to my cart, and it is.
Especially New York City.
And
That's
I'm
my
like,
fucking city. Not yours.
it's worth it, and like something's gotta give. How much higher are groceries gonna cost? It's like making me sick to my stomach.
Anybody else get physically ill whenever they go grocery shopping and they see this? Like my wife and I, we have a family of 5, right? Me, her, and that as well. She went grocery shopping the other day and she was like sick at the price. So like I checked the bag, $50, and like that lasts us like a week and a half. So I don't even know how the majority of the people out there can afford these days. They come back and start like tricking on the side. Yeah, I have a good one.
Food is so expensive that I literally like. I cannot buy a cart full of groceries for $300 anywhere else besides Aldi. I tried going to Kroger. It's closer to my house. $300 is like half of it. I like to meal prep for the month, so I don't have to like go again. I don't know, I'm just lazy. But I cannot stray from the Aldi prices, and their produce goes bad. Like even Walmart now, if I get a cart full of groceries, it's like $500. Don't even. Also, I like to buy bulk, and that's my fault. But I'll get like 4 items at Sam's, and it's like $150. I'm like, that I would buy in bulk, like butter, things like that. And then I'm like, how do I spend so much money? It's just like half of my like bill expenses are groceries.
How the does it cost $75 for 3 things? Pepper and I think it's garlic. Seriously?
I was about to say this because I'm so mad. I love Publix. Publix is just like, if you grew up in Florida or if you live in Florida, like Publix is just part of life. And I love Publix. Publix is where shopping is a pleasure. But lately, it's been just like a reflection of the hellscape where we live because I just went to Publix for a quick, like, few items just to get in and get out because I didn't feel like doing the whole, whole grocery store run. And a pack of bacon was items and it was $30. I just like I can't even who has money for this? Like, and the thing is we used to talk shop Whole Foods is cheaper. Whole Foods is cheaper than Publix at this point.
I need to show you what just cost me $90 at the grocery store because I'm absolutely flabbergasted. This economy is insane. So I got paper towels because my bathtub is clogged.
Lord.
And Cheez-Its because I
Shut the
need a little
door.
snack. This cost me $89. $89. Because this cost $89. I'm convinced on that note. Okay, I just want to be real for a second. Why are we being pressed out of business? Why did it cost $1,000 last month to feed my family? At this point, I don't even eat. I just have enough food. Is this the goal? In what way is this okay? Pricing the American their family. I mean, what happens next? This is sick.
starve.
Yo, that guy paid $30 for 3 things of powder and what else? But it was like 6 things didn't even fill up the bag. $75 for like 6 items. You know what planet are we living in? What time did CERN mess up our seems like absolutely or whatever going up. Now, will you ever think there would be a time in America where people would legit crash out just because of grocery prices? They would like that. It's hard to conceive that it would be this almost a billion $100 for a small $75 to get about grocery prices, because this isn't right. Why are we living like this? Anyways, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Vent, feel free to vent here on the channel. It's definitely welcomed. Thanks for watching and take care. Every trip to the grocery store just seems worse and worse. At Albertsons, a head of iceberg lettuce, get it, costs $4.50 for lettuce. It's just water and leaves. And we're paying restaurant prices for stuff that we have to cook and prepare ourselves.
Wait a minute, because I have to show y'all this. Now y'all see all of this? Green peppers, yellow peppers, red peppers, broccoli. Why is it $27.97? Can anybody tell me why? This right here and 96 cents.
I bought chips today. I bought chips today because I have people coming over tomorrow. I never buy chips. This is why. $7.29? $7.29 for Ruffles these days. Barbecue chips, $6.19. And this was at Walmart. Like, they can't possibly get any less expensive anywhere else. When did chips get so expensive?
Well, here's my Walmart haul. And hardly any food. Yeah. Looks like it's going wonderfully.
I have my old bag of cheese and my old bag of turkey that I just finished off today. So from Market Basket, $7.49 for turkey. This was turkey. Sorry, it has a little trash in there, but Market Basket golden turkey breast. Big wide golden turkey breast. $13 a pound. That's almost double. Okay, Market Basket, American cheese, $3.99 a pound. Says on there, please. American cheese. Granted, it wasn't. This is one. They only have this. This is all they have. $7.99 a pound. That is double. That is double. That's insane. That's actually insane. Literal double price. Oh my god.
I don't know who it is, but the high schoolers are out of school. The college kids are back. So if you're at the grocery store, they put them on the late shift, and they be on their phones and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They be
so I picked up dinner. I got some burgers, right? And I got some burgers, a bag of chips, and a pack of buns. For the price. But look at this. Take a guess. And now first, first, let me preface this, that I understand that I'm paying for the packaging. I understand that I am paying for the fact that it was already pre-pattied meat. It was not a tube of meat. And I understand the fact that I did go to my local grocery store, which is not Walmart. Yes. For 2.5 pounds of meat. 8 patties. I about keeled over. It has never been that much money before. Like I said, I got a bag of chips. I got a pack of buns. And then about $30. And I will never be buying that again. And like I said, I understand that it was already pre-patted meat. It was not a tube of meat. But the fact of the matter that a pound of meat, it is like, $3. For that much, it was used to be like 10.
Would you like to know how much these 2 bags of groceries cost in the United States in October 2025? Let's find out together. I just went to the store to get groceries for tonight's dinner. So keep that in mind. This is for one meal, all right? This is the first bag. We have a zucchini. My first name also starts with Z, so alphabet day in kindergarten, I made zucchini bread. My dad made zucchini bread, but I brought it in. I have a fondness for the zucchini. Some white mushrooms. Into bag 1, we have a little bit of ginger. Tonight. All right, off into bag 2, we have a bag of spinach. Pre-washed, triple wash. That's a lot of washing. Got some naan bread. Got some crushed tomatoes because I don't trust the real tomatoes here. Styrofoam and onion, one with layers, just like an ogre. Coconut milk, curry. We have a thing of cashews. And last thing we got, I treated myself to cheese from Spain. We got 11 things. Now, before I tell you how much I paid for this, I want you to tell me where you live in the world and how much you think you would pay for this. And also give me your best guess as to what number I'm about to say. All right, you ready? For 11 items, I paid $40.38. You heard that right. $40 for $40. Okay. Obviously, I'll have some leftovers and cashews. What's the point? I might as well just eat out at a restaurant. Shop. I don't know about you, but I am so excited for day 1 when apparently all of these prices are going to go down. Any day now. Seriously, I really just don't understand how we're expected to pay for groceries anymore. It is so expensive just to live, just for one dinner. I can't do it anymore. My solution is I'm just straight up moving to another country, but I don't know what else to do. Otherwise, I just sit here and complain for the rest of my life about the grocery prices. I don't want to do that, and I don't think you want to hear me do that, so that's what I'm doing. What do you think about these prices? I mean, just between the cheese and the rice alone, it's $20. That was half the bill, and I hate to be cheesy here, but that's nuts.
Spent $119 at the grocery store for one reusable bag.
Oh,
of groceries.
no.
I have it sitting down here. One bag. I got basic essentials like bread, some lunch meat. I got some frozen salmon for dinners, which was a little pricey, but it's a basic stuff. Not a ton of things. I didn't have a lot on my list. My entire budget
She's all wrong.
for groceries, I usually try to do like $100 a week because it's just me and my cat, and he doesn't eat as much. But $100 should stretch to get you quite a lot. It used to. One bag. That's it. Next time somebody comes up to me and says that the tariffs are a great thing because we're sticking it to the countries that are trying to rip us off, I'm going to kick them in the nutsack.
Oh, vegetables is on the first TikTok. It cost $27. And I'm like, no, it's fake. But I don't think they have. You know why? Because I've seen TikToks of high-priced just stuff, you know, whether it's meat or vegetables, multiple. And so I don't think these are just mistakes. Some of these are just honestly hey, I haven't seen those prices $27 for a package of vegetables. I haven't seen it where pre-cut and all of that. I look at pre-cut fruit sometimes, and pre-cut fruit has always been nice pre-cut thing of pineapple for like a decade. So I haven't looked now, maybe $15, maybe $15 for pre-cut pineapple. I haven't checked. But it's absolutely insane. People are paying rent for their groceries. I made a video about that previously. If you add up your whole grocery bill for the entire month and compare it to the rent, they can even repeat sometimes. It's like the same. Because people are paying like for groceries for a family. And rent, you know, back 10 years ago. But it's an absolute. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching.
So y'all, we are in a silent depression gaslit by media and politicians, hidden by credit cards and other debt. We have smartphones but can't afford food. Make no doubt about it, we are in a depression.
I frankly don't know how much longer my friends can keep doing this. I'm not doing a super exemplar of everything I'm about to say right now, but many of my friends are in their 30s, they're college educated, work in the tech industry, marketing, and either are not replaced by AI, or our employers have let us go to cut the numbers before the holidays, or whatever it may be, in anticipation of a quite different economy that we're about to experience. I don't know how much more I can do it. I don't know how much more I can do it. We're expecting all these tariffs. We're gonna see retaliatory tariffs. I already cannot afford to live. I can't afford to pay my student loans. I can't afford to pay the credit card debt that I've had to take out when I got COVID. I got a bunch of medical debt. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm not this type of person. I'm so resourceful. We are the financial coaches, dude. We are the managers. We are the people in charge. And now it's either you're a billionaire, you're a CEO of the company, or you're unemployed, I swear to God. And if you are employed, you're like terrified of getting let go. My friends and I are looking around at each other. We're like so smart. We've always had our shit together. We've always had money. Like we're all depleted. We're like beyond depleted, and I don't know how much worse it could possibly get. And I don't know what they want us to do about it. I can't even imagine being younger than me and trying to get a job. At this point, like, I have so much debt from school, and I think I have to go back. I think I have to go back to school. I'm hoping I can get a scholarship or something, but my field of marketing has very quickly been replaced by AI. One of my last roles, I was training AI tools. So which as an aside, I just saw a content writing position that was simply to train AI. And they were paying $20 an hour. And they required a master's. I'm not even kidding. I have a picture of it somewhere. Yeah, all these job postings are like, you need a master's in specific field of study, taxation of foreign countries or something. It's like, what? And then they pay like $20 an hour. Anyway, all of the pay offerings for my field are now what they were. I don't know, like when I started at that is now the cap at these places. That is a cap. What do you want me to do? You want me to die? You want me to die? It feels like the government wants me to die. You don't feel like that? You made it.
This isn't me trying to fearmonger, this is just me trying to prepare you. The U.S. economy right now is like a Jenga tower. We are one piece pulled out away from everything just AI is responsible for 40% of U.S. GDP growth this past year and 80% of U.S. manufacturing has contracted for 7 consecutive months, while every other economic indicator is saying this is as bad as it's been in 2001. Now, when you have a sentence that says the economy is as bad as it's been since 2009, you are, so again, this is not me fear-mongering, this is just me preparing you. Our economy is in a very bad place. Hold on.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Take everything of value and put it in the safe. This is not the time to flex and be inflation. All you do is layoff after layoff. Every different company, every different industry, that's all you seem to see. Inflation, housing prices, rent prices. I read an article today talking about millions of people leaving the cars.
Oh. That's why
Thanksgiving is coming. They have nothing to do with. They ain't got no way to find that new. They're going to take it off of you. You might think I'm making a joke of you out here trying to be flashing and playing, thinking it's all cool. Oh, everybody. You're being watched. They gotta eat. The wolves gonna eat, boy. And I ain't mad at them themselves, but it ain't gonna be off the back of my dime. And I hope it ain't gonna be off of your dime. Keep your head in the game.
Very soon, and I know this because every single retail store that I have been in over the past month has such an overstock of everything. I've never seen so much color in my life. First being Home Goods, Marshalls, TJ Maxx. They have so much stuff in Halloween, which is in 3 days, that hasn't moved. And regardless of the promotions, the discounts, people are not shopping. I went to Old Navy yesterday to return something, and they had so many extra racks on wheels that they brought up to put the extra inventory that if the fire marshal went to find them, you couldn't even walk through. Truthfully, I had to squeeze between two of the racks. I have never seen such overstock before. And historically, we've had with a dicey economic climate, people still spend money. They still shop and they still spend money on beauty services, even if they can't afford it because it makes them feel better. This time, I'm telling you, this time is very different. People are not shopping. That stuff is not going on the racks, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this affects, like Black Friday, like that. Obviously, with bigger issues in the world, this is like stuff, right? No general importance, but like in the past when we had rough things going on, people were still coming. What do you think is coming next?
I used to work like a customer service retail shop, and I would take that any day over what I have to go As you know, the government cuts are making things so difficult for us that I just feel like my heart tonight was like ripped out seeing the amount of people coming to us and the amount of people we couldn't serve because we did not have enough by the end of the night. I'm not even joking, but I've never seen that many people for additional shifts. It feels like we've like almost doubled our numbers, which is a lot. I feel like we used to serve like 60 to 70 people. We're pushing like 120. And we don't have any food coming in at this rate, basically, of what we need. We don't have that. We've been experiencing like the effects of the budget not being passed to PA and a lot of stuff for a while now, and everything is shut down exacerbated it. I literally was saying, like, people were coming with their kids, and I had to be like, we unfortunately just don't have anything to give tonight. I'm sorry. Your kid is gonna have to starve tonight. That's what it felt like I was saying. And then my role is a volunteer engagement manager, and my volunteers are coming to me like, too much. And I'm just at a point where, like, why is this America? Why is it mature people crying to me on the steps of what used to be a church because they don't have anything to eat? Why is that the norm? Why do I have to see people in their worst moments? And all I can do is give them a couple of different produce options, maybe a meat option, something else, a bread, a pastry, and like 10 pounds, or 11 pounds, 12 pounds, whatever it is, of dry goods once a month. that is like from ours, and that's not enough. These people have to go to pantry to pantry to pantry to pantry to get enough. This is not normal. It is not normal. And I'm feeling the pressure of all of this. And I feel like it's literally gonna drive me to a point where I don't think I'm gonna be here. I don't think I'm gonna be here because I'm so like, oh my god, if you just worked a moment of this and felt these things that you have, and just saw these things that you have to see with working at a food pantry, oh my god, you all would break down. You would break down the moment you walked in there. This is not normal. And the thing is, like, we don't expect it's gonna get worse. It's already gotten worse in the past. From like this weekend to today. And I don't know, like I'm someone that works paycheck to paycheck, but I still have my money to at least buy food. And like having to turn away people that like, have you ever felt genuine? Have you ever felt that? Like seeing the face when you tell people just aren't functioning members of society and aren't doing X, Y, and Z. These are people that have families, that have children, that work all day and come here and immediately after they're off work and traveling a bit and like traveling with limited like septic sucks, that's real. And like most people don't have a car because how can you afford to have a car, and then they're already stressed because of X, Y, and Z and they can't afford this medication, they're trying to afford their rent or their mortgage or whatever the hell they have to pay for. And then they're just, everyone is struggling, and I'm just like seeing all of it at once, and I don't know how much I can go at this rate. Like this is not normal.
Yo, at this point, see me looking like a third world country. Especially the last clip is heartbreaking. Understanding the people who work in food pantries. They're just observing other Americans who are not well off. They're doing bad. And they're having. I can't even imagine working in a food pantry and having that's actually suffering. I used to see commercials growing up all the time on TV. Back when cable was a thing. Of us donating to this African nation or African peoples to feed them because they're starving. And now, in 2025, we have Americans, supposedly the richest country in the world, having people suffering from food banks in food poverty. And then you have overweight Americans who, I would say, they're nutrition poverty. It's really interesting and really, in a dark humor way, just to stay sane. It's like we're the richest nation, we're struggling to get food, but we have the food, and a lot of poor people are overweight. And hear me out, I'm not trying to attack anybody, but it's because the cheapest food, and so the cheapest food, people buy the cheapest food because they're poor, and they eat these cheap chips, which are actually going up in price. Even chips aren't cheaper. But anyways, they buy the cheaper food, and they get overweight, and they lack nutrition, and they have health issues, and then the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry benefits from that. It's all like a dark system. Let me know what you think in the comments below.
According to Economic Cost of Living Calculators, the value of the dollar has decreased about 70% in the last 10 years. So your $100 today would equal just about, or feel like, $59 in 2015. No wonder it seems like we're spending $100 every time we turn around.
Everything is so expensive right now, and I don't understand how people aren't talking about it. We don't make enough money. We do not make enough money. The price of things are not keeping up with how much we're getting paid. And it's infuriating to me for people to say that people just need to work harder, people need to get different specialized degrees, people need to start their own businesses. That's not the answer. The answer is that billionaires are hoarding wealth. It's set up to fail. And I'm just infuriated by it. I can't get ahead. Every time I try to get ahead, I can't get ahead. And I don't know how to cope with that. I don't know how to cope with that. Everything is so expensive, especially in the last like 6 months. I can barely get by. So I don't know how I'm supposed to retain hope. Am I supposed to get a doctorate so that I can afford a studio apartment? Like, is that where we're getting to at this point? Like, I don't know what the answer is to this, but it's so bad. And I just wanted to get on here and tell you, if you are experiencing the same thing, you're so not alone.
How are y'all affording stuff right now? I feel like we're not talking about everything is so expensive, and I don't know what the heck. I know I'm not the only one going through this. I mean, from groceries, clothes, everything is so expensive right now, and it's literally by the grace of God that me and my family are surviving. I can't imagine what it's like for somebody who doesn't make the type of money that I make, and I don't even make a lot of money. But like, this is really the struggle. How are we surviving?
The American economy is so unaffordable that me seeing this as a construction project manager for a remodel company just shows. The majority of our clients are people that want to upgrade their space without having to spend the money of selling their house and going somewhere new because that costs way too much.
Open target.
I was just talking to our clients yesterday, and they were like, yeah, well, you know, we have a bigger house, but it's so outdated, but it doesn't make sense to be able to buy something new because everything is so expensive. So they're just remodeling it now. So people's pockets are getting tighter. And also, when you think about it too, it's like you buy a house for $500,000, it's probably worth like $270 before the big C that happened. Now, on a 30-year rate, if you spend that $500,000, you're going to be spending over $1 million on that house over that term. And to me, that doesn't make very much sense for anybody to have to spend that much money for a house that isn't even worth near that. And that's also just one of the problems here is that houses cost so much and people are buying them and then they're sticking to those rates. Obviously, yeah, you can refinance down the road, but still that principal is a huge amount that you're going to be spending, especially if you do fixed rates. My wife and I make 6 figures. The bills for expenses, and then we have some extra, and then there's my income altogether. So we're doing fine, but it just doesn't make sense now to even buy a house. Everything into it. So I've been watching the Utah real estate market, and I've been seeing price cuts left and right. You know, houses are starting to become less valuable. And obviously, what you see listed for isn't what they're selling for, because there's so I'm pretty comfortable with sitting and holding tight and not going rationally. So we're all probably just going to keep up on that. But I see from the economy and all the data that I'm seeing come out, there's places like Florida where prices are down like anywhere from 20 to 40% on those houses. And if that's happening out there, it usually follows to the West Coast not too much later. So there's a lot of down. And if you guys are waiting for a house right now, just keep sitting tight and stacking up your cash and try to stay out of all debt as much as possible. My wife and I are clearing up our consumer debt next month, and is going to be the most that we're going to be and really got and actually start putting aside for the future.
How are people affording life right now? How are people tackling this cost of living?
Out of San Diego. I'm from Southern California, but it's too expensive. Even with full-time work, I had 2 full-time jobs, working on the weekends and at night and in the morning. I still couldn't save up enough money for a deposit for a studio apartment. So I had to make a change. Right there is the border wall with Mexico and the United States. One side is San Diego, one side is Tijuana. Now I live on the Tijuana side. While the difference is only 2 blocks, I have a substantially cheaper cost of living. Currently, I'm renting a studio apartment for about $100 a week. I've seen comparable priced places going as far as a 2-bedroom with the same price point, $400 or $500 a month. The same kind of place in San Diego, 2 blocks away, would cost you upwards of $1,500 to $2,000 or $3,000. To go to work, I cross the border in the morning. A few times a week, I do Amazon Flex shifts, and in about 2 full-time days, I pay my rent for the month. The thing is, I don't go every day because it's kind of a headache. So while I technically earn less, I have a greater purchasing power, effectively. So 5 months ago, basically, I moved to Tijuana and went from being full-time employed with 2 jobs, living in my van for years, because I couldn't save a deposit, to having an apartment and having transportation and a pretty decent paying job relative to my cost of living. But isn't it dangerous? Isn't it unsafe? A little bit, it can be. But literally, as I'm saying that, the police roll by. There's constantly a presence, so it does feel a little bit safe for that reason. Living in your car is not safe either. Being in your car is you're harassed all the time. You're bothered by strangers trying to steal your stuff. That's not a good life either. So while it's not a perfect solution, it's a solution for now, and it works, and I've improved my quality of life by moving 2 blocks. Follow for more about the cost of living.
You're telling me that most of you think that your time is worth an Andrew Jackson? $20. That's what an hour of your life costs, maybe a Hamilton more, before taxes gut it on the way out. You give them 60 minutes of sweat, stress, and effort, and they hand you this piece of paper that's worth less every month when you wake up. Most of this country doesn't even make that much. Go look it up. The average American isn't clearing 20 an hour. So if you're making 25 or 30 and still struggling to breathe, imagine how people feeding you, bagging your groceries, changing your oil, or ringing up your total are doing right now. How do you think it feels to work every damn day and still not be able to afford to live alone? We're surrounded by people who bust their ass for nothing and still get blamed for not trying hard enough. How can anyone sit back and act like this is normal? You ever watch your direct deposit disappear in real time? Rent, gas, food, gone before you even touch it. That's not a paycheck, that's a refund for your exhaustion. We've been trained to think that hourly pay means fairness, but it's just a leash. They made it digital. They dangled pride on the end of it and called it opportunity. And yet people still brag about it, working 60 to 80 hours to make ends meet. Flexing like surviving is something to celebrate. This isn't pride, it's delusion. Because if the reward for trading hours of your life is barely getting by, then congratulations. You're living proof that the system works exactly as designed.
You know what sucks about being an adult in 2025? Many things, but I think the biggest thing is we finally have the income, but yet we're still in poverty. We can't afford anything. We can't afford a house. We can't afford to live. Heck, we can't even afford eggs. Like, we used to throw eggs at houses for Halloween. Now we can't buy a house and eggs.
$100 today equals $59 in 2015. And this is why people are complaining, saying the cost of living is out of control. It's so hard just to live now. Because $100 that used to go pretty far back in 2015 is now only worth $59. It's almost a decrease by half. Almost 100% decrease. Sometimes, you know what it feels like? Because I even grew up in the 90s. I remember the 90s. Even in the 90s, the dollar was stronger. So basically today, compared to the 90s and early 2000s, $100 feels like a $20 bill. That's what it feels like. Let me know what you think.
Huh? Someone's already up.
Yeah. $100 feels like a $20 bill for anybody who's lived more than 2 decades. That's what it feels like. If you're old enough like me and lived multiple decades, you got a $20 bill. You actually felt like you had something that could last, that could buy something. Pretty good value. Now when you have $20, you're like, oh, what am I going to do with this? I'm going to get some gas. Get half a tank of gas. If I want to get some groceries with that, I may be able to get 3 items. If that. Depends on what kind of items you get. I might be able to go out to dinner, maybe, and get 1 meal. I can't pay for 2 people. I can just get a dinner. I might be able to go to Chipotle and get a burrito and chips, but I couldn't get queso or extra guac because that might go over the $20 actually. I can go to an actual sit-down restaurant and buy a meal, but I couldn't buy for somebody else, and I couldn't pay a tip. I'll still have to come up with extra money for the tip. So that $20 really feels like a $5 bill, basically. $20 is the new $5. And then the $100 is essentially like the new $50. And if you live longer, it could feel like a $20. So we need more bills. We need a $500 bill. See, I don't know if anybody's thought about this stuff. We need a $500 bill and perhaps a $1,000 bill. I think we should, because a $100 bill is feeling like a 20. So let's create more bills maybe. But then cash, I believe the world is going to get rid of cash. Unfortunately, I hate that. Digital currency, I believe it's going to happen, y'all. I don't want it. They'll probably never upgrade past 100, even though inflation is, because other countries, they have $1,000 bills, they have $10,000 bills, they have $1 million bills. Some countries, I believe some countries where there's hyperinflation have $1 billion bills. Certain countries in Africa, I think I've seen that. But anyways, the rate of inflation is like, why haven't we created a bigger bill yet? Because $100 isn't cutting it to actually feel like you have something that can have purchasing power. No, you just got $100 bill. Now you need a stack of them to actually feel like you can really buy some stuff. Anyways, let me know your thoughts below. How old are you? Do you remember a time where $20 felt good? Do you remember a time when $100 actually felt like $100? Now it's more. It's the new 20 or the new 50, whatever. Take care.
So check this, y'all. In the Great Depression, the average home only cost 3 times more. I say only because now it costs 8 times more than the average salary. The Great Depression only 3 times more than the average salary. In 2025, the average home costs 8 times the annual average salary. So, y'all, mathematically, it was easier to afford a home during the Great Depression than it is today in the mid-2020s.
In 2 months, it's going to become completely unaffordable to live in the United States. And I'm not talking about luxury lifestyle. I'm talking about basic middle-class needs. I run a relocation business out of Bushwick. I asked my clients, who are a couple from Bushwick, Brooklyn, why they were thinking of moving abroad. They sent me their monthly budget spreadsheet. So combined, they make $120,000 a year, and from that, they get to bring home about $7,400 a month after taxes. Their rent is $3,100 a month, and their health insurance is about to skyrocket to $1,750. They budget about $1,000 a month for groceries. Their utilities, internet, cell phones, and MetroCard are another $1,300 or so. So at the end of the month, this leaves them with about $250. And that doesn't include any unexpected expenses or the hope for investments or the hope for a savings account. So what they said to me is that this is what running in place feels like. And the reason that they want to move on is because they actually want to move forward with their lives.
I want you to look at this. This tree, this sad tree, is $115. It's not even missing branches. It was made to look like that. And they want $115. I could make a tree like that from branches in my yard. Are you sure? Like I'm angry. $115, sir. Sir.
People are broke, and now there's proof showing up in the numbers. Kellogg's reported an 8.6% drop in cereal sales. Crocs pulled its entire financial forecast. Heineken says people are drinking less. And even global giants like Nestle are seeing sales fall across the board. And what's scary about this, it's not about cutting luxuries. People are walking away from everyday items. Candy, snacks, fast food, takeout. Last Saturday, I went for lunch at a popular restaurant. Usually packed at noon, we expected a wait. Instead, we were just a handful of people there. Because consumers are cutting back hardest on items that bring joy. Chips, chocolate, going out to dinner. Not because they want to, because simply they don't have money. And companies know it. Forecasts are being pulled. Behind the scenes, they see the truth. Demand just isn't slowing, it's collapsing. After 5 brutal years, Americans are barely hanging on. And now the administration slaps tariffs on top of it. It's like throwing gasoline on an already burning house. These families are one missed paycheck away from financial collapse.
How are y'all making it? No, literally, how are y'all making it? Because Little backstory, I decided back in January that I was going to monetize on this app. Every dollar I made, no matter how big, how small, was going to go to a savings account, and that was going to be money for a down payment on our house. Because if you don't know, me, my husband, and our 2 kids are living with my parents. Spoiler alert, that's not happening. We're having to take that money I'm making and use it to get by until the next week. On top of my husband's income. My husband's making the most money he's ever made, and this is the brokest we've ever been. Make it make sense. I'm not a bougie. I might get my lashes done, but my friends do my hair. I don't get my nails done. Like, I'm really not that high maintenance. We try to live within our means. We truly do. It's like no matter how much you don't go out to eat, no matter how much you don't spend money, you're still gonna be broke. Why? That's the world that we live in. So I know I'm not as educated as I should be when it comes to voting. All I know is that it's a lot better a few years ago to afford to breathe, and I had my own house. Right now, nobody can afford housing. Nobody can afford food. And if you can, congratulations, because you're on to you. So please, for the love of God, take that into consideration come November and make a change, because I am tired of living like this.
Yo, do y'all really think it's normal to be paying $2,500 a month plus for rent? Is that normal? Do you think it's normal to pay $300, $400, $500 on a car note, $100 on your phone bill, $150 on electricity? Like, that's not normal, yo. Do you know what you could do with that type of money in different places? The reason these prices are so high is because they know they can take advantage of us. It's that simple. And they know we're going to keep paying. I feel like we don't have the discipline to force these people's hands. Like, these prices are out of control. Like, it shouldn't be this expensive for literally basic necessities. Just because we are the richest country in the world and have the highest GDP doesn't mean we should be taken advantage of in schools for like every dime we got. That makes no sense to me. You know, things should cost what they cost. And a lot of that is, you know, the market, and we determine the market. But I believe we gotta do better, man. It's only gonna get worse, you know, the more we put up with and accept, you know, them hiking these prices, because these companies just want to make money. Like, that's all they in it for, you know. So they be like, oh, all right, something costs $50 and they, you know, take it to $60, and we still buying it. They're like, all right, bet, let's take it up to $70. They'll take it up until we do something about it, and that's their strategy. Like, don't fall for it, man. Just pay them money for what things are really worth. And if you can't find a reasonable price, don't buy it. Don't buy it. If most people did that, the economy would be a ton better.
If the cost of living gets any more expensive, I'm just gonna start stealing. You know what I mean? And I'm not kidding.
So I've really been thinking about inflation in the state of our economy. And it's really bad. A lot of people have lost their jobs. The price of things are going up crazy. But it really has me thinking about the people who live paycheck to paycheck. Literally, if you think about it, a lot of people don't have a savings. We're all spending more than we used to. And most people rely on their next check to survive until the next check. So, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you really have to figure out how can you make more money, and because you're literally one paycheck away from homelessness. What are you going to do? And there's a lot of people who are this way, and that's how some people are going to lose their house, but that's also how the rich people make more money during times like this. They wait for you to lose your house. They buy your house, they hold on to it until the economy gets better, and then they sell your house. We have to think, how can we support each other at this time? Buy small, because small businesses are the ones that are going to boost the economy. What else can we do? You know, drop it in the comments, what can we do? We need to pray for each other at this time. You know, it really has me thinking.
I'm at Kohl's, and the sticker price changing is done on here, just like it has at Walmart, Target, At Home, all the retailers. Here's a lamp for $89.99. A $30 difference. But don't worry. It's on sale. It's $9 off. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Living in America in 2025 feels like you're trying to breathe while someone's hand is over your mouth. And they're charging you rent for it. As soon as you get paid, it's gone. You buy groceries and the bags are lighter. You fill your tank and the needle mocks you. Food's up, rent's up, insurance, utilities, coffee. I mean, even your damn toothpaste is up. Everything's up. Except the paycheck. Oh, and everything's also smaller. Shrinkflation? Yeah, that's the way they rob you while smiling in your face. You're not imagining it. The box is smaller. The portions are skimpier. The price is higher. And you're supposed to eat it with a smile. This isn't bad budgeting. This isn't laziness. This is a rigged game where everyone at the top profits and everyone at the bottom is a slave. We're getting taxed, drained, and blamed every step of the way. If you feel it too, you're not crazy. You're just living in America in 2025. And it's brutal.
People do not understand how bad inflation has really gotten. Now, normally inflation hovers around 2%, but over the last few years, it's been spiking. And you may have noticed that your paycheck doesn't quite have the buying power that it used to. And even if you do get a raise, it doesn't seem like it keeps up with the inflation that you're seeing at the grocery store or at the gas station. And check out what this inflation calculator has to say. If you make $100,000 in the year 2025, it's only the equivalent of a $50,000 salary from the year 2000. That's why inflation is the hidden stealth tax on the poor and the middle class folks.
Yeah, so in the last clip, the guy just said a $100,000 salary is a new $50,000 salary back in 2000. I remember growing up then, people who made six figures were considered upper middle class. You know, y'all were doing really good. Wealthy. You can even consider them wealthy. They were upper middle class. They can afford multiple vacations to Disneyland and other places, cruises, trips to the Bahamas multiple times a year. They can afford all of that. Have a nice house, multiple cars, nice underground pool. These were the well-off families in upper middle class neighborhoods making 100K. Nowadays, you are lower middle class or middle class. You're definitely not upper middle class if you make six figures. That's it. And then the other TikTok, the guy was talking about how the tariffs are affecting the economy and causing inflation and cost of living to go up. You know, when I first heard about the tariff idea, I don't want to get too political here because that's not the point of this channel. It's not a politics channel. And I'm honestly not either way. I'm not a guy that's like, oh, I'm all on the right with everything, or I'm all on the left with everything. You know, there's nuances to different things. So I don't just pick a red versus blue. I believe that's actually something used by the elites to pit us against each other. Anyways, don't want to get too deep into that. But the tariffs, when I first heard about it, y'all, I'm going to be honest, it sounded like it could work. It sounded like it could work, like a good idea. Like, oh, the other countries are going to be paying the U.S. essentially. We're going to get the tariff money and use it to invest back in the economy and build up our economy stronger. And it's just something that we haven't been utilizing, and we should. But the more I think about it, I'm like, I think it's a bit more nuanced than that, and it's a bit more complicated than that. Because if you're not advanced in your understanding of economics, which I'm currently learning, tariffs, how you utilize them, it has to be in a specific, we have to do it the right way if you're going to benefit from using them. And I don't think we've been doing it that very nuanced way with wisdom and intelligence. It's kind of like you can do something good with doing something like tariffs, but you have to know what you're doing. It's kind of like you have a really fast race car. It can do a lot of stuff. It can help you in terms of getting from point A to point B faster. But if you don't know how to use it, if you don't know what you're doing in a race car, it's gonna crash and burn. So I kind of think that's what's happening with these tariffs. It could have been a good idea if somebody very intelligent in economics was implementing the systems of it and directing it. But how it's being done, I don't think it's working right now. I just don't see it. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And let's try not to get it too political, but just honestly let me know what you think about tariffs. And yeah, take care.
But here's why you might be feeling broke after just buying a few groceries. A 12-pack of Coca-Cola is now $9. So people are giving up on the small comforts of just purchasing Coca-Cola, because the cost of living and groceries are so high right now. Just soda, pop. It probably doesn't cost anywhere near that much amount to produce, but people are giving this up, or at least they should if they want to save money in the grocery store.
Who remembers a time when you could go to Walmart for like $150 and you get all this stuff, but you still felt like you overspent? Yeah, those times are long gone. I did an order today, and I spent about $260, and this is all I got, literally. Crock pot liners, cream cheese. I got 2 cans of chicken broth and 1 beef broth. I got potatoes, shampoo, butter. I did splurge and get Olippops because I deserve it. 2 heavy creams, some sugar, Velveeta, some laundry soap. I did also get these, but they were $5 a piece. And I'm gonna make bread, so they'll pay themselves. 2 blocks of cheese, some veggies, 2 more rices, fried onions, milk, 2 cream of mushrooms, some seasonings, lunch meat, garlic bread. The kids needed some Dr. Pepper. Pork chops, chicken, and beef tips. That's it. That's all I got. Make it make sense.
Here's what I think people are not getting. When a person like myself is warning you that we have a problem with grocery prices not dipping seasonally, like this is gonna be trouble. When we're telling you this, when people like myself who have lived 10 years on an ultra frugal homestead, I have a canning pantry that is deep stocked. I have a dried goods pantry. I have a freezer pantry. Lots of home-raised produce, home-raised meat, stocked to the brim with like frozen eggs. Like we prepare for these things from our experiences living rurally and the struggles that brought. When I'm telling you that these grocery prices really concern me, like that should be a huge red flag. Not because I'm smarter than anybody else, but because having been stocked ahead and watching the prices go to the point where I am eating much more out of my backup reserves than I'm being able to buy and bring in, I don't know how people who don't have any backup reserves or had a small backup reserve, how they're even going to do it. COVID was tough, but we adjusted, right? Like I changed a lot about how my family ate. Post-COVID, there was another price increase. I adjusted again how my family eats. We don't eat meat every day now. We eat a lot more vegetables than fruit because fruit is now expensive, but now we're having a problem where seasonal produce is not dropping. And so I can't restock what I'm eating out of my canning pantry. I can grow a lot in my garden, but I can't grow everything here. I don't think there's enough appreciation given to like what a red flag that is, that people who are already stocking ahead are realizing that these grocery prices are big trouble. It should be a giant red flag.
Raisins, Elon Bite, ice cream, chicken, granola, yogurt, milk, coffee, creamer, bread, strawberries, pancake mix, peanut butter, potatoes, blueberries, Greek yogurt, pistachios, eggs, pumpkins, 5 waters, training underwear.
We're here in Florida on vacation. We just got back from Publix. We were like blown away by the prices at Publix. I don't know, I don't know where other people are shopping at, but we thought the prices were so high compared to where we're from. Like the prices of a Starbucks instant coffee, like a little tiny thing was $13. On my last video that I did about grocery shopping, everyone said to go to Publix because it was more affordable. I don't know. I'm like, wow, we were like blown away. So we spent almost $300 for 4 or 5 days in Florida. We did get some nicer beer, obviously wine, some nice seafood to cook out tonight. But besides that, I mean, just in general, the prices were expensive. We're like, oh my gosh, how are people like feeding more than 1 or 2 kids here? I have to mention the peppers. The pepper my husband got was $4 for one pepper, not organic.
Y'all keep trying to tell people how to budget their way out of inflation. So like the groceries get more expensive, but they always act like it's just you that doesn't know how to shop. Acting like the grocery store Susie Orman. Groceries are getting really expensive, and every time you say that, there's always somebody who's like, nah, y'all just don't shop at the right store. Y'all need to go to Aldi. That's the one they always bring up. They always say you need to go to Aldi. Well, everybody doesn't have an Aldi. Calm down. I have an Aldi. I just think about other people besides myself sometimes. People always act like people are complaining about basic survival. Okay, listen, everybody is still somehow surviving. Somehow. People are still alive and they're still going to the grocery store and they're still getting something. The issue isn't that people can't afford food. It's that they can't afford what they used to be able to afford literally only 1, 2, 3 years ago. There used to be a time where sometimes it would feel like the prices were shooting up. And, you know, like the boxes would get smaller. And you'd be like, I feel like they're making it smaller. But now you don't got to think about that. You know they're doing that. Everything is getting smaller except for the chicken. Chicken is getting bigger.
I just walked out of the grocery store because I can't do this. I went in to get some Thanksgiving groceries. I unzipped my coat. I started looking at the price. I actually zipped my coat back up and walked the hell up out the grocery store. Because who the hell they think they talking to these high-ass prices? I can't afford Thanksgiving this year. I can't. It costs too much. All that we gonna cook. I ain't cooking nothing. I'm gonna bring some pizza rolls to the family dinner. That's what I'm gonna bring, because that's all I can afford. You know it's a damn recession on the way. I am broke. These groceries high as hell. Now, if you know somebody that's going in there stealing, you let me know. But for right now, I can't. I can't. Because Thanksgiving ain't adding up with Christmas. Either I'm gonna get some gifts for these kids, or I'm gonna feed them. I can't do both. I can't do both. Too damn expensive out here on these streets. Hell, it's cheaper to just go ahead and get us a Red Baron pizza and do Thanksgiving like that. What you thankful for? This pepperoni? Somebody help me. It's stressful in these streets.
So, yo, as I record this, actually Thanksgiving just passed, I think 2 days ago. And this man in the last TikTok that we just watched, he was going to get Thanksgiving stuff. And he saw those prices and he said, no, put it back on my coat. I'm heading out the store because it's just too much. It's a shame. Yeah, he's being a bit funny. I think he's a comedian. I don't know. Like, he seems to be a comedian. He's pretty funny. But this is real. At the same time, this is a real situation people are going through. And it's a shame. We can't even afford the holidays. The average American is backing out on getting food, which is living necessities for the holidays. What country are we in? What has happened to America? So Thanksgiving, we personally still ate what we usually eat. We're fortunate in that way, just to have, be able to eat a regular Thanksgiving dinner. But some people aren't as fortunate. So I'm curious, what you're doing, what you did for the holidays. Did you kind of back out on some things? If you feel free to share that. And then Christmas, some people still eat a Christmas dinner as well, but they're going to potentially back out of that as well. And then also, I'm glad I remember to go over this TikTok. $267 for those grocery items in New York. In New York. $267. It wasn't even that much stuff. A couple pumpkins and some other things. Maybe 20 items I didn't count, but it's not enough to be $267.78. So those who are in very expensive cities and states, how are you doing this? New Yorkers, if any of you are watching, how are you affording groceries in New York? I don't know how y'all do it. $267 for not even a full cart. It might have been like fourth full. So this is me, my editing tab. So I'm just looking at this, pumpkins, chicken, drumstick, ice cream. A lot of this was processed food, by the way. You got some milk. The brand name stuff, but I'm not gonna judge somebody because they want to get good food. I'm not going to judge them for that. What? Why is $267? That is not a full cart of groceries right there. And it's just absolutely insane. How are y'all doing it? Let me know. If you want to vent about grocery prices, go ahead. This is part of what this channel is for, to, relate. Because I can relate to you. Look, we're all struggling. If you're not wealthy and rich, you're struggling in some type of way. So, thanks for watching and take care.
The career is pretty much dead in 2025. People are working 3 jobs just to pay for rent and to survive. If you work over 60 hours per week and are still broke, the system has failed you.
I am so sick and tired of being strong. I am so sick and tired of keeping faith. I am so sick and tired of going through the motions. I am so sick and tired. Ooh, I'm at a point in my life where I literally don't have nothing else left to give. No patience, no energy, no nothing. I am trying so hard not to have a panic attack, G. Like life be whooping my ass. And I be trying. Ooh.
Wait.
I did it right. I'm talking about I worked my ass off. I worked my ass off. You hear me? My ass off. It ain't never enough. Time after time after time I get denied. I see why. I see why people would rather quit.
Yeah, they got to quit.
Rather give up. I see why people would just rather say, I'd rather not be here. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. You can give 1,000%, bro. And it seems like the more you give, the more you give, the more you give, the more you gotta endure, the more you gotta endure, the more you gotta go through, bro. Even the strongest get tired.
I'm sorry. If you only want to work 4 hours, it's going to be harder for you to get a house. We busted our behinds. We had to bust our...
Hi, Whoopi. I'm Freddie. I run numbers on the internet, and I got to show you something. The minimum wage in 1980 was $3.10. It is now $7.25. The average salary was $12,500. It's now $59,000. And the median household income was $22,000, and now it's only $77,000 for a 3.5 times increase. However, rent was $243 on average. Now it is $1,900 for a 7.8 times increase. The median house price was $47,000. It is now $419,000 for an 8.9 times increase. And the big one, college, was $2,300. It is now $30,000, 13 times more expensive. Our median household income, to feel like they did back then, for rent should be $171,000 for the family, and for college, it'd be equivalent to our family making $286,000. And to remind everyone, the median household income is $77,000. So Whoopi, with all due respect, I think millennials and Gen Zs have it at least 8 to 10 times harder than you did.
$18 an hour? $18 an hour. I just stopped by the gas station real quick for a quick snack, and I saw a sign that said, now hiring, $18 an hour, great benefits. Now, I'm not trying to knock on cashier jobs or minimum wage jobs because, I mean, you gotta work, you gotta get the money somehow, right? But how are you supposed to survive off of $18 an hour in the great year of 2025 in this economy? Like, there's no way that you're gonna be able to afford rent, utilities, your bills for your car. Wow. 18 an hour? I mean, I obviously can't say anything because I'm still unemployed looking for jobs on Sprout, just swiping all day, auto-applying. So, like, we as a society just need to do something about this. Can something be done? If y'all have any ideas, just please let me know.
They want us to crash out. They want us to lose our mind. Because why did I go to the pharmacy to pick up my Adderall? Which, if you know about Adderall, you know I need that mother. Okay? It was $14 last month. They talking about $96. 96 who? Who has $96? I don't have $96 for my dang Adderall. I got 14. I don't have 96.
Oh,
they talking about your deductible is $8,000 and you got to, be paying your deductible before you can get it. What? See, y'all just want me to lose my mind. You know what? That's okay. Just take me to jail, okay? Do they got books? Just take me to jail. I'll eat the slop on the hard bed because I'm not going to be a productive member of society. I'm not, okay? I'm not. And don't you dare come on here talking about, I got some saffron for you. I don't want your saffron. I want my medicine for $14. On a brighter side, I get home and take a shower after I wash my daughter's cheer stuff.
That's jumper. That's it, Joe.
That's all I got.
Here's another reason why I don't want to live in North America anymore, because all of your money is gone towards your living expenses, okay? It's gone towards paying taxes, number one. So the more money you make, the more taxes you pay. And then two, it's gone towards your shelter, okay? Which is your mortgage and your homes. And I think that is a way to live. It creates absolutely no freedom in life. If anything, you are more in golden handcuffs than ever, because on paper, you think you're making a lot of money. On paper, you have a great job. On paper, you own a home, but you're actually stripped away from resources and values and morals and ethics of freedom, okay? Because you don't have any choice in what you can do with that money, because all of it, almost 50% to 70% of people's income is going towards paying their mortgages and their shelter. And that's when they're making 10 grand a month. Most people don't even make 10 grand a month. Think about those people that don't. That's why I think North America is a place to stay, because you are literally a slave. You work, and you have no time. What do you think we're doing? We're working, and we have no time. We have no time for our kids. We have no time for freedom. We have no time to travel. We have no time to spend time with our families. And I have gotten comments, make time. Yeah, when you are struggling and you are in survival mode to pay off your mortgage, to pay off monthly bills, to pay off utilities, and then to pay the government, and then to put food on the table, how the hell are you going to have time for all of these things? Because you're in survival mode. So what did it change? Our parents came here to give us a better life. And if the life that we have, because we have better jobs in paper and we own a home, but we're doing the exact same thing, is that a better life? Do you want to stay like this for the rest of your life and then one day wake up at 50 and be like, what the hell did I do with my life? So yes, I will say this loud and clear. North America is not the most ideal place to live. But you know what you need to do? You have to use North America to get what you want. And that I am tired of the system they have in place where they take my money from me, right? And they take less money from me because I'm self-employed. And I would encourage you to do that too, okay? If you're self-employed, you get to dictate how much you're going to pay in taxes. There's ways around it. That's why people like Robert Kiyosaki. That's why billionaires and millionaires have a system in place. You pay less in taxes, but they own a lot of assets. We have to question where trading your time for money does not work anymore. It does in other countries where you trade your time for money and you can actually live a good life. But in North America, you trade your time for money, you go to work, you work 9 to 5, you come back home, you get back, you take the train, you come back home at 7 p.m., you get your kids in bed, you shower them, they go to sleep, you're too tired to do anything else, so you go to bed, then you wake up the next morning and then you do the same shit again. If you think that's time, that's not time. You are trading your time for money. We all need to stop doing that. We have to find ways and how we can stop doing that. That's to start your own business. That's to look at passive income. That's to invest in real estate. That's to invest in stocks. Is to invest our income, because if we continue living on our incomes the way that we have zero left at the end of the day to do anything else.
If you're like me and you work multiple jobs and you still can't make ends meet, it's not your fault. Like, we really shouldn't be poor after paying rent. I have worked 2 jobs before and also DoorDashed on my lunch break, before work and after work. And seriously, still couldn't make ends meet. I have lived that. Every year I can see an increase in the cost of living, but I see no increase in pay. Like, I literally can go to the grocery store this year, hell, this month compared to last month, and see the increase, but I haven't received an increase in pay. Like, the jobs aren't going, hey, we noticed that this costs this much now, so let's really pay these people what they need. It doesn't work that way. You work 40 plus hours a week. You take on side jobs like you do Uber, DoorDash, hard food delivery. You do everything possible to make money. You still cannot make ends meet or get ahead. It's not your fault.
Can somebody explain to me in crayon meaning terms why I make over 3 times the federal minimum wage and I cannot afford to live?
I know he kind of answered the question himself in his own video, but I want to highlight one thing he briefly mentioned and talk about it, which is that the American dream is dead. Yes, the traditional American dream, which is like doing better than your parents and being able to provide a lot for your family, is dead, or at least it's changed. Because there are many of us that are well aware that we will never be able to make as much money as our parents did. And I think my mother, who is a boomer and benefited directly from the system in place, said it best when she once said, roughly, that the American dream has changed. It's become very apparent to everyone that in this economy, Gen Z, millennials, and some Gen Xers, many of us will not be able to do better than our parents. We won't even be able to do as well as our parents. And now the American dream has become just being able to get by, being able to maybe afford a house at some point, maybe have a kid or two if we're lucky enough to make that much money. And a lot of us, myself included, who has now experienced company like financial related layoffs twice so far in the last 2 years since I've entered the job market. You know, those of us who feel like we're constantly in fight or flight about bills and how we're gonna keep making it by, it's making us miserable and feel so hopeless. And yes, I could sit here all day and show you graphs of how like inflation is going up, and while wages are going up, it's just not matching inflation. So it feels like we're all just constantly working and working, and the goalpost just keeps getting moved further and further away from us. And yeah, and like a lot of us are extremely stressed and worried and feel like just giving up because we're constantly running a race where the finish line is getting moved further out. And I think it's obvious that we're all just really exhausted right now. I know I am. I'm constantly hitting a wall with all this. And a lot of us have to wake up every day blatantly knowing we will never do as well as our parents did, and we just have to try to make it, you know, somewhat close to that. I'm sorry. My dad passed away several years ago on this date, so I'm just thinking about him, and sometimes I feel like he'd be proud of me, but sometimes I feel like he'd be very disappointed. But he's also an extremely intelligent businessman with multiple degrees, so I think he, more than anyone, would really understand what we're all feeling right now.
It's just straight up too expensive to live in the United States of America, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Hi, I'm Zach. I've kept my budget down to a penny for the past 5 years. And this is what I've spent this month on some of the things that you need to just exist. Let's start with energy. I want you to let me know how much you pay a month for your electric bill. All right, ready? Drum roll, please. This month I spent $242. It's summertime in Florida. It's hot. It's expensive. The AC's running. I keep my house at 78 degrees during the day. I turn off all the lights when I'm not using them. I have LED lights. All of the stuff you're supposed to do. I'm closing my blinds during the day. Everything possibly you can do right. And I just had my highest bill of all time. Checking out my electric bill from September 2020, I paid $139.47. Huh. Okay, so that's almost double. All right, how about utilities? I want you to let me know how much you pay for the utilities a month. Your water bill, your garbage. All right, drum roll, please. 3, 2, 1. I paid $219.77. Just as a frame of reference, in September of 2020, my water bill was $128.09. So that's doubled in 5 years. That's cool. Internet. Everybody loves internet. I needed to post on TikTok. This past month, I spent $84.99. What did you spend this month on internet? I can tell you what I paid in September 2020, 5 years ago. I paid $54.68. That's cool. It's gone up 60%-ish in 5 years. That's fine. So all in all, between my utilities, my energy, and my internet, I am paying $527 and change a month. And I'm sure my story isn't unique. I'm sure you're watching this saying, yes, the same thing with me. I'm paying way too much every month. This isn't sustainable. I know that prices have gone up all around the world, 100%. I just feel like where I live specifically, we've gone into crazy town. No one can pay this. No one can afford this. I'd love to hear what you're paying a month for all these things and where you live in the world. Because I need to know if I'm crazy or if I'm not alone in feeling this way.
Yeah, as I said in the intro, y'all, people are working over 60 hours a week and they're still broke. Some people working 3 jobs just to pay for basic living expenses. That to me is the telltale sign that the system of America has failed its citizens. You've got to work 3 jobs. Even 2. 2 jobs is too much just to meet basic living expenses. I think the only okay way to work 2 jobs is if you're really trying to get ahead and invest in the future with extra money. But people are doing this not for that. They're doing it just to survive. And 3 jobs. Oh my goodness. I worked 2 jobs before, and I did it in my 20s, about a good year and a half, 2 years at most. And I could do that in my 20s because I had the energy, the grit. Well, I still have grit, but it's not as much energy as I used to have. Now, in my 30s, I mean, I would have to do it if I had to, but that would not be fun. Let me tell you, it wasn't fun then in my 20s, and some people are doing this in their 40s, 50s, even older. 3 jobs, 2 jobs. I was like, just gotta throw your hands up and just do what you do. take a deep breath, pray, do whatever, because it's hard out here.
I do it.
It's like the first TikTok, it broke my heart seeing that. So sick and tired. She's so sick and tired of being strong and being patient and all the things that she's doing to just survive. And I'm sure she probably has a family that she's trying to provide for and take care of, maybe single mom, I don't know. Again, all this pressure is on people these days, especially raising children. I don't have any children right now, and I've been stressing. Imagine if I had children and I had to provide. You know, maybe that's why I don't have children right now, because I just couldn't handle that. But it's absolutely heartbreaking to see stuff like this on TikTok. Making these videos, I gotta go through the TikToks and watch them. And I see stuff like this, people really suffering and venting. But whatever we do, cannot ever give up hope in our future, no matter how bad things look. Because when you do that, well, there's nothing else to live for. You may be really close to a breakthrough. You keep on going. I know it's going to sound annoying to some people, like, oh, I've been doing this for years and suffering and struggling. But what can you do? Our life as human beings are not easy. Just isn't. It's very hard. It's like a very hard video game. It's set on extra hard mode. And most people, a lot of people are going to give up on that in some way, whether it is check out from trying, or some people they end up self-deleting. But some people always strive to win. And that's the option I chose. Sometimes I feel like quitting the game, but I know if I do that, I mean, that's going to be a worse result at the end of the day. And it's going to end up being worse in the long run. So, you know, anyways, that perspective maybe. Take care. Share your comments in the comments down below.
In 2025, the cost of living is making people give up. The average rent just hit $2,075 per month. That's over $24,000 per year after taxes just to keep a roof over your head. This is a crisis.
When I got to work this past Friday, I realized I left my lunch at home. I reached out to my daughter. I asked her to put my lunch up. It was sitting on the counter. She said, sure, Mom, but there is an awful smell coming from the refrigerator or the freezer. I already kind of figured that I was going to have some food that would go bad because I had a disconnection of my lights the day before. Hey, we're going to figure out something. Don't even worry about it. Just let me know the food that was bad. Unfortunately, it was my lunch, the stuff that I've meal prepped for the remaining of this week up until the early part of next week. I said, let me get through this day and I'll figure out something by the end of the day, hopefully. I wish they had cup of noodles and burritos and stuff like that in the vending machine instead of junk food. It was a woman who butted her 2 cents in me and my daughter's conversation and volunteered the information, letting me know that there is a small food pantry that we have there in the office. It sits way in the back of the building. It's not open to anyone, but she'll reach out to the woman who runs the program to see if they can give me a cup of noodles and a soup for the day. And I said, okay, thank you so much. I have about $3 in quarters, just let her know that I can pay her the difference. So the woman who butted her 2 cents in me and my daughter's conversation, she tells the lady, like, hey, Miss D, she left her lunch for today. Do you think we can get a cup of noodles, whatever? She says she has a couple of bucks, yada, yada. This lady, y'all, is rolling her eyes. I'm talking about frowning. And then she started talking about me. I'm seeing her lips mumbling because now the conversation has gotten lower. After she sat up there and she was talking all this smack about me, she then goes, oh, I have some noodles in the car. Maybe I could just give her those. So she said, hey, D, I have some noodles in the car. I don't want them. I cut her off. I didn't even let her finish her sentence. Now she's sitting there looking like, I thought you didn't have no lunch. I said, I don't, but I'm okay. This is the thing. No one cares about your situation until it's them. For over a year, I spoke about how I made minimum wage and how I didn't qualify for SNAP benefits. They took my Medicaid, all this stuff that was going on in my life. Everything that's going on now, which is going to affect millions of people, I've already been living it. And no one heard me. No one gave a about me and my position that I was in because it wasn't them. It was always like, go to these food banks, go to this, go to that. You know how many food bank people ignore me and deny me food? And my grandson fool talking about, oh, well, you don't look homeless. Oh, you're making too much money. How am I making too much money and I only make $16 an hour? My rent is $1,700. If I have to pay it later, it's $1,785. The $300 that I have left over is for me to get to work. I don't have no money left over to pay my rent and bills and stuff. I don't ask nobody for nothing. I get up every single day and I go to work and I work hard and do what it is that I have to do. It's crazy how they sit up there and they look down on hard-working, low-income and middle-class people. I will go hungry and starve before I take anything from anybody who is looking down on me. People are doing better in life. It's because they were given an opportunity. If I'm not given an opportunity, my situation is not going to change. I just left the office yesterday for taking another badge photo and getting the shit for me to have a second job that starts one day before my birthday. That's all I do is work, and I don't see no results. Some of you don't understand how it feels when I have to pay my car note and I have something else that is due or that has to be disconnected. I work so very hard to get off of the streets of being homeless with children, and these people didn't give a about me. And the fact that these people sat up there and played in my face like I'm asking, I ask nobody for nothing. I'll go in the break room if I see somebody in the break room so they don't ask me questions of why I'm not eating. I remove myself and I go outside and I will sit alone. I'm not here to ask you for anything. I'm just here sharing my journey and letting you guys know that this is real life. This is really going on. The only way I was able to get SNAP benefits was when I lost my job back in May. And they didn't give me anything until the middle or the end of July. I don't get food stamps every single month. I get food stamps every other month. I've been fighting so long to be in a better position, and that's all it is that I want.
There's only so much people can take before they finally snap, and I think we're getting real damn close. Because the ones at the bottom, the ones holding everything together, we're the ones getting crushed the hardest. We're the ones waking up tired, working 2 jobs, barely keeping the lights on while the people at the top play Monopoly with our lives. They keep squeezing tighter and acting like it'll just never backfire. But what happens when the people who actually make the world run just stop showing up? Because it's not CEOs delivering packages or flipping burgers or wiring homes or building the roads that they drive on. It's us, the ones that they call replaceable, the ones that they underpay and overwork. The ones that have been told to just be grateful for the scraps. But here's the truth. If every broke, burnt out, fed up person in this country just stopped working for 1 week, everything would shut them down. Every supply chain, every store, every service, everything. We have the numbers and we have the power. We've just been too tired and divided to use it. And that's the part that they're scared of. Because deep down, they know that the second the working class remembers its worth, the whole system collapses overnight.
I've noticed people don't like to talk about money nowadays, or even back in the day, it's a very taboo topic to talk about. But I think we need to start normalizing talking about it, and especially now with everything being so expensive. I'm going to break down the bills that I have. I'm making more money than I've ever made in my adult life right now. And this is the first time that I've had to budget. And you can say you're spoiled, whatever. I've just done well, and my husband does well. We don't live in a grandiose house. We live in a nice house, yes. We live in a very nice city, yes. But let's break down some of the bills. And let's just be completely transparent. So, first bill is the mortgage. My mortgage is almost $3,300 a month. The second bill, my biggest bill, is my daughter's school. That's almost $24,000 a year. The third biggest bill would be my utility bill. Apparently, we had a toilet running, and so last month, our water bill, I think I made a video about it, was $514. So I had to pay that. They wouldn't do anything about it. They said the water had to go somewhere. We had somebody come out and check for any type of leak. There was no leak. We were forced to pay that on top of the regular water bill, which is usually $90 a month. Then you have your electricity bill, and that's usually around $130 a month. Then you have car payments. My husband's car is paid off. And my car now, my new one that I got, is about $300 a month, which is not a lot, I know. But then you have insurance. Our insurance is about $300 every single month. And what else? Extracurricular activities for my daughter, a couple $100 a month. Our grocery bill, we don't do like large hauls. We go like every couple days and get stuff, and I never had to budget it. We would just always go and buy it. And I broke it down this month, and we spend about $800 a month on groceries because we don't eat out, and we make everything at home. And then we obviously have my housekeeper every week. That's $150 a month. So that's what, $600 a month. And then my dog gets groomed every 6 weeks. That's another $100. And that's not even including any of the extra things like shopping or whatever. And I don't even buy clothes full price. I thrift most things. And I don't get my nails done. I don't get my hair done. I don't do spray tan. I don't do lashes. Yes, I do Botox. That's it. I don't buy makeup. All my makeup is sent to me for free. Yes. And I don't know how families are dealing with the cost of living. It is scary. And like I said, I do I'm not going to go into how much I think that's a little bit too much. But those are our bills. And this is the first month that, we are going to be like paycheck to paycheck. And I've never been like that my entire life. And I'm worried. I'm legitimately worried. Usually everything just gets automatically taken out of our account on automatic payment. This time, I'm like looking at my account and it's going to be close by the end of the month. And then credit cards, I put everything on credit cards, but I always pay them off in full at the end of the month. I will not pay a dime of interest. But this month, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. Depends on how big my commission check's going to be. And I've never had to live like this before. I don't get it. My husband and I are both making more money than we've ever made. Why? I don't know how. It freaks me out to think about how other families live. Like, should I just move? Should we move to like West Virginia and just get like a nice big house and all our expenses would be like lowered? Oh, property tax, $12,000 a year. You guys, it goes on and on and on and on and on. And I'm nervous this month.
Y'all, the first video that we went over was a lady in her car, just people judging her for wanting food and asking for food. And it's just a shame. Number one, that America, well, I don't know if this is number one, but that America has gotten to this point where it's so unaffordable just for its own citizens to have basic living expenses. And then number two, just how cold-hearted people are. When most people are just one paycheck away from being in a very bad financial situation where they may be evicted themselves. But the people who are a little bit better off, I bet the people that work with her, they miss one or two paychecks. They'll be in the same or similar position. And even if not, it's still wrong to judge somebody in a lower situation because it can happen to anybody. You can be a rich person and be down and out. There's people who win the lottery, they become multimillionaires, and then just a few years later, they blow it and they may even end up homeless. There's a lot of celebrities who end up that way. They become multimillionaires, they get rich, they get on drugs, and they go crazy, and some end up wandering the streets. I've seen examples of it. Anyways, it's just a shame, y'all. Like, we gotta do better. We got to do better and not look at people that have a less well-off financial position or status in society. It's like they didn't even treat her as a human being with dignity. we're all worthy of dignity and respect as human beings. And this lady's trying so hard, getting threatened with eviction notices, struggling just to pay for food. She's raising a family, and just a lot of women, you know, they're single moms, y'all. A lot of women out here in America, they're single moms. You know, it doesn't even have to be a race thing. I've seen single moms in white family, black family. Of course, it happens more in the black families, but it happens in any family. It can happen to any race. And a lot of these single moms are struggling so hard, you know, and some of them don't get child support, or it's such a minimal payment. Some of them don't even get anything because the father is in jail or just doesn't have any money to pay child support. And it's just like they're in a bad situation. They're having to raise a kid or kids and work and feed and cook and clean and just deal with all that pressure that a woman shouldn't have to experience on their own. They have to deal with it. And no wonder why so many single moms are breaking down like that. Like in the first TikTok that we reviewed, I saw that and I said, I have to put this TikTok first because I want people to see her situation and just see how bad that America has got, how cold the hearts of people have gotten. And yeah, so let me know what you think in the comments below. Yeah, sad stuff. All right, take care.
So here's a number that may scare you. To live comfortably as a single adult in New York City, you need an annual income of $138,000 per year. This is not for a family. This is for one single adult in New York City.
The economy is so bad right now. We get paid twice as much or even 3 times as much as our parents and grandparents made, and we don't own half of the things that they own because the inflation is to a rate where it's almost unsustainable. And I think a lot of people in the government is seeing that, hence to the government shutdown and then the quiet reopening right before the holidays, because they know that they need your money during the holidays in order to even sustain somewhat of an economy or the illusion of the economy. Because I'm at the point right now where I've just accepted you will own nothing and be happy. I own my conversion van and I own my Suzuki SX4. And other than that, I mean, guys, honestly, it's not looking like I'm going to be owning a house in America at least. Now, in Asia, that might be, you know, something different. If I could look over the purple, because you can get a great place in Asia for about 40 grand, 30 grand. So. But in America, there's no way I'm getting a place in the middle of nowhere for $150,000. And a lot of us are pretty much the same way, because you can't even think about getting a place in the city. That's going to be at least $600,000. And then nobody wants to do a 50-year mortgage.
The cost of living is quite literally crushing me. I don't know how we're supposed to live like this anymore. My husband and I make decent money. 10 years ago, it would have been considered good money. But now, every time I go to the store, $100 here, $100 there, I am draining our bank account just trying to feed our kids. We have 3 kids, and I just printed their back to school supply list that they're required to bring on the first day of school. They're a page long each. I'm talking hundreds of dollars worth of school supplies. And this isn't a knock on our public school. Our school system is great. But I don't know how I'm supposed to keep affording all this. And then, of course, they all grew out of their tennis shoes over the summer. So they'll each need a new pair of tennis shoes. That's $50, $60 a piece. And then my daughter, she wanted to go back to school shopping. Is that even a thing anymore? That used to be my favorite time of the year, when my mom would take me and my sister to get a little mini wardrobe before going back to school in the fall. But I don't know how I'm going to afford it. I went to Abercrombie Kids because she's extremely petite like me, and they have petite size clothes for even little girls. Otherwise, pants don't fit her. So I go and I just put 3 or 4 pairs of pants in there and a couple shirts. It was $300. I can't afford that. So now what? I tell her that she can't have back to school clothes this year? And trust me, I know there are millions of people across the world that are in a much worse situation than me, and I am very aware of that. But you'd think, living in the United States of America, I could give my children the luxury of pants that fit and some new tennis shoes before school started. We can't continue to live like this. I am riddled with anxiety every minute of every day with what's going on in this country.
and trying to support a family.
We are not pissed off enough. Not about the rent, not about the food, not about the fact that literally everything costs more every second you wake up. While every paycheck just leases you back your own life. Every week, every 2 weeks, or hell, in some cases, for some people, only once a month. We should be furious. But we've been taught to just stay calm and be professional and just keep it respectful while everything around us just keeps falling apart. They've really built a system that's so exhausting that people don't even have the energy to be angry anymore. They'll sit in traffic for 2 hours, work 10 more, scroll through news about corruption and layoffs, and then just sigh and say, well, it is what it is, and then do it again tomorrow. That's not the peace that we deserve. That's defeat. We've been so used to being mistreated that fairness feels like a fantasy. We're so used to struggle that survival feels like success. And the few who are pissed off, the ones who refuse to pretend that this is okay, they're labeled negative and lazy and crazy. They're actually the only sane ones left. Because if you can look around and still think that this is normal, you're not. You're not strong. You're extremely sedated.
My rent is $22.50. $22.50. So I'm ready to move, point blank period. So I inquired about a rental property not too far from me that's being rented by a private landlord, but a real estate agent is running everything. So as soon as I hit her up, first question, baby, how much is the rent? How much is the rent? She said $2,700. Mind you, the property is similar to mine. It's newer than mine, but it's similar to mine. Same square footage, same amount of rooms, bathrooms, whatever. Baby, I'm not interested because I'm literally trying to save money, not spend more money. So now she's trying to, get me to move to this property, of course. That's her job. And so I'm like, girl, like, I already paid $2,250. I don't want to pay $2,700. Like, what? In what reality would I do that? I'm just going to say where the hell I'm at. I'm just going to sign another lease. I'm not going to move. She's like, oh, so what's your target? Girl, less than $2,250. She told me the unit has been vacant for a while and the owner is really trying to get it rented. Girl, not for $2,700. They not trying to rent $2,700. Like, god damn, let's be for real. She talk about how low you want to go. Girl, less than $2,250, less than $2,000 at this point. $2,700 is not optional.
I just had the most unreasonable reaction to something. So I just went to the bank to try to open a checking account. Like another just free checking account, like if it was for saving for Christmas presents or like traveling, just like a short-term thing. The guy says, we can't do that. You have to have a $500 minimum. I don't want that. I just want it to be like basic. I don't want a savings account because I need to be able to move things in and out of it as needed. Just wanted like a free basic checking account. I already have an account here. Why can't you do that? He said no. I said, whatever. I left. I get in my car. I just start crying. That is a completely unreasonable response to the interaction that just happened. It's not that big of a deal, but it pissed me off. And it's because I feel like everything, like I immediately got in the car and texted my husband. I said, everything just feels so impossible right now. Like everything, just the weight of everything feels impossible. Like affording to live feels impossible. Like I've been constantly going back and forth. Like, do I want to have another baby? I can't afford it. Like, would I like to? Yeah, sure, but can't. It would mean I need a bigger house, a bigger car, another school. Like, it's so frustrating that these decisions have to be based on things like that. And that all of us have to have like 2 to 3 side hustles just to function. Like, my husband and I have good jobs. We both work. I don't want to work. I want to stay home. Are you kidding me? I would love to just be staying home with my kids. I also do content creation, make money off of that. Like, I do Disney travel planning. I don't even talk about that. I do that too. Like, I have 2 side hustles and a job. My husband has a very good job. We cannot afford to live. Like, it's incredibly infuriating that this is where we're at. It's just, we should be able to live comfortably with the income that we make. And it's just that we can't. I'm not sure how we got there, but anyway.
That lady just got up here and said she can't miss no checks because, for one thing, she need at least 2 of her checks to make payment for her rent. But why is rent so expensive? I've been telling myself all year that I'm ready to move to a different apartment. I'm ready to like switch it up because sometimes you get tired of staying where you stay. It's like having to pay for housing, having to pay like rent or mortgage. It's never going to go away. Like if you plan on being any type of grown, full-blown adult, you're going to have to pay rent. But it's like, how much are y'all willing to pay? What's the maximum amount you're willing to pay in rent? And for what? Anytime a 1-bedroom apartment is pushing almost $2,000, and it's not even what you would call luxurious. I just think that's crazy work. It's taking these people 2 paychecks out of 1 month when they already only get paid twice a month. It's taking them 2 paychecks or a paycheck and a half just to pay rent. And by now, all the grown adults have sense enough to know that rent is not the only bill that adults have to pay. Rent and mortgage may be the most expensive bill, but let me just tell you that the car notes are running neck and neck. And every other bill, I done seen people with some crazy high phone bills. So it's just like, why is the rent so expensive?
You cannot budget your way out of a bad economy and greed. I just saw a girl on here say her rent is going up from $1,300 to $1,800. Nothing's changing, just a $500 increase because they can do that. And it was so upsetting hearing the anger and frustration in her voice because obviously if she re-signs but can't make those monthly payments, she'll be facing eviction and homelessness. But if she chooses to relocate, that's also very expensive because a lot of places want first month, last month, and security deposit, which is oftentimes equivalent to 1 month's rent, which, by the way, rent these days, you're not finding anything under like $1,500. Then you have to pay for your U-Haul. If you want to get movers, if you want to move across state lines to hopefully find something cheaper, like all of that adds up for one event, and you're looking at $7,000 or more. Now, who has that just sitting around in the bank these days? I would love to know. Tell me your secrets, please. But it's just scary. Even private landlords are being impacted because their property taxes are going up, so now they have to up the rent on their tenants. And I just want to know, where do we all fit in this system? What is the angle here for us? And I hate to say this, but I feel like there is no angle for us other than to be weeded out. We're not in the big picture. Our well-being, our basic human rights, food, shelter, that kind of stuff, that's not on the agenda of these private corporations who are upping the prices on these complexes, or the government and the economy that claim to care about us so much. We're not on their agenda. So like I said in the beginning, it's just scary because no matter how you try to sit there and go over your budget and review your monthly statements and try to stop spending here and stop spending there, you cannot budget your way out of economy and greed. I don't know. It's scary, but...
Yeah, without a doubt, rent is so expensive. I mean, I was looking at places, if I wanted to move, I was thinking about Florida. I was looking at places in Florida, just different apartments, you know, going through the different apps or websites, whatever it is, where you can rent out apartments, just seeing what they would cost if I decided to move to Tampa. One of the worst areas to move to if you're trying to be frugal with your money and try to cut back expenses. Because if you want to live anywhere semi-nice in Tampa, or really anywhere in Florida, it seems like, besides the Panhandle and Jacksonville area, because that's the cheapest part. But if you want to live anywhere south of that, Orlando south, well, it's going to be $2,000, as the woman said, $2,000 at least a month. It's ridiculous. For a good apartment in a good area, I'm talking about a good area now, because it can be a good apartment, but in the middle of nowhere, it could be a nice looking apartment in a bad area. But I'm talking about a good, nice looking apartment, decent, got good amenities, utilities, different things, oven, washer, dryer, just good stuff. It's well maintained and in a good area. And so when I mean good area, I don't mean a super rich area. I'm just talking about an area that's not riddled with crime and actually is close to different amenities and food and grocery stores and restaurants. $2,000 essentially for a 1-bedroom. Go back to 2015. $2,000 probably gets you a 3-bedroom apartment. But now $2,000 is getting to the point to where if you want a decent apartment in a decent area, it's only going to afford a studio. It's getting to the point, maybe in 2026 or the late 2020s, when $2,000 will only get you a studio. And that's just insane. I can't even fathom that, how we've gotten this far with how the cost of living, what's going on. I'm really curious, you know, I want to see a whole bunch of comments actually. If you made this far in the video, everybody who's made this far in the video, if you stay somewhere where the rent is outrageous, I'm curious where you stay. You don't have to share the city, but the states. Maybe you can share the city if you want. People aren't really going to look you up if you just share the city. Share the state, city if you want to, and the amount you pay per month right now in rent. Mortgages are a little bit cheaper, I think, than rent. But I mean, you can share that too if you want to. But I'm mainly looking at rent. So anybody who's renting, I want to see these prices in late 2025 because it is absolute insanity. It got me questioning whether I should stay in the U.S. I want to stay here, but I'm just like, what if things continually get worse at this rate? You know, maybe moving will have to be something I have to consider. Anyways, take care, y'all. Don't forget to comment. All right.
So fast food chains are empty for a reason. Chains like Denny's have closed 90 locations. We aren't boycotting. It's just that we're realizing we're not going to pay $20 for reheated food. The industry has did this to themselves.
Bro, I am at McDonald's and I just ordered breakfast, a bacon, egg, and cheese bagel with an orange juice and a hash brown. $16. What in the what? I remember when the meal was like $8, $9. When the hell did this go up to $16? This is ridiculous.
I just went to lunch in Franklin, Tennessee, and I spent $17 on a Caesar salad that wasn't that big, and an additional $7 to add half of a grilled chicken breast to it. I'm so sick of these restaurant prices. There's another place I saw in East Nashville that's selling sandwiches for $17, and they're not like fancy. They don't come with anything. It's literally just the sandwich. Like, I don't know if it's just the Nashville thing or what, but the prices here are insane. It's crazy. And I understand inflation, it affects everything, but it freaking sucks and I'm over it. And the best part about that restaurant that I just ate at was they had the like tip thing at the bottom where they calculate the tip for you. It was wrong by like $1.50 for 18%, and it went up from there. Like, these people are scamming us, and then they're scamming us even more. Like, it's crazy.
Chipotle, please listen to me. You guys are on social media this week in an article talking about the fact that you guys' stock has dipped 15% because Gen Z doesn't want to eat out anymore. Please hear me as a guy that loves to lift weights and stop for a Chipotle bowl on the way home and has been doing it for years. You guys did this to yourselves, and your previous CEO really did you in, and you guys are going to be dealing with those long-term effects for a long time. Now, take some accountability, Chipotle. It's your own fault that your stock is down 15%. Your previous CEO, who's now overrunning Starbucks and has people striking and everything else, was on TV for a year before he left you guys in ruins, because he was walking all over and all these. It had your head of public relations or marketing, whoever the lady was as well, on TV every single week for a year going, the portion sizes haven't gotten smaller. That's not true. There was hundreds of videos and pictures online everywhere on social media of people with a burrito that fit in the palm of their hand when they ordered online. The original CEO of Chipotle, he had an edict. It was load the people up with food. So we got tiny portions, and you guys tripled the prices since the start of COVID till now. I used to be able to get a burrito for $8. I used to be able to get a burrito bowl for $11. It's hard to walk out of there for under $20, especially if you want any kind of chips and guac or a drink or anything else. Heaven forbid you want some queso. Like, you guys priced yourselves out of the average consumer. So did McDonald's, a bunch of other places that were supposed to be fast, easy, cheap food. You guys are not gourmet food. It's Chipotle. It's a burrito bowl, man. It's cheap Mexican food. We love Chipotle. It tastes good. But you guys did it yourselves by letting Brian Nickel run all over TV and tell people that they hadn't lowered the portion sizes. And then you had hundreds of videos from your own managers and workers on social media saying, yeah, they forced us to like tap the spoon, make anything fall off, and da-da-da-da-da. It was so bad, people were going in and they were holding their phones when they got to Chipotle order so that people would know, oh, they're going to blast me on social media, I'll load my bowl up. That's how ridiculous it got that you guys were chinsing people like out of so much money. So you guys, you did this to yourselves. Lower your prices. You guys have really good social media marketing now that Brian left and got him out of the way, thank goodness.
And now that you guys have really good commercials out there, like constant UGC ads, people getting Chipotle stuff, that's good again. But the prices are completely out of control. You guys are opening a new store every single day for the rest of the year, you guys announced. Don't complain that your stock dipped. You guys did this to yourselves. You made yourselves too expensive for a cheap product. It's not going to get fixed until you lower the prices. Let me know if you guys agree.
Nearly 40% of Americans are eating out less than last year, and it's crushing restaurants nationwide. A new YouGov study reveals the harsh reality. 8 in 10 Americans say restaurant prices have risen noticeably in the past 12 months. And the result? Well, diners are sharing meals or skipping drinks or even staying home more often. Restaurant owner Derek Kitchen in Salt Lake City knows this struggle firsthand.
Inflation itself really took a lot out of us, and then the tariffs kind of brought us to our knees, to be honest with you.
And it's the same with Ying Nance, owner of Chubby Baker.
Cost of goods has gone up 35%, and payroll has gone up like 39%.
Immigration policies, well, they're making things worse. Arizona restaurant owner Adriana Zapata is seeing customers and workers just disappear.
Right after the election, we saw a decrease in store traffic. Right away, the customer base dropped.
This matters beyond restaurants. Consumer spending drives 2/3 of our economy. Major chains like Chipotle and McDonald's, well, yeah, they're feeling it too. So as the holiday season approaches, will you be dining out to support your local restaurants?
Someone sent me a picture of the Chipotle menu from around 2017, and I almost blocked it. Glad I didn't call the cops, because I didn't need all this negative energy early in the morning like this, because I remember like it was yesterday. $6 Chipotle bowls, and they were so big, they could feed a family of 4 for 3 weeks straight. And hold on, that's not even the scariest. This is a picture from around 2007, a whole decade early. You see what I'm seeing? It's like the prices froze in time. And even the people, they look happier. It's like just a bunch of people living in the moment. And the thing is, we'll never see it again. It's like we're looking at ancient relics, hieroglyphics, and even looking back, the bowls had soul. They had a little bit of dignity. The scoops were scooping, and it wouldn't be this light drizzle over your food with the spoon like they do these days. It would be a torrential downpour of just food. It would be like a tsunami of just chicken all in your burrito bowl. This was a time where a Chipotle bowl would leave you full. You might have leftovers even. These days, I damn near eat the bowl. Fork and all.
Them $6 coffees add up. Either they close down, or some people struggling going through hard times. They ain't got nobody in Starbucks.
I just got back from Stefano's Pizza. $49.92 for 1 large sandwich, 1 small sandwich, 2 sodas, and 2 cannolis. And this is what they give you. This is supposed to be a meatball parm. 1 tiny meatball. This is the large. How pathetic is that, man? If you're gonna charge me $17 for a frickin' sandwich, maybe put some meatball on it. What a joke.
So the first TikTok we went over, $16 for a meal at McDonald's. Who would have thought? I never would have thought it's gotten that far. Maybe when I became a really old man. But when I was in high school, I could eat McDonald's for the cheap $1 menu, $1 fry. I used to get $1 fry, 2 McChickens. That's $3 in total. $2 McChickens, $1 fry, and sometimes I would skip the drink, so I would get my own drink somewhere like a gas station. So literally $3 plus tax. It's like tax in Georgia is 7 cents on the dollar, so that'll be $3.21, and I can eat a pretty good meal. Sometimes, if I'm really hungry, I would get another item off the dollar menu, so $4.28, and just be full. Now meals at fast food restaurants at McDonald's are costing 4 times what they used to cost 20 years ago. 4 times what they used to cost 20 years ago. Have our wages increased 4 times? absolutely insane when you think about it. McDonald's, $16. You know, back in the 2000s, $16 for a meal was even more expensive than a sit-down restaurant price. For example, going to Longhorn Steakhouse, going to the restaurant in the 2000s, $16, I think back then, would afford a meal plus a tip. A meal plus a tip in the 2000s. And now you're paying $16 freaking drive-through fast food restaurants. You're not sitting down. It's fast food. It's cheap. It's fried. It's processed. You're not having to pay for service. $16. Like, I can't wrap my head around that. $16 for a meal at a fast food restaurant. Just if you live long enough, I think these fast food restaurants, they're thinking that we have amnesia. We just forgot how cheap things used to cost. That's what I'm thinking. Because do they understand that those who have lived in the 2000s, who were adults then and could buy stuff, that we forgot how cheap things used to be? I didn't forget. I didn't forget. I remember exactly. McDonald's dollar menu. So they're going to go out of business doing this. They're just going to, and I don't know what's going to replace them. But McDonald's has been in business for a long time now, many decades. And what are they going to do to stay in business? I don't think they can just change their branding and try to appeal to the upscale sit-down restaurant, because it's not a sit-down restaurant. I don't even think they could change their branding to something like Chipotle, which is kind of in between fast food and sit-down. I don't know what they're going to do, but it's not looking good for these fast food chains like Burger King and McDonald's and Wendy's. It is, even Chipotle is insane and probably going to go out of business if they keep this up. But McDonald's, stuff like that's probably going to be the first to go. Crazy. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. All right, take care.
If you're like me, you're probably cutting back on the price of some grocery items. I get so many comments of people astonished at the price of food and just basic living expenses.
This is serious enough where I had to hop on looking to Shepherd. On my 30-minute break, I came to Publix because I didn't pack any lunch. So I go on the Publix app, trying to see what's the sandwich on sale. The Italian, my favorite. I pull up. Yes. Why do I see this price? $9.99. I go up to the gentleman. I say, hey, sir, price is wrong. Because when it's on sale, give me a whole foot-long sandwich for $7.99, $6.99. He's like, oh, yeah, they upped the prices. We are in a recession. Do you know how much a foot-long sub now costs? $10.99. I think that's criminal. Because from where I'm from, the psychotic state of Florida, they shouldn't be anything more than $8. What are we talking about? I'm upset.
Okay, what the fuck is going on with food right now? This is literally 93.7. It's all organic or whatever, all grass-fed for $10.49 a pound. That's ridiculous. Even down here for $85.15, it's more. It's $11.50. And you know that's organic or whatever. But still, you have 94 for $8 a pound.
The price of things is just, this is disgusting, actually. It's like out of control. I'm sorry, why is this $4? And that's the sale. $4. Are you joking? I saw a bag of rice for $10.
Sushi rice.
What? Everybody knows rice is like, that's your cheap food. $10, and the bag was probably like yay big. It's not a giant bag. We need a revolution immediately. Start bombing.
Is anybody else sick of these grocery bills? Because I just spent $80 at Trader Joe's. I still have to buy food like to eat for dinner for the week at the regular grocery store. That's going to cost me over $100. So this is out of control. Prices are ridiculous. I don't even know what I bought at Trader Joe's. Can you guys relate? Because why are prices so expensive?
Just like Walmart.
How
are people affording groceries? Literally, like, I went and got snacks and a few other stuff. 7 bags. I have 7 bags. Let me show you my bags. They literally fit in my back seat. Like, there's 7 of them. That's it, 7. $250. $250. My most expensive item, $25 underwear for my kid. Haynes, you're killing me. Oh my God.
gosh, guys, like, so, yeah, I'm gonna create an OnlyFans account. I'll let y'all know when my fees are up. I need y'all to join, because this is ridiculous. I'm kidding, kind of, no, really.
So y'all just not gonna say nothing. These Oreos are $8. These chips almost $8. This 2 liter is $4. This Pepsi is almost $12. This Coke is $10. I'm not paying the $8. I just won't eat it. I'm not paying the $7.
These are $16.99. $16.99 for 2 pounds of strawberries? Is this really what you're doing?
Make it make sense why I'm paying $500 a week for groceries and necessities at Walmart, mind you. It wouldn't be much cheaper at Aldi, and I can't get a lot of the things anyway at Aldi. Why? I question every single week. Why does it cost this much to live? I'm grateful beyond words that I can spend that, but like those of you out there living on 1 income or living on 2 incomes with no like extra income, no extra streams, and you're trying to buy organic and fresh things for your family, how are you doing it? Like, I do not know. Because most people have a mortgage. We don't have a mortgage anymore since we live in our RV. But like, how are you doing it?
I got married and moved states away from my family the day after I turned 18. That detail is relevant to my frustration right now because I just want to stress to you that for my entire adult life, I've lived independently and I've been responsible for the grocery shopping for a household, for me and another person, minimum, my whole adult life. I have never, ever seen groceries as expensive as they've been all year, but in particular, just the last 2 weeks. The way that costs have just shot up on everything across the board. And we're talking, I went to the grocery store today fully expecting to need to budget shop. In my, 16 years of adulthood, I've had periods of time where I don't have a lot of money, and then I have periods of time where I have money. And so grocery shopping can look like, we're eating a lot of bean burritos this week, or, hey, let's cook something really elaborate. I went into the grocery store today knowing that my budget was bean burrito budget. And even with my bean burrito budget, knowing that I was not going to get the fancy food, knowing that just the food that I need to eat and survive and get through the next week. And I didn't buy any meat. I didn't buy any protein at all, except for some deli meat. I bought some turkey. But I went into the grocery store knowing that I was pulling stuff out of the freezer and I wasn't going to buy any meat or proteins this week. I got my total from the grocery store clerk, and I almost wanted to cry. I didn't buy a lot of food, okay? And I didn't buy any meat. Frozen pizzas right now where I am are $10 a pop. And not those aren't the fancy frozen pizzas. We're talking the regular ass frozen pizzas. The Tombstone, the cheap frozen pizza that, in my opinion, should be $2.99 max, was $8.99. That's $9. With taxes, that's $10. And I just feel really bad for young people, and I feel the need to affirm for young people that are working jobs and getting paid per hour and still having to buy the same groceries that I'm having to buy. This is not normal. And when I was your age and when I was making money and not, the groceries were significantly cheaper. I used to buy chicken for $2 a pound. And that really wasn't all that long ago. That was 6 years ago. That I know for a fact the Smiths around the corner from my house would... Oh my God. Oh my God. When the frozen pizza is in the double digits, fam, we're cooked. We are deep fried, golden brown, and crispy.
Y'all, even soda prices. There was one TikTok that we seen where Pepsi, I think it was 12 pack, $12 for soda pop, wherever you are in the U.S. Some people call it soda, some people call it pop. But it's just like the cheapest stuff now is becoming pretty expensive. It's like when the cheap stuff becomes expensive, everything, your whole grocery bill just goes up astronomically. And yeah, what are people doing? How are you getting by? Especially if you have a family, multiple mouths you have to feed. How are you getting by? Because me, I just shop myself, and I live at my mom's house, and I do buy my own groceries. Yeah, I used to be vegan, and so I had to. Originally, because I couldn't eat when my mom cooked, because she ate meat and stuff and I didn't. She ate dairy and stuff and I didn't. I just recently stopped being vegan, so sometimes I eat the stuff she cooks now. But I still have to buy my own stuff, for the most part. Just my basic meals that I get. I usually get pre-cooked meals as well. But yeah, let me know how y'all are doing it. Even if you're single, in the living room. If you're just single, living on your own, and you're buying groceries, paying all your bills, that is a feat. It's like my word, it's admirable. It's admirable. And then if you're living with a family and you have like multiple mouths to feed, that's admirable too. Like whatever you're doing, if you're just living and you're still getting by and you're getting the bills paid, just living is admirable today in this economy. So let me know what you're doing, and you can vent in the comments. This is a place where you definitely vent, because a lot of Americans are really feeling it, just paying for basic living expenses, and it's ridiculous. So I'm documenting this on this channel, the economic collapse of America. It's unfortunate. I don't want this to be the case, but it is being the case. I don't know if it will ever be, but I hope it does, but it's not looking good. Anyways, thank you for watching, and take care.
So it is not just in your head. A regular box of Cheerios is now $7.29. Golly, just to feed your kids, $7.29, and it's not a special brand now, just Cheerios, basic brand. So this is why people are feeling it so much in 2025. Grocery prices are out of control.
How do people afford to live? I am leaving Costco with 6 items, $165 for 6 things. I mean, salmon's one of them, but my heart goes out to all you moms and dads who are raising families and trying to feed your kids. I don't have any college educations to pay for. 6 items, $165. How are families making it and surviving in this day and age? Holy cow.
I'm in
Publix right now, but please help me understand, when was a box of cereal $9.29? Literally for a box of Honey Nut Cheerios. And I don't know if the prices have been this high, because honestly, I don't eat cereal, but lately my kids have been into cereal, so now I'm here purchasing cereal. But y'all, one box of cereal, the giant size, is damn near $10 for one box. And the only reason why I'm about to grab 2 is because it's buy one, get one. It's BOGO. But y'all, these grocery store prices are insane. The smaller boxes of cereal are $5.29, but y'all, this is insane. I still cannot get over $10 or $9.29 for one box of cereal. That is crazy. That's insane. That is insane.
If I see a post, someone's grocery shopping, where they say how much they spent, and I see a bunch of comments saying, oh, well, there's your problem. You bought a bunch of name brand stuff. You got Bounty. You got Philadelphia. Or, oh, you went to Trader Joe's. You went to Wegmans. Do we not work full-time? Are we not all adults that are working full-time? Why don't you defend the prices? Saying, well, it's your fault for getting name brand. If we want to buy Bounty paper towels in Philadelphia when we work 35 to 40 plus hours a week, we should be able to do that. And I don't understand why y'all are all sitting around going, oh, shouldn't do that, shouldn't do that. I work my butt off. You work your butt off. You should be able to buy what you need. And if you want to spend it at Trader Joe's, Wegmans, Healthy Living in Vermont, the City Market Co-op, you should be able to do that. You should be able to buy whatever you want with your money because you are an adult working full time. But y'all want to say that's okay because it's a name brand. This.
How to get those?
Holy cow.
I just got back from Target. I'm in my car in the parking lot, just decompressing about all the money I spent and the little bit of bags that I have. $180 for some like bananas, peanut butter, frozen waffles, creamer, milk, just like basic things that should not cost this much. And I am like really good at price hunting, finding the best deals, clipping coupons. But I didn't have time today. It was just like, let's run in and grab some things really quick that we need. And yeah, $180 later, I am hurting for what I bought and what I got. It's just outrageous. I think I'm in denial a lot of times about just how high prices are right now in our grocery stores. And I have 2 kids and they eat a lot, and I don't want to feed them like the junk food and the quick processed stuff, but even that has gone up, like frozen meals and stuff. It's just outrageous. I just don't know how we're surviving, but we are. I mean, you know, we've been doing it and we will get through it. But I guess when I stay in my little like isolation hub at home, and then I just pick what I want online. I'm not actually going into the grocery store and seeing all the prices of everything. It's not so overwhelming. So yeah, maybe I learned a lesson, like don't go shopping in the store, just gotta stay with my Instacart and I'll just live in denial forever.
Why didn't anybody warn me that the most expensive part of having kids would be buying berries from the grocery store? I've been 4 times this week, 4, to buy berries. And if you're buying organic, forget it. I'm gonna have to take a second mortgage out of my house at this rate. Berries.
It seriously blows my mind how expensive groceries are. We needed groceries. I feel like we waited till the very, very, very last minute. So we didn't really have much, so I had to go and do like a big haul. And freaking expensive. Like, what is going on? You know, we're gonna buy it, but we're gonna complain while buying it. The crazy thing is like, not only do we have to get groceries every month, but we have to get, like, if you have kids, you have to get diapers, and you have to get wipes, and you have to get hygiene products and wellness products, and it's like, geez, like,
gotta get those wipes.
Why is it gonna be so expensive?
Y'all, can we just talk about the price of groceries? Oh my gosh, went to Sam's today. Well, just Sam's pickup. Got a rotisserie chicken, some red seedless grapes. Got some croissants, some sweet potatoes, 2 loaves of bread, 4 bags of skinny popcorn, some variety pack cookies, got some pre-made chicken salad, and 2 packs of chicken breasts that are already cooked. There's 6 chicken breasts in here. And a big bag of steamable broccoli. This came in a bigger bag. There's 4 of these bags in that bag. $240.
That's how much I paid today for this box. I'm here and I'm just adding some numbers together and doing my budget. Because you know what? Today I asked my husband, where's the money? We're making the best we've ever made. Both earners, both incomes, good incomes and everything, and we don't have money. We're living paycheck to paycheck, basically. So I put the numbers together and I decided to look at my budget. On June the 2nd, 2023, and I'm going to try to insert somewhere here the photo. I took a shot of, you know, how much I paid for it. On June the 2nd, 2023, the same exact coffee was $9.92. It's almost doubled in 2 years. Of course, my salary hasn't doubled. My income has not doubled. It went up a little bit, but certainly nowhere near that. And I don't know where my money goes. Every month, I'm struggling.
Did you know that groceries in Virginia are now more expensive than ever, and nearly half of all Virginians are putting themselves into debt just to put food on the table? And according to Virginia Dogwood, the Food at Home Index last month had the largest jump since 2022, and many families are now borrowing money in order to feed their kids. And as a result, food bank demands in Virginia are now higher than ever, especially in places like Charlottesville and even Northern Virginia. And at one Northern Virginia food bank, they had roughly 50,000 visitors this past year, and that number is expected to grow to 60,000 next year. And it's not just families as well, since local farmers are also hurting. The Trump administration cut roughly $1 billion from the federal food program, of which $500 million was used by the state to purchase produce as well as meat from farmers. And with that money gone, this means that families can't afford food and farmers can't sell it. And now Virginia leaders like Abigail Spanberger is making affordability her top priority. And she's even rolling out a detailed plan to lower everyday costs, and many people are voting for her early. So what do you think? Do you think grocery bills are simply way too high? And if you want to see the full reporting, make sure to check out Virginia Dogwood.
Yeah, we gotta talk about these Cheerio prices. $9.99 for the giant box. I think for the medium box it's like 7 something. Either way, it's ridiculous. Cheerios. You know how probably cheap it costs to actually make the product? It's just grains and it's factory, so it's very efficient. You're paying dang near between $7 and $10 for a box of Cheerios. Even the giant size, $9.99, $10, is still way too much for Cheerios. This is stuff that's supposed to be cheap. It's supposed to be able to feed your family. Cereal. This is supposed to be the cheapest stuff at the grocery store. And it's not really buying like it used to get by. I mean, I'm starting to struggle to find things in the grocery stores actually cheap. It's kind of like McDonald's. McDonald's is supposed to be cheap, but now it's not. Cheerios is supposed to be cheap, but now it's not. Water is supposed to be cheap, but even that's becoming expensive. I remember when water used to be like a gallon of a good brand for like 79 cents. Now the gallon of that same water is like maybe $1.50. So water even doubled over the last 5-6 years. And it's just ridiculous. How are you handling the increases of even the cheap things like Cheerios and water? And how's your family doing? How are you getting by? Because I think that just hearing how you're getting by can actually help some people. Inventing and all of that. So feel free to do all that in the comments down below. Thanks for watching and take care.
If you're like me, you've probably been cutting back on a few grocery items. A 12-pack of grade A eggs is now $5.12. No wonder so many Americans are skipping breakfast.
So it really hit me today while getting groceries how expensive things are getting. I got 3 bags of groceries and it was $105. I got a pack of ribeyes, the value pack, that was $30. That was kind of the most expensive thing out of the bunch. A package of cookies, 2 loaves of sourdough, some Parmesan cheese, 2 things of pasta I could find, and then some cheese and cherry tomatoes, and it was $105. I don't know how people are surviving. I don't know why it just hit me today. I live by myself, so maybe it just doesn't really hit me as often as people with families, but I really feel for you. I don't know how people are getting by other than just going into credit card debt and debt in general. And it's not just the grocery prices that are up right now. It's the overall cost of living. I mean, house prices, rent, vehicle prices, you name it. So if you have a little bit extra to give to others right now would be the time to do it, coming into these holiday seasons, Christmas and the New Year's. Just if you know somebody, a single mom, whoever, just trying to make it, maybe get their groceries for a week, because this just really put it in perspective for me. I mean, I got 3 bags of groceries, and like I said, I live alone, so overall, the things right now don't affect me as much as someone that has a family. So if you have a little bit of extra, now's the time to do it.
I'm here at Walmart, and, I was thinking about getting some milk, and these big signs, and they were like, oh, look, manager special. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I took a closer look. The manager was so kind to us this week that he gave us a whole penny off milk. A whole penny. I don't know what to say, guys. Come get us
I haven't joined in on complaining about anything in the economy, but when I saw this, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. You mean to tell me Tostino's pizzas are now $3.49 a piece? And if you don't believe that, let me show you. I swear, when I was a kid, these were 10 for $10, $1 each. $3.49, $3.49, $3.49, $3.49. What in the high holy of any and all hell has this world come to?
$3.49.
$3.49.
Pizza. My husband's only getting 2. That's it. I ain't paying for it.
Welcome to New York City's version of The Price is Right. This morning I was really in the mood for cereal, so I went to my next door neighbor, my grocery store. It's not a small little tiny bodega. It's a big grocery store. And I just want you guys to guess how much it cost me to get cereal, almond milk, and strawberries. Here we go with our first item. Put your guesses in the comments. We have multi-grain Cheerios. Yes, I did get the family size because that's all they had. Next up, we have strawberries. A container of strawberries. Put your guesses in the comments. And the next, we have an almond milk, an unsweetened. I did not want a vanilla. This is the only unsweetened that made sense to me. Put your grand total below, and the winner will receive nothing because I can't even afford this breakfast for myself.
I just walked into a random grocery store to get chocolate chips to make chocolate chip pancakes, and I get to the aisle. Do you want to know how much they are? You're never gonna guess. $10.39 for Nestle Toll House. $17.79. Dude. We are seriously getting robbed.
The price of groceries are absolutely leveling me. I know they must be leveling you. I'm going to go through some of the things that I buy right now and compare them to the ads from a year ago. First up, olive oil. Star brand. Next up is coffee, okay? We got our Starbucks coffee. This is $8.99. $8.99. I forgot to do the price on the olive oil. It's $12.99 for olive oil. Coconut sugar. Coconut sugar is $4.99. I love coconut sugar. It's a nice healthy alternative. Dog treats. The price of dog treats are killing me. But if you've got a good dog, you got to give it treats. Here, these are my favorite dog treats because you can fit them in the little Kong balls. These are now $5.49. Okay? Those were not that expensive a year ago. Ground beef. I go with Laura's ground beef. $10.99. Finally, jerky. I love me a good jerky. Jack Link's. $12.99. One thing I'll tell you for sure, the price of things that are absolute garbage, like energy drinks and donuts and the protein bars like the Power Crunches, those prices haven't changed that much. Do you know why? Because they love poisoning you for cheap, and that will never change.
All right, I just got home from the grocery store, and I'm going to show you what I got. So that's my groceries, okay? It's 2 bags. Okay, and I actually spread it out for you so you can kind of see, like, what's in here. And, like, granted, I get kind of frou-frou groceries. Like, you know, it's not like I'm not breaking the bank and then 2 things of my favorite tortillas. But, like, every time I go to the grocery store, I feel like it just gets more and more expensive. I want you to guess, like, pause this video and guess how much I spent on all of this, and then also tell me where you're from. And I'm especially curious to see what people from other countries think. Anyway, yeah, how much do you think I spent on those?
I don't think you guys are going to be ready for me to tell you how much I just spent on groceries and show you what I got. I spent, here, wait, let me show you what I got, okay? Sour cream, salsa, cheddar cheese, turkey bacon, taco shells, 2 bags of tortilla chips. So they were like, buy one, get one 50% off, okay? So there's some deals in here.
Oh my God, you guys.
2 things of salsa packets, these are like $1 each. Sourdough bread. Tortillas. A frozen thing of riced cauliflower. Baby spinach. And kind protein bars. This is it right here. Let me flip the camera around. This is what I bought. Right here. Okay. This is it. This is it. This cost me $75. Oh, and I had $2 off because I'm a freaking shopper.
Who are these people that are affording groceries, going to the grocery store every week, spending $300, $400 a week, and they're just like, whatever.
Check in.
It's cool. It's pocket change.
Seriously,
Seriously, not me. Family of 5.
I have little children. Little. They're 12,
Neri,
10, and 5. I don't even have teens living in my house yet. And I'm just like, just went to Market Basket, spent $338, family of 5. That's pretty good, honestly. Only got $20 of non-food stuff, and the only meat I got was sausage, like turkey sausage links, and chicken. Like for the week, not a lot of chicken. And I'm just like, what? How are we doing it? How are we affording groceries? How are we doing this? I remember being a teen and going to my friend's house, or people come to my house, and we would just like eat all the strawberries, all the chips, drink all the orange juice in one day. I wonder if my parents and their parents were like wanting to like bring our necks at that point, you know, because they're like, that is you just saved $25 in fruit. Obviously, it wasn't $25 then, but you get the point. Are you affording groceries comfortably?
Yeah.
Should I get a second job? Should I work more? I don't know.
Serious question here. How much are you spending a week on groceries? I was just having this conversation the other day with my friends, and they're like, yeah, I'm spending like $100 a week on groceries, and I'm like, I'm spending at least close to $300 a week on groceries. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but definitely close to $300 a week. Anytime I step into Publix or Wegmans, I can get like 5 items, and it's definitely going to be like $100 minimum. It's crazy. I do buy a lot of organic foods. Wegmans, I love their like pre-made foods that all you have to do is put in the oven. I buy like a ton of those for myself usually because I work from home and I don't have a lot of time to cook lunch. But those are expensive. They're like $10 to $12 for each of them. And I work from home, 5 days a week. And then have the weekends. So I'm spending close to like $300 a week, and I'm kind of sick of it. Like I'm sick of how much things cost in general, but how expensive groceries are. And I just want to know like how much. And I have a family of 5, so myself, my husband, and 3 children. 2 of my kids wear pull-ups at night. They're fully potty trained during the day. But they do wear pull-ups at night, so obviously that's extra cost. And then, of course, paper towels, toilet paper, things like that. We go through those so fast. I buy a lot of organic foods, things like that. So it's just really expensive. And I just want to know, like, average cost for where you live. Like, what are you spending a week on groceries? I live in North Carolina. And, I go to Wegmans, Trader Joe's, Publix, Target, Harris Teeter. I'm not big on, like, and I hate to say this, but I really don't look at, like, how much things cost. I really should. But if I want something, I just buy it, and I need to get better about that. But I know, like, organic food is going to cost me more, and I'm like, are there places I should go that organic food costs less? If so, I need to go to those places. But I just want to know, like, how much does your family spend a week on groceries, and what are your, like, money-saving tips when it comes to that? Now, mind you, like, I do have a grocery budget, and it's, like, $250 a week usually is my grocery budget. And I usually hit that pretty quickly. And I'm like, am I the only one who's spending this much on groceries? Like, this is embarrassing. So I'm just curious, where you are in the world, what are you spending?
So yeah, in response to this TikTok that we just watched, she spends about $300 a week on groceries. And she works from home, so she doesn't have to cook a lot. And so she buys a lot of pre-made stuff. A lot of people say, oh, you're living beyond your means. You need to live below your means. And they'll criticize somebody like her for, oh, you're spending too much on groceries because you're buying pre-made or pre-cooked meals. But it's just like, let's have a little bit more empathy because people have different living situations. Some people don't have as much time to cook. And so I get pre-made meals myself. You know, those companies that they sell it frozen and they ship it to you. And it comes in a little package and you just heat it up. And it's actually healthy food. So it's healthy, it's also pre-made. And I do that because I gotta save time and I'm not a good cook myself. And it's just very convenient. It's a little bit more pricey than buying the separate ingredients to cook. But it's like, we all have different circumstances. So if I buy these pre-cooked meals that I have to heat up, and I usually heat it up in a microwave, does that mean I'm just being dumb with my money and living way beyond my means, or I look at it like opportunity cost. It's economics. Because if you're not good at cooking and you decide I'm going to cook all the time, and you're not good at it and you're not efficient and you're busy, well, the opportunity cost is you're losing all that time. I'm trying to figure out how to cook and not cooking good and just using all that time. And that's the opportunity cost. And time is money. So it's like, hey, a lot of people just say stuff because they want to make the person feel bad. They want to feel better than somebody else. Oh, you're living beyond your means. You live below your means. You're buying the wrong groceries. You're not shopping right. So a lot of people are going to accuse that woman that we just went over of that. She spends $300 per week on groceries. Now, I would say that you can definitely do some things to limit that. I think we all can learn to do some things that are shopping better. $300 a week is really hard. At the same time, I haven't even calculated all my expenses. The food that I get from the company that ships in the box, plus the groceries that I get at the actual grocery store. It might be close to that. I don't think it is, though. It's not that much. It's not that much. But it's still high up there because the box, I think for 21 meals, it's about $250 for like 21 meals. So I paid $250 a month base just to get and I just eat dinner with that. Just dinner with the pre-cooked meals. That's my dinner. So I don't have to worry about cooking dinner. And then for lunch and stuff and whatever else snacks, I go to the grocery store and get all that. So I've seen it get up to like $700 in a month. And I'm just like, I never used to spend this much on groceries. I remember I used to only want to spend $200 a month on groceries. Only $200. That used to be a thing, about maybe 10 years ago. That used to be a thing in the 2010s. I could get by with spending just $200 a month. Nowadays, especially if you want to have a little bit of convenience and get some pre-cooked meals or whatever, you're going to end up spending more. And let's say I didn't get any pre-cooked meals at all, the price of groceries that you spend on per month is still going to be expensive and a lot more than it was 10 years ago. So let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. What you do, what you think is reasonable, what is not reasonable. And yeah, thanks for watching. Take care.
So if you've applied to over 50 jobs and heard nothing, this is a normal thing. Companies are literally faking growth and making ghost jobs. 40% of job postings are ghost jobs. They're being gaslit.
They're laying off the recruiters. They are laying off the recruiters. And if you're not a recruiter like me, you're not living and breathing on LinkedIn, you're probably not seeing this. The majority of people that I'm seeing recently laid off are the recruiters. And you know what that means? That means they're not hiring. We're not hiring. And they are going to tell you that it's because this work is being replaced by AI, but we are not there yet. Not collectively. We still need recruiters, and they're being laid off in massive numbers, and I have not seen this since 2008, when things were really bad. I made a video about this several months ago. I saw this coming, but this is a 5-alarm fire. They are not hiring. They are firing recruiters. That is a very bad sign. Bye.
I got laid off from my corporate job yesterday, and I think that this is the reality for a lot of Americans right now, and it needs to be shared because America is not doing well right now. We have a 94% prediction rating that the recession is going to come, but yet our frickin' administration hasn't even made the move to actually say that a recession is coming. And let's actually call it what it is, a depression. People can't afford groceries, they can't afford rent, they can't afford buying houses, they can't afford having babies, they can't afford having the kids in general if they already have them. We are not in a good spot, y'all. I know that I'm just a number in a company, but I thought I was okay. You're going to think that you're okay because you worked there for so long, or you have the right experience. Like, you guys, I have an undergraduate in marketing, a master's in business, 6 years of paid social media experience, both on a strategist and manager level. I have done people management for at least 3 years. I'm a senior level in my career. And yet, when I was hired to do a senior level role, I was forced into entry level positions. I was doing entry level work as a senior level strategist, all while at the same time being asked to reduce my workload with AI, and our team was having layoffs every 3 months. I should have seen it coming. I really should have. But the thing is that it was not something that I saw coming, because the day before that they laid me off, I was literally talking coverage plans with another employee who was going on leave for months. How am I supposed to sit there and not think that I'm safe in that moment? I just think it's absolutely ridiculous that we live in a world like this where my manager wasn't even the one that fired me, by the way, or laid me off. It was freaking HR, and they read off a script. But my whole team got laid off. And this is the reality for a lot of Americans right now. My partner is a first responder, so I'm very lucky for the fact that I can be leaning on him for support right now, because luckily his job is secure, thanks to the fact that number one, his job is essential, and number two, he has a union behind him. What I will never understand is why corporate agencies have not unionized. We're not allowed, right? We're not allowed. That's part of it. We'll get fired, because at least in this corporate world, they're always going to side on the side of business, because that's what's making the government money. This world right now is not supporting people. It is supporting business. You are just a number, unfortunately. So please, prepare yourself for something like this. I wish I would have. I wish I'd been applying to other jobs months ago. I just was so dumb to not realize the signs. I want to talk about it. I think people need to talk about it. I think we need to make this more public. We all saw the jobs report. It was awful. Getting laid off on the day that the jobs report goes out, and it's 22,000 instead of 75,000 new jobs. You know how discouraging that is? If you know of anything in the marketing space, let me know. Use my comments as a way in which to maybe trauma dump. I don't care, vent. I'm here for you guys. I can't believe this. And I'm really sorry if you're going through this too. Here for you.
I'm gonna be the first one to say it. We living in the Great Depression, bro. Like 2025, this is the Great Depression, bro. Everybody walking around like everybody's sad, they miserable, broke. I swear to God, you can tell people we don't got social studies no more. They probably don't have that no more in school. But when you get older, 56, you can tell your grandkids you lived through the Great Depression. It was 2025, bro. You could tell them the job market was down. There was no food. You could tell them everything. You could tell everything you experience right now that you lived through it. And you are a soldier because you living through these crazy times. If you living through these tough times, give yourself a pat on the back. This has to be the hardest times to live through as a young adult, or just you retire, you good, but you ain't got. But like the 25 to 50, it's a hard time. So you living through the Great Depression.
What a hard is
I'm just calling how I see it.
What a hard is it?
You know how I know that we're in a recession? This?
It's a hard time.
Take a look. This costs $9. What the? This costs $9? What? What world are we living in?
While we've all been reading the Epstein emails, some very concerning economic news has been reported, and I think we all need to be aware of this. First, in October, U.S. employers announced roughly 153,000 job cuts. That's the highest number of layoffs for the month of October in more than 20 years. And the total job cut announcements so far this year is 1.1 million. That's a jump of about 65% over the same period last year. That's not just a belt tightening, folks. That is a labor market warning light flashing. Second, regionally, the picture is even more fractured. The firm Moody's Analytics reported last month that at least 22 U.S. states are already in recession. Those states make up about a third of our GDP. And the third piece of concerning news that was recently released deals with the American Consumer Index. And that is signaling the same distress signs that we're hearing from the other reports. The Consumer Confidence Index edged down in October to 94.6, compared to 109.5 a year ago. Think about it. A year ago, at the election, the economy was a big issue, with everyone saying, oh, they didn't think that the economy was in good shape. And yet, the Consumer Confidence Index was 109.5 this time last year, and it's 94.6 now. The short-term outlooks, jobs, business conditions, that fell to 71.5, which traditionally marks a recession. And we have not even yet begun to feel the full effects of the tariffs. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Go love your neighbor.
When y'all said that the job market was cooked, I thought you meant like 6-figure jobs. So why did I just get rejected from a job at Walmart? No. Maybe you didn't hear me right. Walmart. I have a 4-year college degree. I went to college. I thought going to college was the answer.
literally, this economy tells you after college, if you do not have a direct relationship with the CEO of a company, you are cooked.
I've been auto-applying on Sprout for the last 3 months in hopes of getting a job that pays anything above $15 an hour. And I'm finally starting to get some interviews.
Moral of the story is, if you have a job in this economy, keep your job, please, because it is rough out here.
Hustle culture is one of the worst things to come out of the 2010s, and I thought it might go away after COVID. However, all it's done is transform into the normalization of having to work multiple jobs or having a full-time job and a part-time job simply to pay your bills and to just live your life. Not even to have a little something extra on the side, make a little passive income. No, it is becoming very challenging for people to survive off of one full-time job. And the fact that it has become so normalized, I think we can trace that back to the hustle culture of the 2010s, the whole I'll sleep when I die mentality that I absolutely think was born out of the Great Recession in 2008. We started seeing all of this gig work and gig culture pop up in the mid-2010s, well, early 2010s. And again, it was born out of the recession. People are graduating, their student loans are kicking in, they're trying to find, jobs. They may not be able to find a job immediately, so they start, doing gig work on the side. Then when they get their full-time job, some people would drop the gig, some people may keep it. It was just for extra income to have. Now, however, that is not the case. There are so many people who quite literally need another job just to live their lives, just to make sure they can keep a roof over their head and food on the table for their kids. And in major cities, I do not know how anybody is surviving. Like, for years, I worked a part-time job, but I did it because A, I enjoyed it, and also it is what made it so I was able to pay off my student loans and, just save and live the lifestyle that I wanted to live. But I won't say it was a necessity per se. We are now creating an environment in a climate that not only is it a necessity to live, when people talk about this, the response from people is, oh, get another job or reevaluate your living expenses, as if people aren't already doing that. I saw this TikTok video of this teacher talking about how her and her husband, they just went to Walmart to buy their groceries, and they spent a trip that last year only cost them $350, now cost them close to $700. And she was saying these are all the same things that she gets. She doesn't get anything extra. She's a teacher, but she already has 2 part-time jobs, and her husband has a part-time job as well. So she's taking away time from her kids, and people in the comments were like, get another job, get another job. And she's like, I have 3 jobs. I'm a school teacher. My husband is also, I think she said he was in the education field, so he's not making as much money. And I think there is something very dystopian and weird about people getting online to talk about the inflation crisis that we are living in, the cost of living crisis, the fact that people are being expected to do more with a lot less and not complain about it. People are talking about it, and people are just responding, get another job, as if that is normal. It is not normal to have a full-time job and need another job on top of that to survive. And I literally don't know how people with kids are doing it. Like, especially if you live in a major city. Like, if you live in NYC, DC, LA, Atlanta, how are you surviving if you got kids and you're only working one job? It seems like a lot.
So 40% of job postings are ghost jobs. Do you know how much that pisses me off? As somebody who's went through the job hunt before, and I'm sure you have to, most of us watching this video have experienced that. If you are an adult, you experienced the job hunt before. And you know the annoyances that we all go through when we're applying for jobs. They ask the same stuff. We may have a resume, and you gotta fill out a secondary form, and it's mandatory. You have to fill it out, or you can't progress in the application. It could take a minimum of 30 minutes. I haven't actually done it in a while. It may take longer now. I heard the job process has become worse, at least with the interviews. But anyways, just the application itself can take up to 30 minutes. All the questions they ask, I'm getting bad flashbacks now. But I've been in the same job for thank God, for about 6 years now. So I haven't had to undergo that process again, but it's so annoying. And then to think that nowadays 40% of those applications are ghost jobs, meaning they're not really hiring. So you're literally wasting your time with just about half of the applications, the jobs you apply to.
Yeah, another one.
And that can piss anybody off. And it's people are rightfully getting angry about this. And in the first TikTok, the lady was saying the recruiters are being played off. I think that may be a very telltale sign of a big recession that's already here, actually. But just the worst is to come. Economy is not doing good. When the recruiters are getting laid off. And so I'm just continually seeing signs and more signs and more signs that recession or depression. I actually got to look at the difference between those two. So I do think there's a difference. But either way, I know for a fact the Great Depression in around 1930, we're doing worse off in some ways today. Because I believe in the Great House cost 3 times the salary. Today, it's about 8 times the salary. So in some ways, we are doing worse than people did during the Great Depression. So whether you call it a recession or depression, they're both bad. And I think the depression is the worser of the two, if I understand correctly. I just bought an economist book, y'all, so I can learn more about, if I'm going to be talking about this, I need to learn more about it. So I bought a nice book. The book that I just bought is called Basic Economics, basically like an intro book. Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. A Common Sense Guide to the Economy. So it actually really interests me. I got an A in economics in college, and I was pretty good at it, but it's been a while, and I forgot a lot of stuff. But I like the subject, I like the topic. But anyways, I just feel for those who are currently seeking a job right now. You need one desperately, and you're seeking. And you understand that you just don't know which ones are false or fake. That's like gaslighting to the max. That's evil. It's wicked. Pretend like, oh, we're hiring. And I think companies do this to pretend that this job growth or whatever, for maybe shareholder value. I don't know. But they do it for some reason of their own benefit, their own selfish benefit. And you're wasting your time, literally wasting your time. It's one of my biggest pet peeves, actually my number one biggest pet peeve, is to waste my time, because we have limited amounts of time. It's actually the greatest resource. Economics. Time. Your time. It's limited and it's valuable. The most valuable resource. And to know our time is being wasted by these companies giving false hiring job posts. Absolutely insidious. Anyways, let me know your situation, your thoughts in the comments below. Take care.
If you think things are just a little bit hard these days, think again, because the livable wage for the average American is now $50,000 just for one person. If you have a household with 2 children, you could double that, $100,000. The average livable wage. Livable means bare minimum necessities without government assistance.
Hey, I'm not Maga, don't scroll, and I'm going to try and make it through this video without breaking down. Today is my son's 17th birthday. Happy birthday, my boy. He is 1 year away from the point that he is supposed to be leaving the house, going out into the world on his own, becoming an adult. And there's just absolutely no way. As I look at the prospects for what his future is potentially going to look like in the state of the world, in the state of our country today, it absolutely enrages me. 10 years ago, I made 1/3 what I do right now. My partner did not work, and we had virtually no debt, and we're getting by just fine. Absolutely no problems at all. Today, I make 3 times as much. She works at a job that requires a master's degree, and not just working full-time, working so much more than full-time. And we are barely getting by. Don't get me wrong, we are getting by, which is to say that we are doing better than a lot of other people who are absolutely not getting by right now. But we are barely keeping our heads above water and living check to check, even making 4 times at this point what we did 10 years ago. And every time I turn around, all I see in the corporate world is record-breaking profits, record-breaking profits. And every time I hear that, all I hear is record-breaking theft, record-breaking fraud, record-breaking extortion, because those record profits are the stolen wages of the workers. CEOs and the billionaire class are the only non-essential component of our economic system, period. If all of them disappeared tomorrow, if all of them were somehow eliminated from the equation, it would not affect our day-to-day lives or the functionality of corporations or any other businesses as a whole at all. We would see no disturbance in our lives, save for being unburdened by their greed and extortion. That is it. I look at companies like Walmart. They are one of the most profitable companies in the world, and they are the largest employer of SNAP benefit recipients. They have more workers who are on benefits while being one of the most profitable companies in the world. And that's why they're that profitable, is because they pay nothing, because they are allowed to pay nothing. We have to flip the table and stop playing their game. Black out the system.
Living in Texas in the United States is a joke. I cannot get a job. I have tried since January. I've been offered one job that was overnights, which I can't work, and I told them that on the application for $13 an hour. Didn't take it because I do DoorDash and I make more doing that. I'm doing the best that I can do. I have like no food. I have 5 t-shirts. I have 3 pairs of underwear. My insurance for my car lapsed and I got a ticket. And I'm deferring it, which is helpful, but I'm having to get insurance again. And now I'm getting insurance in Texas. And it's so expensive. I had a car accident that was not my fault. Someone ran a red light and T-boned me and totaled my car 3 years ago. And the cheapest insurance I can find is $207. My car is about to get repossessed. I am getting notifications. What is today? I don't even know what today's date is, but rent's due like really soon. I have $145. I literally don't know what I'm gonna do. I can't do all of it. I can't. Also, for my ticket to be able to defer it, I have to pay court fees also, even though I'm not going to court. I don't know how all that works, whatever. It's just like, everything is piling on. And like, how is anybody supposed to live? I mean, I had a great life. I was a manager. I made $27 an hour. Had a nice house. Everything was great. And then I made one choice, to enjoy my life. And I saved up money so I could travel the United States. And I did that. And now everything is falling apart. I used all my savings. I can't get a job. I feel really hopeless, and it doesn't feel like it's gonna get better, or that I should have any hope, because I haven't seen any hope. Like, nothing is changing. I'm just grinding every day to barely scrape by. And I know I'm not alone. I know there's tons of other people, but like, what the? And I would just leave, in all honesty. I would just leave. But my car is falling apart. And my tie rods are bad, and like every day, at any second, that could just ruin everything. I just had to vent. Also, I have no family and no friends. I'm just stuck all alone with my dog that I can barely take care of.
Okay. Serious question real quick. How are we supposed to afford life? I have 3 kids. And my husband and I both have full-time incomes. And I still am puzzled. Like, it's an enigma. Like, for real, why? I just left Walmart and got the bare minimum. Bare minimum for groceries. Like, bare minimum. And cheap stuff. Baby, we ain't eating salmon and steak, baby. We eating hamburger helper, some Doritos, like we getting like the Dino Nuggies, okay? Great value brand. Now I did get 3 pairs of kids shoes because my kids are starting back to school and they need some new sneakers. But tell me why I got the bare minimum in groceries and 3 pairs of sneakers, and I'm coming out just shy of $300. There's no way. This is crazy. Like I had children on the understanding that if I worked hard and put my pennies away, that we would be okay. And now I'm feeling not okay. Then my intrusive thoughts just come in and they start thoughting, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I have 3 kids that are all very close together, which means they're all going to be in college at the same time. How in the world am I supposed to send them to college? Now, don't get me wrong. I know that, like, it's completely normal for people to just take out student loans and do all that, but I was lucky enough that my mother paid my way through college semester by semester, like the strong single mom she is, by making sacrifices because she didn't want me to have all that debt. And while I am not naive enough to know that I may not be able to do that for 3 children, I still hope to be able to help, you know, ease that burden. And I'm like, huh? How? Literally how? Mama, I don't know how much harder Mama can hustle, okay? Mama is making the moolah, and the moolah is not spreading thinly, and I can't make it reach all corners. It's crazy.
I am truly convinced at this point. Ain't no doubt in my mind that majority of y'all have to live at home with your parents. That's the only reasonable explanation that makes sense in my mind. Majority of y'all have to live at home with your parents. Ain't no way that y'all are paying these high rent prices, these electric bills everywhere that's going up, because I know Georgia Power done went up. These high electric bills, these water bills, some of y'all water bills added to the unit or whatever, to the place. Your water bill's included with your rent, but it's still high. Internet and all, ain't nobody living out here. And y'all telling me that y'all still able to buy all this expensive stuff, go on all these vacations and these, you know, trips, taking flights, clubbing, buying $350 bottles at $60 in the liquor store, doing all this. Ain't no way. Y'all can't tell me y'all not living at home. Y'all can't tell me y'all not living at home. And I know y'all living at home. And if you living at home, kudos to you. Because Lord knows, if I was able to live at home with my mom and my dad, that's exactly where I would be. I don't care.
Animal fat.
Let me tell you something. If I had the ability right now to go live with my mother or my father, I would be there. Wouldn't be a fork in the sink. Wouldn't be a speck of dust on the floor. Wouldn't be a day I don't get up, hit my knees, and thank the Lord for where I am. Make that bed, go give mama or daddy a kiss on the forehead and say thank you for allowing me to stay here. Because ain't no way I wouldn't be exactly where I said, in my parents' house. Things are way too high. How are y'all affording this stuff? How are y'all out on these trips, taking these vacations? Are y'all scamming? Is that it? Am I late to the party? Are y'all scamming? Please, you don't have to snitch on yourselves. Just, you know, maybe send me a DM or something. Just let me know what is going on out here. What is going on? I live the most frugal lifestyle, and I'm scraping by sometimes. I got my good weeks, and I got my bad weeks. I got my good days, and I got my bad days. But the way that it look like y'all living, y'all don't know what a bad day is. Y'all don't know what it's y'all don't know what it's like to have a bill due yesterday and you ain't gonna have the money for another week. Whoa! Somebody tell me what's going on because last I heard, the economy was doing terrible. We had 2 million people were out of work, and we don't even have enough jobs. If everyone got a job tomorrow, we wouldn't have enough jobs to satisfy everybody that's currently unemployment. Please tell me how y'all seem to be thriving out here in the world right now. I don't understand. With the abundance that I see that y'all have, let me know. Just tell me something. Don't leave Unc out. Come on now. Come on, kinfolk. Don't leave Unc out. Whatever it is you got going on, let me know what's up, y'all.
So the first guy we watched, it's honestly very sad, and he's an older guy. He seems like it could be a boomer, and so as a millennial, I love to see when the older generations are actually acknowledging the hardship that younger generations are going through. He was saying somebody in his family, I think it was his son if I remember correctly, so he may be Gen X. Nevertheless, it still applies. It's hard to see a future for him in this world where it's become so bad in such a short time. He said just 10 years ago, he was making 1/3 of what he makes now, and his wife wasn't working. He was making 1/3 what he makes now, and things were fine. He had no debt, and his wife wasn't working. So slash half the household income, and then divide that by 3, and then you just have 1/3 of his income. And they seem to be doing better 10 years ago. I mean, I don't really doubt too much of what he's saying because the economy's that bad.
Stairs for you.
There's a reality where that could make sense. It just seems crazy to think about. I don't think his wife could be bringing in that much money if they're still struggling and he's making 3 times what he used to make. And his wife is working on top of that. So much has increased over the last 10 years. Housing, food, insurance, health insurance, health, out-of-pocket expenses, car payments, car notes, every single thing. And Americans are really struggling. Even those who have food households, as he said, he is now. And he didn't have to be just 10. I can't get past that, y'all. Just 10 years ago. It makes me think how bad I screwed up. As I think I'm a medium-aged millennial. I'm 34. And I made very bad decisions in my early to mid-20s. That essentially made me lose the progress of 10 years of my life. The decisions I made in my early and mid-20s made me lose about 10 years of progress throughout my whole adult life. And if I did not make those bad decisions, I think I would be fine right now. Because Gen Z is basically the people who are really suffering right now are the millennials who made dumb mistakes that put them behind. The millennials who made the right decisions in their early adult years, they're pretty good right now. I mean, they're still, it's not like they're wealthy. They're like super well off, but they're also not suffering and struggling as hard as the ones that took longer to actually develop into an adult human being. But the ones who made bad decisions like me, we're suffering just as much as the Gen Z generation. And cast me on again, like he always does. Every time I start a video, he starts to me out. But yeah, y'all, 2015 was a totally different landscape in the economy in America than 2025, just 10 years later. I think if we could predict the future and know what was going to happen in 2025, in 2015, we'd make a lot better decisions. We would. I mean, but young and dumb. Some people, they had really, really good parenting, really, really good mentors, really, really good something. And even if you had good parents, you could still make bad decisions in early adulthood by being rebellious, which I was. But I was just so dumb. Can't go back. Can't go back. That's the thing. Anyways, let me know if you could go back 10 years and you knew what the economy in the world will become in 2025 with all the inflation and all, and how everything's expensive now. What would you have changed differently back in 2015? Let me know. All right, take care.
Y'all remember when fast food was cheap in the mid-2020s? A value meal, quote value meal, in some cities can cost upwards of $18 a meal. Many people are quitting fast food because they realize that a burger can almost cost a literal hour of your labor. It's not worth it.
Chick-fil-A. I'm gonna have to lay my hands on y'all. Y'all, guess how much this food
They was
costs?
just making
Let
sure
me tell
that
you what I got. I got a fruit cup. There's one fruit cup for my daughter, so she can get some little fruits in her. I got a 12-piece nugget. And I got a 12-piece because my daughter handsy. She be all in your parents, you know how I feel, right? And then I got a large Michael Roney and condiments. Y'all tell me how much y'all think this food was. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put the receipt in the comments. But how much y'all think this was? 12-piece nugget, fruit cup,
45.
Michael Roney, a large Michael Roney. And a large sweet tea easy ice. For a little razzle dazzle. Tell me how much y'all think this was. Chick-fil-A, we gotta talk. This out of hand.
Please tell me why I just went through McDonald's to get a Diet Coke. When I was on the phone with my husband while I was ordering, he's like, wait, you're at McDonald's? Get a Filet-O-Fish sandwich. He's like, get me two. It's Friday and Lent at McDonald's. We're like, great, I'll just eat that for lunch and then we'll make something else for dinner. So, whatever, I ordered 3 Filet-O-Fishes in a separate order because she wouldn't let me add it on to my Diet Coke order. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. It pissed me off. Pull around, order 3 Filet-O-Fishes, not the meal, just the sandwich. She clarified, she said, the sandwich or the meal? And I said, just the sandwich. And she said, 3 of them? And I said, yes. Tell me why it was $17 for 3 Filet-O-Fishes on Friday during Lent at McDonald's. I'm not crazy. I sat there and blinked my eyes, and then I just pulled away because I was so angry, which probably was rude, but like, $17 for 3 Filet-O-Fishes at McDonald's? Are you kidding me?
McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King sales plummet as regular Americans can no longer afford to hit the drive-thru on their way through for breakfast and their way home from work. Now, all 3 of these companies have seen their sales plummet in the last year and have really bad record quarters. So, what's happening? Well, let me tell you a secret. Not everybody in this space is failing like these 3 companies because the lines at In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A are often wrapped around the block. So, what's so different with companies that are in the same space? Well, first of all, McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's have all tripled their prices since 2005, especially McDonald's, which is the highest. And you're talking about the most base level of food quality that you can imagine. They still freeze their products and ship it. Even by take In-N-Out, nothing is ever frozen. It's all refrigerated, locally sourced, brought right there, not full of preservatives, and it's still much cheaper than all the other 3. So how does that happen? My guess is that you've jacked the prices up way too high to be profitable as possible, where In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A are still willing to be a little bit more reasonable on this front. Okay, what else is happening? Well, if you go to a In-N-Out or you go to a Chick-fil-A, the customer service is fantastic. You have people that ask you your name, say hello, ask you how you're doing that day. When you come up, they have your name again. They've already charged you when you get to the second window. And in that space, they'll have right there, they'll be like, you need some extra sauce packets? The other 3 still charge extra for those. Ridiculous. And then they'll send you on your way and say, thank you so much for choosing us today. We hope to see you again. And you go off. And for McDonald's or, any of these other ones to say, oh, well, that's a franchise model, that's up to the owner. Chick-fil-A's franchise, best customer service I've ever had at a drive-thru. There's no excuse. You guys aren't enforcing in the agreements that people have to give actual good customer service. And you're more expensive. So that's why people aren't going anymore, guys. You guys got rid of the dollar menus. You guys jacked up the prices till 3 times what they were. You have no customer service. And then the CEOs of these companies are all over the place on social media whining about the economy and whining about inflation. I don't see the CEO of Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out whining about anything. They're happy. They're having record quarters. It's your fault that you guys are in this position, and you could easily fix it. Bring back the dollar menus. drop the prices back down to a reasonable level that families can afford, start to enforce customer service on your franchisees. These are easy, fixable steps that none of you guys are doing, and you all have the staff and the money to do them. This is your own fault. Let me know what you think.
I haven't been to McDonald's in like, I don't know, 20 years, I guess. These are my Nana children. And I just got 2 chicken nuggets, Happy Meals, and they got chocolate milkshakes with that. And then I got 2 plain cheeseburgers for the third one. It was $30. That's like, that is mind-blowing. $30 for McDonald's? Like, how are you guys doing this? This is crazy.
The culture of going out to eat in America is getting absolutely destroyed. You used to be able to go out to eat, get a drink, get an appetizer, get a meal, maybe get a dessert, $22. Those days are dead. I live in LA. My restaurant's in Los Angeles. If you want to go out to eat with a friend and grab lunch, you're spending 60, maybe $70. You throw a mocktail, cocktail in there, you're at $100. You're already done. And you have families of 4, families of 5 that want to go out to eat, and the minimum they spend is $150, $160 to feed their family of 4. Service is down, portions are down, quality is down, everything is down, prices are up, people are aggravated, people are sick of it, and I understand that. McDonald's, Denny's, IHOP, your go-to fast casual QSR spaces that were great for budget-friendly meals are smoked. You're spending $40 at Denny's now. I want nothing more than reduce my prices, but I can't when my trash goes up $500 in a year, my property taxes, my unsecured property taxes, the POS system fees go up, vendor prices go up, food prices go up, they're charging me for gas now, like, it's getting bonkers. I went to dinner the other night, and they served me like 3 ounces of pasta for $54. I said, are you guys out of your mind? You don't even make the pasta here. Like, you're buying the pasta fresh and making it, and it's tomato sauce. You're charging $54. DoorDash, Uber Eats. Don't even get me started on DoorDash and Uber Eats. That's a scam in itself. I don't know. My restaurant, we keep the portions big, the quality extremely high. We try our best. We do our best, but, you know, we have to bend to the world around us, essentially.
Has Chipotle lost its mind? My son and I just got done at the gym with a workout. We went into Chipotle. We got 2 bowls and 2 drinks. And granted, we did get double meat, but we didn't get chips. We didn't get guac. $52.64 for 2 bowls and 2 drinks at Chipotle. This used to be like $11 for a burrito bowl. I know I saw a story the other day about them on the news where the CEO was saying that their stock was down 15% because Gen Z wasn't eating out anymore. It's not because Gen Z's not eating out anymore. It's because you guys have lost your damn minds. Where you guys are charging people over $25 to get a burrito bowl of cheap Mexican food and a regular drink, not even a biggie drink. It's like a medium. Like, how in the world do you expect people to keep coming in when you've jacked your prices over 3 times what they've been just since the start of COVID? This is 100% your fault that your stock is down 15% because you guys have raised your prices way past the point where regular people are willing to pay them. Until your prices come down, your business is going to keep sinking. I don't know what they're thinking, but am I crazy here that $52 for 2 bowls and 2 drinks is nuts?
Yeah, these food prices are crazy. My intro clip, a burger can cost $18. I mean, normally at a fast food restaurant, it normally doesn't cost that much, but definitely a whole meal at a fast food restaurant is not abnormal to be $15, $18, even $20 just for one meal at a fast food restaurant, mind you. But if you go to like a burger shop with, you know, the whole millennial jokes and memes with the millennials and the plaid shirts and the metal chairs and the metal box to put the fries in, one burger can run you at that restaurant $18. And this just isn't limited to California, LA, and the expensive places anymore. This is everywhere in the U.S. where just food everywhere, all these restaurants are expensive. And the fast food restaurants that are supposed to be cheap, like McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's and Chipotle. Well, I don't know if Chipotle is supposed to be cheap. It's supposed to be kind of in the middle, but Chipotle's lost their minds. It's more expensive than a lot of like more upscale sit-down restaurants like Olive Garden. It's like competing. Chipotle is essentially competing with Olive Garden prices. It's not supposed to. Like, it's not supposed to compete with that type of restaurant. Maybe even Cheesecake Factory prices. Chipotle's out of their minds. Like, that is crazy. But I started noticing the increase in fast food prices, I would say 2023. I was like, whoa, this is crazy. I think that's the first time I started eating fast food in a long time, actually. But I would go to Burger King, right, and get a medium fry. That thing said about like $3.83 for a medium fry. A large fry was like $4.50 or something like that. I'm like, for a fry, a medium fry, I'm paying above $3. This is absolutely insane. I think in high school I can get a supersized fry for like $1.86, something like that. A supersized fry at McDonald's for less than $2. Now medium fries are costing above $3. What in a what? But nowadays I'm trying to lose weight and be healthier, so I'm not really eating fast food like that. And they're going to go out of business. They are going to go into business if they keep this up. I don't know what they're thinking. I think they're increasing their wages, which means that the cost of that is offset to the customer. And also their raw materials are increasing too. So I somewhat can have a little bit of understanding what they're dealing with. But at the same time, if you built your whole business model off of fast food, which is the business model is cheap food. Like if you want to pay more, you go to a little sit-down restaurant, like an Olive Garden, a Cheesecake Factory, a Longhorn, something like that. You know, something like that, where you actually sit down and get served by a waiter.
Right, what y'all bitching about?
But if you're going through
y'all bitching about?
there is a certain expectation process. You gotta figure out something. Let me know what you think in the comments.
This Anakin guy.
Are you still eating out? Very much limiting it for health reasons, and price is secondary. But even if I didn't care about my health, I still wouldn't mind going to the fast food restaurants because of how pricey it is.
Consumerism around the holidays this holiday, and people are just dumb. They're up to here with it, and they're going to do something else. A lot of people are still going to celebrate the holidays, just not going to make the corporations rich.
If we are all financially struggling that bad, and there are recession indicators everywhere, why do Ralph Lauren Christmas? Why not bring back tacky Christmas? If we are all financially struggling that bad, like we say, why are we going out to market and buying a $100 appliance skirt when you could have just went up to your attic and pulled out tacky Christmas? Am I the only one who enjoys the nostalgia and like childhood whimsy, you know, trending? No, I consume more. We could have joy with tacky Christmas.
So I've been hearing rumblings about a mass blackout this holiday season that's supposed to run from November 25th to December 2nd, and I'm all here for it 100%. Thanksgiving is canceled. Black Friday is canceled. These corporations shouldn't see 1 cent of our money. But I do have a question though, right? Why are we only limiting this to 1 week instead of indefinite? The whole holiday season should be canceled in 1 week. These months deserve our money. Not when these corporations go out of their way to lobby against the interests of the American people, also that they can make a dollar. Not when these corporations and these businesses and these 1%ers engage in unethical and predatory business practices to extract even more wealth from the middle and lower class, all the while dodging their own taxes. We shouldn't just be trying to teach them a lesson for a week. We should be teaching them a lesson until they learn that ultimately, shareholders are talking about, we are the consumer. You get your money from us, and without us, you're nothing. This should be the target boycott on steroids, not just for a week, not just for 2 weeks, for as long as it takes until they learn the lesson they need to ultimately learn. We gotta be real comfortable with not getting what we want. We gotta be real comfortable with being uncomfortable. We gotta get comfortable with making compromises and sacrifices if we want anything to change. And most importantly, we gotta identify where we're actually appreciated as far as businesses are concerned, whether that be local or global. We got to learn where to direct our dollars such that they are not used against us. I'm all for Black Friday weekend. A week is not enough.
Here's my hot take for you today. Stop wasting money on Christmas gifts. Stop wasting money on Christmas gifts. I think that Christmas has gotten so out of hand that we buy gifts for so many people, and if you can afford it, don't spend the money. Last year, I didn't have a job. I did not work last Christmas, and so I had no income. So I barely bought any Christmas gifts. And let me tell you how nice that was. I literally, it was so nice. It was so nice to not have this long-ass list of all these people buying gifts. I spend so much money on Christmas every year. So I literally said to myself, this year, I'm still in debt. So, you know, circumstances have only changed of I have a job now. I have income coming I don't want to spend all this money on gifts. So I don't want a bunch of people to buy me gifts. I'm not gonna buy people gifts. There's like 3 people on my list that are getting gifts from me this year. And it's okay to say no. It's literally okay to say, let's not do Christmas, let's not exchange gifts, like I'm not gonna buy gifts. That's okay. Set that boundary because you don't need to be wasting all this money on spending money for Christmas. It's gone out of hand. If you're in debt and you're not in a good financial situation, don't. I highly recommend against it. I say you set a boundary, you don't need to spend money, and just be selective. At the end of the day, it's all about being selective on the people that you're buying for and how much you're spending. Don't go crazy. Don't go into that.
Somebody needs to tell Mariah we good this year. We boycott.
Yo, Anakin, bro,
you're but they will.
You can't cancel Christmas.
Watch it.
I'm so sick of spending money on garbage. Why do I have sweatshirts and t-shirts that are 20 plus years old that are still in amazing condition? The quality is there. The things I got within the last 6 months are falling apart. What? I had to replace a pair of Vans because I wore them for years. And they had a hole in the bottom, so it was time to replace them, right? So I bought a new pair of Vans. Tell me why the rubber is peeling away from the canvas already. I've had them for like 3 months maybe. Were they any cheaper? Absolutely not. We are paying full price for fast fashion quality. And it keeps getting worse. These companies are pissing on our backs and telling us it's raining.
This is just a wake-up call for anybody that's still in denial. I don't know what side of TikTok you're on, but I'm on the side where people have decided that they will not be celebrating the holiday. Newsflash, I stopped celebrating the holidays several years ago. I told everybody that I am close with, I love you, but I'm not buying gifts, and please do not buy me gifts. I don't need another daggone thing in this house. The point of all this is to stop giving big corporations, big companies, big business our money. And there's no reason to spend money on me for anything when I'm probably not going to use it. So save your money. As a matter of fact, put that money in a high yield savings account. But make it make sense when you go into stores like Home Goods, TJ Maxx, Marshalls. I know, no slander. But my point is, when you go into these stores, you see the same things you saw last year. You see the same things you saw last year. So you mean to tell me that you don't have any of this stuff in your closets, in your attic, in your basement, in your storage unit? Really? Cancel the holidays.
Well, it's almost that time of the year again. The annual holiday tradition where people trample each other for deals on things that they didn't even know that they wanted last week. We call it Black Friday. But the only thing going dark is everyone's self-awareness. They'll max out credit cards at midnight and wake up broke by the morning telling themselves that they saved money. We've been so conditioned by consumerism that the chaos feels normal now. It's not even shopping anymore. It's competition disguised as happiness. We spend the day before giving thanks and then turn it around and give corporations everything we have left in our wallets. They turn gratitude into greed. They turn patience into panic. They turn family time into flash sales. And they'll do it again next year.
Family time.
Because they know we'll be right there lining up for the next fix. Because let's be honest, I mean, most of the stuff we buy on Black Friday ends up being forgotten by New Year's anyways. The excitement fades, but the debt doesn't. Black Friday isn't about saving money anymore. It's about proving to yourself that you're still keeping up. And that's the saddest part of it all.
This is the best time of year for you to hibernate. Disappear, go into hiding, do not come out, and I need you to save money. During this time of the year, you can use the best excuses. Say you're saving up the holidays. You have a cold and you don't want to spread germs. Or you could just tell people that you're cutting back and you need to save money. You know how people who go to the gym like lock in? This is your lock-in time for saving money. Find a fun activity to do indoors. Puzzle, video games, coloring, whatever. Just remember, your goal until 2026 is to stay inside and save money. You will be surprised by all the money you are going to save by not going out. No concerts, no restaurant, no bars. Good luck. I believe in you. Love you guys. Stay frugal.
How out of touch do you have to be to get annoyed that people are not participating in Christmas in 2025 given everything going on right now? I have seen several videos on TikTok, like today alone, of people talking about how Christmas shouldn't be boycotted. It's a holiday, and for a lot of people it's sacred, it's important, and that there's memories, and if you have children and you're boycotting Christmas, that's selfish. And they're going on rants about how there's other ways to boycott, but taking away Christmas is ridiculous. And it's like, babe, I'm sure some of the hard to do this, because you realize that the majority of people that are boycotting Christmas is because they can't afford to do Christmas. Yeah, there are definitely people that are boycotting Christmas because they don't want to feed into the capitalism of it all. But a lot of people can't feed into the capitalism all because they can't feed themselves. And it's so out of touch to go on the internet and complain that other people aren't spending their money. Why? Like, who cares? It's just crazy to me. Like, why do you care if other people boycott Christmas or not? It doesn't matter to you. It doesn't make a difference to you. But if you are that self-centered that you can't imagine why other people might not want to participate this year or can't participate this year, that's insane to me. Personally, I'm doing a low-key Christmas. I'm thrifting the majority of my daughter's gifts. I'll do a haul to show you guys what I got. I bought a couple of things new, but we're not going huge this year. Partially because most people can't afford to. I would rather give her a smaller Christmas that way I can donate to Angel Tree, because there's probably going to be a lot of kids on Angel Tree this year. But some people probably aren't boycotting because they just want to stick it to the man. Some people, the man stuck it to them so hard that they can't afford to do Christmas.
So good point on the TikTok. Some people just are not, they're not boycotting Christmas. They just literally, they don't have the funds to be able to afford Christmas in the way they used to once afford it. And so some people are boycotting it to stick it to the man because it's just a way of protest. Some people are avoiding consumerism because they literally can't indulge in it. Because their pocketbooks just does not stretch as far as it used to. You know, where do you lean if you feel like sharing all the comments below? I'm kind of in the middle ground. Like, I'm not a boycotter, but there are some things I do boycott. But in terms of like Amazon, I use Amazon. I'll shop at a big box store, but there are certain things I won't buy that I know for certain that they're engaged in animal cruelty. I hate cruelty. So if I know what's happening and I'm aware of it, I'll do my best to avoid buying such product. But I'm not like a huge protester or boycotter type. But in terms of like doing it to save money and save finances, you just gotta make a financial decision, and that's what I'm about. I even put that above protesting, making smart financial decisions. And either way, the corporations are going to get hurt. Even though they're protesting it, the corporations are going to feel it, and I think they should, because I believe they've been abusing the consumer, taking advantage of things, using marketing tactics, and just some of them are price gouging their products. And it's a shame. So let me know what you think in the comments below. What are you boycotting? Or you just don't have the money and you would buy these things? You would buy Johnny a Jeep for Christmas if you had the money, but you literally don't. Or if you're tired of feeding in and making these corporations. I'm kind of both. I'm kind of on the fence with this. I'm still in the mix here. Anyway, take care. While you're Black Friday shopping, these corporations are Black Friday cropping your bank account. Yeah, so a lot of people are done with it. They're not going to go in debt just to give Johnny a nice Jeep for Christmas, right? A lot of people have conversations with their family saying, hey, we're still going to celebrate the holidays, but we're not going to do it the same way. And anyway, check out these differences.
And while we're on task on the weekend for Christmas, go on and start that family chat and let them know that you're not exchanging gifts this year. Hopefully everybody in the family is on board. And I know you're thinking about the kids. Well, Facebook Marketplace. If you're going to buy something for somebody, buy something small and local. Support a small retailer. But it's going to be Red Friday for these folks this year. Someone called it that in my chat. It says it's not going to be Black Friday this year. It needs to be Red Friday. And I agree 100%. Hashtag Red Friday. But it's a good opportunity to teach your kids that freedom ain't free. And it's a conversation that needs to be had because, somebody will have to sacrifice and we're going to have to fight for this. So here we are. And those retailers, they're going to know. I know they're sitting on inventory from last winter. And guess what? They're going to have that same inventory next winter. It's like, seriously, let's do this. There were Christmases I had as a kid when my mom didn't have any money. She made us sweet potato pies, and that was fine. They were good. We were just as happy. We were like, who's in Whoville? And I think that's how it needs to be. If you want to do something, switch it up a little bit. Do some community service. Spend some time, serving in a soup kitchen as a family. Donate some money to, like, a homeless shelter. Help somebody else this year. Do something that really counts if you're going to do something. But if you buy something, please buy something small and local. They'll give these retailers nothing. We're not spending money. October, November, December, they make a whole lot of money off of us. And here's the time to teach them. We're not spending no money. Red Friday, cancel Christmas.
All right, so we've all seen that new Mariah Carey commercial, right? Yeah, with the one where she keeps rocking for Christmas while they all dance around pretending like life's all perfect. They are laughing in our faces. Oh. People are barely surviving. These corporations keep shoving fake cheer down our throats like we forgot what the holidays used to mean. We've got families choosing between rent or gifts. Parents are maxing out credit cards just so their kids don't feel poor. People are working overtime in November already, while ads tell us to slow down and enjoy the season. Nah, you enjoy it. We're too busy trying to afford it. They turned Christmas into a marketing campaign. The lights, the music, the madness, all built to make you spend more money that you don't have, or shit you don't need, to impress people who don't care. And then they have the nerve to sell it back as tradition. Like joy has a price tag now. I don't hate Christmas. I hate what they've done to it. Because it used to mean something real. Now it's just another sale. So here's my message. Stop playing their game. Don't go broke trying to celebrate in a system that doesn't even let you live. Don't buy another thing you can't afford until life itself feels affordable again. Because until then, every dollar that we spend is another vote for the same system that's bleeding us dry.
Yeah, I think Christmas is canceled this year. No Black Friday, no Cyber Monday, none of them sales prices that they try to pass on for people. Don't nobody else need no more TVs. We don't need no more TVs. TV's getting cheaper, but food getting higher. That's crazy. I just saw a 60-inch in Walmart for like $250. I'm telling you, the American people have the opportunity over the next 2 quarters to completely cripple these corporations. Because this is the holiday season, ain't nobody buying no turkeys, ain't nobody buying no Hot Wheels, and then them Barbie dream houses. And then come tax season, next quarter, ain't nobody buying and splurging on nothing else. And of course, election season is coming up. If they suffer for 2 straight quarters, 2 of the most important quarters of either one of their fiscal years, I'm telling you, man, these corporations gonna completely put their money behind the Democrats. They're gonna put their money behind all them folks in blue. And if there's one thing I know about the corporate level, they want their money. All right, their favorite color is green. They don't care nothing about red and blue. They're opportunities. They want that green. And here's the thing: we can buy all the necessities as long as we don't buy all that extra. They gonna suffer hard.
No presents. No presents. No presents.
And it seems as though the only place they have ears is on their pockets. So what if we start toying with the idea of boycotting, dare I say, Christmas? And I'm not talking don't celebrate Christmas. I'm talking let's take it back to what it was before Coca-Cola and all the other large conglomerates made it this nasty consumerism holiday anyways. Get together with family, make a meal together, play Cards Against Humanity, make homemade gifts. That's fine. But listen, I know somebody's listening to this video and they're like, I don't want to make kids. It's 1 year. It's 1 year. And if your children don't understand that, then maybe it's time to start in an age-appropriate way explaining to them that there are powers that be that want bad things. And we don't like what's going on. And we want to ensure that you have a beautiful life when you're a grown-up. So, to show them that we don't like what's going on, we're not doing Christmas presents this year. Even Santa is taking off. Santa says, nope, I don't like it, we're not doing it. What if we did something like that? You know what that teaches your kid? That teaches your kid to stand for something. That teaches your kid integrity and morals because, whoa, we're going to get back to stand up for what's right. You guys, it's all I'm saying is we could do it. And I know we've talked about it the last like 3 Christmases, but for real, no Christmas decorations bought, no Christmas memorabilia or gifts or nothing. And I'm not saying go buy it now so that way they don't have the sales over Christmas. I'm saying don't buy it. Listen, it would be one holiday season that we skip out on to show them just how powerful we the people are.
Yeah, I was burping.
Food for thought. Let me know in the comments. Love you. Bye. Today I wanted to talk to you about my anti-Christmas yes, I am going anti-Christmas. This is not for religious purposes. This is my attempt to hurt big corporations. As you have probably seen, the government shut down, and a lot of families that are living below the poverty line, well, not a lot, all of them, well, at least in the state I'm in, they're not going to receive any food stamp, EBT benefits. And I work with those type of populations, and I know especially around Thanksgiving. I think that's particularly cool, and I'm sick of running out and spending hundreds of dollars at the end of the year to make their bottom line fatter. I have everything I need. I have home decor, I have makeup. My daughter has everything. Like, I'm just not buying it. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know if this is something you're willing to support me in. With no buying presents, we're still gonna do like a Christmas dinner, and we're still gonna do, like maybe like bake some cookies and decorate them or something like that. But as far as running out and buying all these toys and this and that, no. I mean, Nikki already has a PS. Like their iPad is new still. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm gonna keep my money in my pocket, maybe go on a cruise or something. I don't know, guys. What are the pros and cons of me participating in Christmas versus not? Because at this point, I'm not seeing the pros.
I was just thinking how these corporations, they created Cyber Monday. Whenever, I don't know when they did it. Whenever the technology era became just to the forefront of society, when technology just became so mainstream and normal that all of us started buying a lot of technically advanced products like computers, video game systems, DVD players, cell phones. I don't know. Let me know when that even became a thing. I could literally Google it right now, but I thought about that while I'm recording, so I'm not going to Google it. Anyways, Cyber Monday is essentially a second Black Friday. It's the first Monday after Black Friday, so the Monday after Thanksgiving week, and it's just another play on the sales and trying to get you to buy things and getting you ready for Christmas and getting things on sale. And it's just like, when is it going to stop? And it's actually, they start the Black Friday sale in early November. People were noticing that. And it's like, isn't Black Friday supposed to be on one day? It's literally called Black Friday, not Black Month. Black Month. It's not called that. It's supposed to be on one day, but they're just making essentially the whole month of November, and then probably half the month of December is all sales. It's crazy. Eventually, like, they're going to have 2 months. The last 2 months of the year is just going to be all sales. And eventually it might become half the year, then the whole... Anyways, as you see, I'm just tired talking about it because these corporations, they just want to make a buck. And look, you can't blame them too much. They're in business to make a profit. This is what they do. This is what business people do. But I do believe they take advantage of the consumer in a lot of ways. And maybe they're not trying to be evil, but they're in the business to make a profit. So what you got to do as a consumer is don't buy emotionally. Don't let these sales tactics get to you. If you have a certain budget for that, don't go beyond that budget. And in fact, a lot of people are boycotting because of how bad America has gotten in terms of our dollar, our spending power decreasing so much, the cost of living increasing so much. It increased about 40% just over the last 5 years. Our cost of living, 40% over the last 5 years. I think the biggest cost of living increase in the shortest amount of time in human history, well, in American history. And it's just, so a lot of people are saying this, at least this year, we're going to cut back. We're not going to spend that much. We're going to support local businesses, or we're going to make our own stuff, or we're just going to let our family know, have that group text, that group chat, and say, you know what, we're not doing too well. We're just going to forego all the gift giving, and we're going to have a family dinner, but we're going to forego all the gift giving and save in that way because this makes financial sense. But let me know what you do in the comments below. Take care.
Are you going to put Johnny's Toy Jeep on your credit card to go in debt this Christmas, this holiday season 2025, when almost everybody is struggling in some way financially this season? Many people are done. They're done with it. And they're boycotting Christmas and the holidays. They're still celebrating it in certain ways, but they're not going to go in debt and make these financial corporations rich just to have fun this season.
Black Friday hadn't been the same since people were getting bust upside the head for a $100 60-inch TV at Walmart. Y'all remember that? Folks were out here camping in the cold, fighting strangers for a deal that expired at sunrise. It used to feel wild, but now when you really think about it, it just feels sad. Because Black Friday was never about the deals. It was about control. The same thing it's always been about. And if you trace it back, the history of Black Friday says more about America than any sale ever could. Most people think Black Friday started with shopping, but it didn't. The first time the phrase showed up was in 1869, when two white financiers, Jay Gould and Jim Fisk, tried to corner the gold market. Their greed crashed the economy and ruined thousands of ordinary people's lives. The papers called it Black Friday because people woke up broke. 100 years later, the name got recycled. This time, by Philadelphia police in the 1950s. They dreaded the Friday after Thanksgiving because downtown was just so chaotic. Traffic jams, shoplifters, stampedes. Retailers hated that negativity, so they flipped it. They rebranded it as the day the stores went into the black, meaning profit. Same greed, new marketing. And by the 1980s, companies realized they could weaponize desperation. They trained people to believe that scarcity was excitement. They built doorbusters, countdowns, and midnight openings. Psychological warfare dressed up as fun. And it worked. People lined up at 3 a.m. to buy stuff they didn't need, while workers barely making above minimum wage risked getting trampled to keep the registers moving. Every year, someone got hurt. Some years, people died. And companies just called it a successful turnout. And when Cyber Monday showed up in 2005, that was not innovation. It was adaptation. Marketers noticed that people were shopping online at work the Monday after Thanksgiving. So they built a fake holiday around it. Now, it's an algorithm instead of a doorbuster. Instead of fighting strangers in a Walmart aisle, we fight the illusion of scarcity on a screen. Clicking add to cart while data brokers track our dopamine. Different battlefield, same manipulation. Black Friday and Cyber Monday collectively rake in about $20 billion every year. Billion. With the B. Billion. But ask the warehouse workers skipping bathroom breaks, the retail clerks missing family dinners, the delivery drivers running on fumes. What do they get out of it? Nothing but exhaustion and abuse. And somehow we call that holiday spirit? So yeah, Black Friday used to be about a $100 TV. But now it's about the $100 billion corporations convincing you that happiness ships in 2 days. We traded Thanksgiving for consumer hunger and worship sales like salvation. They call it Black Friday and Cyber Monday. But what it really is proof that America turned greed into national tradition. We stopped chasing freedom and started chasing discounts. Enough. Stop spending.
I beg of you, any sort of gifting this year to be way more intentional about it than you were last year, okay? Because the worst thing ever, truly, not to sound ungrateful, but the worst thing ever is getting a gift that you know someone spent their hard-earned money on that you are not going to use, not going to utilize like this person wanted you to. If you are giving gifts, please connect with the people you are giving gifts with. Let them know, hey, this is my budget. What can I get you that you really are going to love or that you really need or that you wouldn't buy yourself? Be intentional. We live in such a consumerism bullshit world where you're just going to want to buy all these little bullshitty things. Don't do that. Buy good quality things that are going to last, that this person actually wants. Like, put some thought behind your presents and stop buying the little junky shit that is around this time of year.
People are saying that their entire families are skipping Christmas this year. Out of the 2,295 comments from this video, almost every single person said that they're skipping Christmas this year, or they're planning on spending under $50 per person. But yet we're living in the best economy ever. A lot of people are also saying that they're more worried about just making their regular bills, and they can't afford anything else already. This article was saying that everyone's supposed to be spending around $890 to $1,014 for Christmas, and no one's saying that at all. Everyone's saying that article is basically false information because no one's planning on spending that much money for Christmas. And people are also saying if we got a stimulus check, they're still not buying stuff for Christmas. They plan on stocking their refrigerators. Honestly, for the price of groceries, I don't blame them.
Okay, I'm in. Christmas 2025 is hereby canceled. I'm not saying don't spend time with your family, but If 70% of America decided not to celebrate Christmas this year, and I'm talking no gifts, no travel, no decorations, no shopping, it would cause a massive economic shock and send a political and cultural message unlike anything in modern history. Christmas actually accounts for roughly 20 to 25% of annual retail sales in the U.S. If 70% of Americans stopped spending, that would wipe out hundreds of billions of dollars in economic activity. Those big box stores, e-commerce platforms, and delivery services would all see devastating losses. Companies like Amazon, Walmart, Target, Apple, and FedEx would take huge hits, likely triggering a stock market downturn. Investors would panic over lost holiday revenue. Some of those companies wouldn't recover. Airlines, hotels, and car rental companies, they rely heavily on holiday travel. Their bookings would plummet. America's consumer-driven identity is deeply tied to Christmas. It's not just religious, it's commercial tradition. A collective refusal to participate would feel like a national awakening, a rejection of the system that profits from distraction, debt, and emotional manipulation. And let's be real, you know who's actually benefiting from what the current administration is doing right now? Corporate America. It's time they felt the pain. What do you think?
Your dollar is the only thing that rich people know about you. They literally don't care about you. They just want you to spend your money. So if you haven't heard, we are blacking out the system November 25th to December 2nd. I love this idea, and I wish and I hope that everybody gets on it. If you haven't heard about it, no restaurants, no events. We are not spending money at big box stores. We are not going to chain restaurants. We are not spending our money that entire week. That is Thanksgiving week, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I'm going to be participating. I hope that you are also participating. I'm really excited about this. I feel like it's going to make an impact, and I hope you also participate.
Some of y'all have lost the plot, and it shows. We are not canceling Christmas because we can't afford to take care of the children that we created. We are canceling Christmas so the powers at be can learn very quickly that we cannot be played with. You understand that when you go out Black Friday shopping, Christmas shopping, you are putting your hard-earned dollars, really your underpaid hard-earned dollars, into the pockets of Fortune 500 companies that are worth billions and trillions of dollars. Then they take that money and they fund the campaigns of all of the politicians that have been playing in our faces for the year 2025. Healthcare, income, taxes, your SNAP benefits, whatever it is that does affect you, the politicians that are sitting in positions of power right now have been bought. And they have been bought by the companies that you are about to go spend money with. So if we take away our dollar, they will feel it and understand, wait a minute, we can't keep doing these people like that. They're going to call the politicians that they put in power and say, hey, stop with the shit. We're losing money. And either the politicians are going to make some stuff happen, or they're going to lose the funding from these Fortune 500 companies that are becoming wealthy from our hard-earned, underpaid dollars. That's why we're canceling Christmas.
Y'all talking about cancel Christmas. Baby, because me and my kids, my family, will still be celebrating our Lord and Savior. What y'all need to be talking about is canceling consumerism. Stop buying things at these big box brand stores, Target, Walmart, whatever. Y'all better start going to thrift stores, mom and pop shops, all these small companies. That's where you need to be getting your stuff if you're really going to be getting Christmas presents this year. On top of that, Christmas is not about giving gifts. There are so many other ways that you can celebrate the holiday season without doing gift giving. So, no, I will not be buying at big box brand stores, but I definitely will be celebrating my Jesus this year.
So as you're seeing, this is Black Friday. I've been posting videos that a lot of people are boycotting Black Friday, and for good reason, because consumerism has taken over the America, like the culture, and because our purchasing power has went downhill. A lot of people are just angry and mad at the whole consumerism culture waking up. It seems like we're just waking up as a country, finally. to understand that just giving all our money, all our extra income, sometimes it's not extra. Sometimes we go in debt literally to give all this money to these corporations to show our love to our family and friends, because we got to buy them nice, expensive gifts to show that we love them, which is a total lie. It's the manipulation of these corporations and marketing. But can you buy gifts if you want to? For sure. But some people, you know, who want to kind of stick it to the man, so to say, cutting back. And you can still, as the most recent TikTok that we just reviewed before I came up, you can still celebrate the holidays, celebrate whatever you believe about the holidays, the birth of Jesus, whatever you want to celebrate, you can do that. Now, consumerism is a totally different thing. This is what the holidays, the reason behind the season, consumerism totally just took over that and just tried to change everything. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And the snowman, what's his name? I forget his name now. How did I forget the snowman's name? What? But anyways, it's turned into consumerism, right? And so it's okay to be jolly, to share in good food and good meals with your friends and your family, and to even give them gifts. But just don't go in debt to do it. Don't put yourself in a bad situation to do it. And maybe I'm catching you right and you're on the fence and it's literally Black Friday. And, you know, these sales still last even after Black Friday, the Cyber Monday, and even after that. So maybe it's a good time to double think if you've been kind of short on finances, that, hey, I really don't need to put myself in a bad financial situation just to make my family happy. You know, if they truly love you, they should understand. If you're not in a good financial situation, hey, you know, get them something, but it doesn't have to be big. It can be really cheap, or it can literally be self-made if you want to make something. I'm not, so I'm still going to get my people something. It's just going to be really small, not expensive at all. So let me know what you think in the comments below. Take care.
Black Friday shopping? I think we're Black Friday stopping. I don't know about you, but I'm Black Friday stopping. I'm not going to go in debt to pay these major corporations and make them rich when we're struggling. I'm struggling, you're struggling in this 2025 season when the economy is the worst it's ever been. Some people are saying in government it's the best it's ever been. I don't think it is, so check out these TikToks.
Let me explain something to you.
The New York Times is reporting that low-income shoppers are cutting their budgets and not shopping, and businesses are noticing. Duh. The official blackout hasn't even started yet, but people are cutting back. So do what you have to do. Cut back. We've got to get them where it hurts, and that's in their pockets. That's the money that they're expecting to get in this fourth quarter that they've been so waiting for all year. If it's not coming in, even at the dollar store level, the low income level, they're screwed. We gave up the fight with the Senate for healthcare costs. We've got to hold strong. Don't buy anything you don't have to have. The Senate might not be strong enough to handle this, but we are. Stay strong.
Please stop spending money. Don't spend another brown penny in this country. That is going to be our revolution and our biggest protest. Our best protest is to stop spending money. If you don't need it, don't buy it. You have clothes in your closets. You do not need a new bag. You do not need some new shoes. You got panties, you got socks, you got undershirts, you got mascara, you have makeup, you got all the hair care products that you need, you got bras, whatever, you got it. You do not need to spend any money. The only way we're going to get these people attention and start making some real progress and start getting some things done, start rectifying some of this mess, is to stop spending money. The only thing they care about is money. If y'all not realize that, they don't care about human rights. They don't care about kids. They don't care about the economy. The only thing they care about is the money coming into their bank accounts. As long as their bank accounts continue to go up, that is all they care about. We have to stop spending money. My mom is in the store right now getting some things for my grandfather. And I was in the store and I was tempted to buy something and I came and got in the car. Because I said I'm not spending any money in this economy unless I absolutely need it. Don't spend your money. That is our revolution.
Okay, y'all, so
Everybody got the assignment, right? Everybody knows what's gonna happen. Yeah? On Black Friday, we're not buying it. We're not buying it. We are not buying it. I don't know what y'all gonna have to do. You're gonna have to break yourself from the habit. How many flat screen TVs can you have anyway? We're not giving these people our money. We're not. Black people, sit your ass on the couch. In fact, everybody sit your ass on the couch. This message could be for any of you. Y'all said y'all didn't have no money, no how. So what you out there Black Friday shopping for? You said things are too expensive. So that means you don't need to be out there trying to buy nothing. Hashtag, we're not buying it. We're not. Because I'm telling you, it ain't happening. It ain't going down in this house. At all. At all. There's not a lick of Christmas spirit through here. Now, I'm not sure if we won't decorate the fireplace. We always do that. But as far as Yuletide logs and silver bells, absolutely not. We're giving a gift of boycott this year.
Oh, that's why.
Well. So, baby, it's official. It's official, I do believe. Thanksgiving has been canceled, honey. Now, let me explain what's going on, baby, because even the calendar knows. I was wondering what the date was of Thanksgiving this year. I know it's always on a Thursday, but I was looking for the numerics here. Because I'm doing some budgeting of the bills. So I pull open my calendar, and this is what I see. What do you notice missing? Oh yeah, that part on the calendar where it lets you know the holidays. Like the second, dear, there was a holiday there. That's why there's a pink dot up there. But as you can see, apparently, according to the Apple calendar, there is no Thanksgiving, honey. No Thanksgiving. If the calendar canceled it, then your checkbook should cancel it too. Okay? Okay.
Buy nothing. Nothing that you don't need, and out of necessity. If you don't need it, don't buy it. We stop consuming the way that they need us to consume to keep running the machine that's eating us alive.
Heck yeah.
You know what we don't have to do this year? We don't have to have Black Friday. We don't have to have Cyber Monday. We know those deals are fake. The tricks they use, they manipulate the pricing by jacking it up for those 6 weeks before that holiday season, and then they just drop it to make it look like it's a sale. It's not a real sale. They prey on us. The commercialism gets to us. It's like a virus. It's contagious. We see other people shopping. We see the ads. We feel like we have to have the thing. But what we need to do is save our money right now because times are very questionable. And what we can do is use the resource of time instead. Spend time with family and friends. Share a meal together. Create something, a craft. Anything we can do with our hands. Anything we can do that is not buying new things that we can just sit there and look at. I'm guilty of it more than anyone. I love, I grew up in the 80s. I love all of my toys, but I don't have to have any more. I definitely don't have to have any more for the holiday season because we need to show the businesses that we don't need them for the things that they want us to buy. And they're not going to get to us this year. So we just don't have to do it. Let's not call it canceling. Let's just say we're not going to do Black Friday this year. We just don't need it anymore.
I keep seeing videos that people are going to do a no buy November to prepare for the holidays and just not spend a bunch of money on a bunch for the month of November. And I'm here to give you some tips. As somebody who did a no buy for 6 months of this year, I planned to do a whole year, but it didn't work out that way. But I did 6 months of a no buy and it was freaking awesome. So let me tell you what I did. I did not step foot into TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Ross, Home Goods, any of those stores for literally 6 months. I still do not go in those stores. It just became second nature to me that those stores are filled. Just don't go in there. Just don't do it. Make it one of your rules. Don't go in there. Do not need any new clothes. Part of your no buy November should be no new clothes for yourself. Don't do it. You're totally fine. You're good to go. Participate in Project Pan. Use up the beauty products that you already own. Do not feel like you need to follow every influencer's Sephora sale, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, you don't need it. Use up what you already have. If you need to get a refill of something that's different, participate in Project Pan. And lastly, for me, this was a big one. Do not overspend at the grocery store. Take the 20 minutes Sunday night, make a pickup order for Monday after you get off work. Done and done. No impulse buys. You're good to go. Put in a little bit of effort that it takes, and do not impulse grocery shop.
So let me get this straight. UPS fires 34,000 people. Amazon fires 30,000. That's 64,000 employees without a job before the holidays. And that should show you right there that we should cancel Christmas and Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's how we hurt them. Y'all don't see that? That's how we hurt them. We don't go out. We don't go out shopping for turkeys and hams and all this stuff for Thanksgiving and Christmas and presents. That's how we get them back. Because I'm pretty sure y'all was banking on those bonuses so y'all can buy Christmas presents and Thanksgiving dinner. But guess what? Just cancel the whole 2 holidays. That's how we get back at them. Are y'all with that or what? If not, they're going to continue to do the same thing they've been doing. These people do not care about y'all. How they fire y'all? Right before the holiday season. And SNAP benefits are cut. Make it make sense, y'all. They showing us they don't care.
Sticking to the man, that's what people want to do. And quite frankly, I see a lot of people who are just less well off financially have been struggling. And as the last TikTok that we went over, the guy was just saying a lot of people are being laid off, fired. Well, laid off, I think. I don't know if it's fired. He said fired, but either way, imagine being laid off or whatever. You just can't have your job anymore right before the holidays. That will make for the worst time of year. Me personally, our family is going to buy the turkey. We're going to buy that because we're going to eat good.
I think it makes sense, y'all.
I love the Christmas and Thanksgiving meals, but in terms of the presents, food, we're not going to cut back on that. But in terms of the presents, that is where I believe a lot of people should cut back on that, especially if they are really struggling financially. Why buy all this stuff? Lots of people have stuff left over from the last Christmas, like multiple years, all these colognes. That's the thing about grandma buying, like every Christmas, cologne. Some of the stuff I haven't even barely used. Maybe 5 times I might use it. And it's funny because lots of times we get gifts that we don't even like. I notice usually older folks do that because they're kind of out of touch with what you like as somebody who may be younger, like a grandchild or even a son or daughter. But parents usually kind of have a better idea because they're living with their son or daughter. They're living around them. But like grandparents and aunts and uncles, lots of times, if they buy something specific, other than a gift card, it's like a lot of times, half the time, it's like, I didn't really want that. But they do that. You gotta love them. Anyways, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. How are you feeling about boycotting, just buying obsessive amounts of stuff? And supporting these major corporations. A lot of people are still going to buy stuff, but they're going to support smaller businesses. I've seen that in the comments already. I think that's a good idea. And some people are making things instead of buying things, or making things, arts and crafts. So whatever you think, is best, you can be creative. It's an option. Anyways, take care. The economy is a lot worse today than it was just 1 decade ago. For example, the bare minimum you need to make a livable wage for a household of 2 children in the state of Washington is $128,000, a 75% increase from just 2015.
I love this comment. Pause the video and take a moment to read it, because I've talked about this a little bit, and it's true. It's always like, how much more in my means do you really want me to live? Like, am I supposed to never be happy? It's like, I'm sorry I made the ingredients to make a cake, or one time this month I went to Starbucks and got my favorite coffee. I'm not talking about people that are stopping and getting gas station treats 3 times a day. Like, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the people that are struggling, but they're still going out to eat 5 nights a week. That's a different story. I have watched people that are struggling and doing everything that they can and are still having to put their bills on credit cards, be told by others, oh, well, you're just not living within your means. And at some point, you have to come to terms with They're not saying that because they're trying to be corrective. They're not saying that because they're trying to point you towards better decisions. They are telling you that because at the end of the day, all they are saying is, no, I want you to suffer more. I want you to never eat red meat. You should be eating canned tuna and beans and rice, and you should never be allowed to eat anything else. Oh, you had Ramen's 5 night this week, but another night you decided to make Italian sausage spaghetti, and it cost you $5 instead of the $2. Like, no, you're not allowed to do that. I need you to suffer. I want you. I am excited by your suffering. That's what people mean when they are telling these other people to live within their means. It is literally a call for someone that they deem as not a valuable human being to suffer more. Because what do you mean you don't think, like, do you know how expensive it is to eat healthy? Like, do you have any idea how expensive it is to eat healthy? And God forbid a person eat on garbage, high-calorie, cheap food that is not satiating, that then messes with your hormones, that causes you to end up with an eating disorder. It's like, no. Like, yeah, you can go eat Hamburger Helper and feed a couple of people cheap. But also, do you know what? Hamburger Helper's smaller than it used to be. You go make a thing of Hamburger Helper. When I was a kid, a thing of Hamburger Helper fed 4 people. A thing of Hamburger Helper right now might feed 2 people. A decent sized meal. If you're an active person and you actually need to eat, no. Everything is smaller. Everything is more expensive. In order to eat healthy, you are paying out the ass in order to eat a healthy meal. You know how much vegetables cost? Oh, instead of eating a candy bar, why don't you buy an apple? An apple's like $1.60 now for an apple. A bag of grapes? Hold on. Bear with me.
What?
We've eaten like 15 of these. Do you know how much this bag of grapes was? $8. $8. So no, stop telling people to live within their means. And what you really are saying is, I need you to suffer more for my own enjoyment because I don't think you deserve humanity. I don't think you deserve dignity as a human being. Say what you really mean and stop doing this pussyfooting around.
The younger generation would have things if they just worked harder. If this is your perspective, I want to share an example that might help convince you otherwise. My husband and I bought our house in 2011, so 14 years ago. We bought it for $147,000 with an interest rate of 4.75%. Now we have our homeowner's insurance and taxes escrowed into our mortgage. So for anyone who doesn't know what that means, it's all in one payment. We make one payment to the bank, and the bank pays our insurance and taxes for us. The loan also had PMI. So for those who don't know what that stands for, it's private mortgage insurance. It's something that most banks require on mortgages in which you still owe 80% of the loan. In other words, if you don't put 20% down from the jump, more likely than not, they'll tag this extra insurance on. Anyways, when we first got this loan in 2011, our payment was $1,344. When we finally had equity in the house and paid the balance down, they removed the PMI and our payment went to $951. Okay, now get this. We just got our home appraised and it appraised for $360,000. So more than 2 times paid in 2011. Not only that, interest rates are now what, 7.5% maybe even more? So I looked up how much a $360,000 loan with a 7.5% interest rate would be because that's what I'd be up against if I was purchasing a home in today's market. Again, I'm pretending to put down the same down payment. I'm including PMI, homeowners insurance, and taxes, just like we did 14 years ago. And do you know what that payment would be? $3,100. What's a young person's starting salary nowadays? Like $25 an hour? That's $52,000 a year with a mortgage of $37,000 a year. So are some folks just lazy and unmotivated? Yes, of course. There's those people in every generation. But for the majority, it's not that they're not working hard enough. It's just not possible.
Only in America do you have to pay a fee to pay a bill. Only in America can you try to go to work while you're sick because you can't afford to miss a shift. Only in America do you avoid going to the doctor because you have to pay a deductible, even with insurance. Only in America do you have to choose between filling your tank and buying groceries. Only in America does your rent go up while your paycheck stays exactly the same. Only in America and nowhere else.
The fact that I just realized that if I work an 8-hour shift, that is only $136 for the day. I guess calling in really wouldn't have made that much of a difference.
I mean this in the most humbling, genuine way. I don't see how single people are making it. It's like the economy almost forces you into a relationship so you can have a 2-income household. Because how else are people making it out there? Especially with situations like this. Now, imagine if she did have a boyfriend, a fiance, a husband, and he was bringing in like $50,000 to $125,000. That would definitely help out. But how are people living off of up to $150 a day? And that's if they don't send you home, because nowadays, we slow. You, clock out, go home. Wait a minute, this got here 3 hours ago. I'm not ready to go home. Car note's doing about a week. And then there are those others who have no heart, no compassion for people. Oh, well, they picked that job. She could easily go apply to another job. Yes, she can. But at the end of the day, if she want to work there, let her work there. That's where you lack empathy. I still don't understand how these billion-dollar companies, like Target and all these other companies, don't pay their workers at least 20 to 25 minimum starting out. Because y'all are making billions and billions of dollars every year. But I bet your investors are happy, huh? We ain't even gonna go down that rabbit hole no more, y'all. I promise.
In this economy, if you live alone and all of your bills are paid, you're killing it. And I'm talking like fully by yourself, like not splitting, rent or anything with a partner, no parents to lean on, just like fully doing all this alone with how crazy the economy is right now. And I'm also saying this so I can hear it too, because I need to be reminded of this too. Because it is tough out here. It is hard to be a single person in this economy right now. It is truly, truly hard with no support, no partner. It's insane. And I always catch myself saying like, oh, like I'm so broke, like, I feel so broke. But like, I'm not broke. All my bills are paid. Like, of course we all wish that we could be making more money, but like, if your bills are paid off, things are getting done, like, hell yeah. And that is a flex right now.
Well, I've hit my breaking point, and I literally cannot afford to live, pay bills, or any of this. And why this is my life? Like, I almost just bawled my eyes out inside of Walmart because I realized that I literally cannot afford to live. What the fuck's wrong with our economy? Like, what? It's either like this is my weekly life. It's either eat, pay money to eat, or don't pay other bills, or pay bills and don't eat, or like it's just like I have to ask my parents to help me to survive because I have no money. Just all my money goes to bills. How do people live like this? No. And I'm just like, I don't even know what to do. Like, I almost think I need to move home because, like, I literally have no money to survive. Like, why is the government and why are the states and why is all this built like this? Why? It's so, like, I can barely afford to live. What?
So the lady we just watched, she's like, how do people live like this? All my money goes to bills. I'm almost thinking about moving back home. That is the thing. She looks very young. I'm looking at her right now, but you can't see her on the screen, but you just saw her. I'm just looking at it for reference. Anyways, I think I'm going to end up doing reactions in probably real time in the future, maybe starting in the new year, to where it just be easier instead of just like putting the TikToks, separating them, doing my initial intro, then talking about at the end. I think just doing everything at the same time is probably the best thing, the most efficient, and I gotta be efficient. But anyways, yes, she looks very young, probably early 20s. Move back in with your parents. It's probably the best thing. You don't gotta be ashamed. I'm a 34-year-old man doing it. And there's people older than me doing it that shouldn't be ashamed. In this economy, nobody should be ashamed. The only reason that you should be hard on yourself is if you're literally being a lazy bum and not doing anything to better your situation in the future. You're just not putting in any work at all. You're making bad decisions, you're not thinking correctly, and you're not actually making concrete steps to earn money to get out the situation. Because for me personally, this is a temporary thing. I don't mean to do this forever. I think it started in 2021, around that time. It was either summer 2020 or summer 21. I forget the year now. And in 2018 and 2019, I was living on my own, renting a house, about $925. And back then, that was actually expensive. In 2019, 2018, $925 a month to rent like a little small 3-bedroom house. And I don't stay in a great big city now. That is expensive. I stay in Georgia, so it's expensive for Georgia in a small city, not in Atlanta. $925 a month. All my money went to rent. For 2 years, I was doing that. My mom, she moved overseas temporarily to do some work overseas, and she was like, "You come stay here and help out your brother and just kind of watch the house." And I did that, and I just stayed. So I'm like, it doesn't make sense. I don't have the money, especially COVID happened and everything changed, the whole world changed. It's like, it just didn't make sense to go back out on my own and go back to the same situation when my money didn't really increase during that time. But it's supposed to be temporary. I don't plan to do this forever. I want to eventually move out, be on my own. But I got to make 6 figures, or at least on the way, projecting to do that, to get to that point to where I can move out and live my own. So for anybody definitely in their 20s, you know, I used to feel bad in my 20s living at my parents' house, but that was back then when the economy's better. So, but definitely now, if you're below 30, even 30s like me, but definitely if you're below 30, like that's just normal at this point to still live with your parents. So don't feel bad about that. The woman questioning if she should do it, she should probably do it. Let me know what you think. If you feel open enough to share your position. You know, how old are you, and are you living with your parents on your own? If you're on your own, are you really struggling and kind of wish you could move back in with your parents? If you could. And then if you are living with your parents and are an adult, do you feel like ashamed about that? You shouldn't, but do you plan to get out of the situation later? Let me know. Take care. Who's going in debt to celebrate the holidays? I'm not. Are you? People, it was once a normal thing to do that. Oh, I'm going to go in debt to make my family happy. You don't have to do that. You literally don't have to do that. So you're going to see some reels, or not reels, but TikToks about people, what they're doing on this holiday season. People are just done. They are done. They're done.
In response to the government shutdown of 2025 and the cancellation of November's SNAP benefits, my wallet is closed. I am not going to be supporting this. My holiday season is booked up with doing nothing. I can't afford to give you any money. The premium costs of insurance are going up 16%, so I'm not going to be spending money unless it's a life-threatening emergency. For all my friends that are expecting Christmas gifts, don't. I'm not giving you anything. You guys can go buy your own. I love you. That should be sufficient enough for you. As Democrats, thank you for just fundraising and never standing up and doing anything. And as for you Republicans, for taking advantage of it. I just have a question. Can we get a motion for discovery on all of our Republican and Democratic senators and House of Representatives? Because I want to know if they have insurance stocks for health care. And if so, then this raising the price of health care is like considered insider trading. Anyways, that's my take on all this. You guys have a very good night. I am going to go hang out with my girlfriend.
Thinking a general strike, meaning not just an individual boycott against Home Depot or Target, but just stop spending money. This is an idea that is gathering steam, just so you all will know, you're getting that preview on the Joy Reid Show tonight, among a lot of people in the activist space, that what we may need to do is to cut off abruptly the money.
Spread the word, the next No Kings protest is going to be on Black Friday. We are going to shut down the system. There will be no purchasing on Black Friday. There will be no buying on Black Friday. They want us to feel it in healthcare. We're going to hit them right where their pockets hurt as they drive up prices on things like bread, eggs, meat, cheese. We are going to leave them the dry. No spend November. If you don't need it, don't buy it. And it will all come to a head on Black Friday when we will take to the streets for yet another No Kings protest. Black Friday in America is the one day we swarm to stores to try to get a bargain, and we make these people richer than they already are while we become poorer than they already know we are. Oh, and we're not doing Christmas shopping this year either. If the kids don't need it, don't buy it. We don't participate in holidays when we can't get simple healthcare coverage at less than $29,000 a damn week. You take away government benefits for 45 million Americans and think we're going to go shopping on Black Friday?
All right, it's Monday, November 3rd. I've seen a couple of people post this morning about a big, beautiful boycott. So I need to dig in and get some details on that. But they were talking about, not spending money over the holidays. That's easy for me to do, to not spend money. I'm not married. I don't have any kids. Most of my family's still back in Ohio, and I just got to see all of those guys. Had an amazing week with them. It was really wonderful. But I think something like, and I'm just making this up, I don't know if it's true or not, it just seems like, doing something like a big, beautiful boycott over the holidays could be really tricky if you have kids and you're trying to explain to them, why their Christmas or Thanksgiving are going to be less than because of what's going on in this country. Could be a teaching moment, depending on how old your kids are and how snotty they are and selfish that you've raised them. But for me personally, I am not going to spend between now and the end of the year. I'm going to spend nothing. I will go to the deli in North Beach for my friend Shahana before I head down there for Thanksgiving, because that's a big treat for them each time that year. But that's a locally owned Italian deli here in San Francisco, so I feel good about that. But as far as like stuff from Amazon, stuff from Walmart, ordering just crap to give to people for Christmas and spending money on that kind of stuff, I'm not going to do it. I am not going to do any of that. Everybody in my life is going to understand that. They know that I'm a bit of a curmudgeon to begin with, so it won't be surprising.
This is Project Christmas 2025, where we're boycotting consumerism, but we are not boycotting magic, celebration, unity, or presents this Christmas. Because what better way to stick it to the man than by having the absolute best time without any of their conglomerates or monopolies? Because you actually don't need to boycott Christmas or generosity just because you want to boycott big business and be wise with your money. In fact, I would say the less consumerist to Christmas is, the more magical. My Christmas memories are glorious, and I didn't even receive a personal present until I was like 10 years old. A non-consumerist Christmas doesn't mean no presents or no new stuff. It just means being intentional about what we buy, shopping local and supporting small businesses because so many of them depend on Christmas, and not giving into the idea that more presents means more love, because I can personally vouch for the fact that having 25 gifts under the tree versus 5 will not make your kids any better off. Especially if those 25 gifts are going to break or be cast aside within the year, 5 or even 1 intentional gift is going to mean so much more and probably last longer. I know it's a huge cultural thing, and for some this will take a lot of getting used to, but I promise you in the long run it will replace the magic that so many of us feel like we have lost at this time of year, and it will make things so less stressful as you approach the Christmas season if we remove the pressure to perform and to make everybody happy, and instead focus on gathering, celebrating, and really giving with the intention of thoughtfulness and connection. I know Christmas is a way off. I have lots of how-tos and gift guides and crafts and resources to share, but for now, now, this is what you're gonna do. If you are a small business, drop your at in the comments. Do it now and say what you make or provide. If you are a consumer, which we all are, you're gonna start looking around you for small businesses that provide things you might get elsewhere. Because small business doesn't mean you can't get the child magnet tiles for Christmas. It just means maybe going to like a local toy shop or getting them secondhand. I just got some of my most desired Christmas gifts for my son off of eBay and Mercari the other day for like a third of the price. I'm not saying you can't ever go to a box store or you're evil. I get it. If you want to get your kid a bike and you can't find a bike anywhere, you're going to go to Walmart and get them a bike. Be intentional, divert as much spending as you can to local, family-owned and small businesses. And remember, small business doesn't have to mean small business. They can be really successful, just not corporate. So there's a plethora of options available to you. I'm compiling lists, don't worry. Your final piece of homework, go through your home, find anything that you can get rid of that is gift worthy. Either take it straight to the thrift store or plan a swap with your community or friends so that everybody has gifts available to them with little or no money. We can do this.
I love when that first guy was saying, for all my friends who are expecting Christmas gifts this holiday, don't. I'm not getting you anything. He just straight up blunt. I love when people are like that. But I mean, it's a real honest statement during these times of being broke and the state of the economy, and then the government shutdown just happened and people lost their SNAP benefits. There are reasons that the American government and economy are giving us to be just a little bit holding back this season. Maybe you can call it stingy, whatever it is, but I think it's actually just being frugal, being wise, and taking it slow. And I believe if your friends and your family, they truly care, and love you, understand, and are understanding, which some of mine are not, but if they're truly loving and understanding, they're not going to put it against you if we're going to cut back on giving. If you're like, hey fam, hey friends, this year I'm just kind of down and out, the economy's really bad, I don't really have extra spending money, you're just gonna get a piece of candy, some food, maybe a $20 gift card, $15 gift card, something like that, just something really small. I think that it's good to give them something, but it does not have to be big. You know, $10, it's something. And even in the last TikTok, the woman was she was making stuff herself, so you can even make things yourself for free. You know, stuff you have around the house, you may have to buy the paper or whatever, but she's like an artsy crafty person. I'm not, so I gotta buy things. But if you're artsy crafty and just like making things, then you can do that for literally free. That's really what the best gifts are. Cliche, I know. But yeah, but interestingly enough, some of my family does not understand. They're so festive that doesn't matter how broke they are, they're still gonna do the regular Christmas stuff. They may cut back a little bit, but they're still gonna do the regular Christmas stuff. They're still gonna buy multiple presents, you know, spend hundreds of dollars. My mom's like that. My mom. And I was trying to tell her, like, you know, this year, I think we should have a talk about just not spending as much and just not really expecting too much this Christmas. We should have a talk about it. She just cut me off real quick, like, no, we're good enough. We're good enough. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go how we usually do it. And my mom, I love her, but she can be sometimes selfish. I'm sure if you have parents and just family members, you can relate to that, because I'm like, you're not even thinking about me and my money. She's thinking about if she's okay, and she's doing kind of okay, but it's like, I think people who are super festive and put the festivities above like actually being wise about financial decisions, they can make bad decisions with their money and end up buying too much stuff, and people go in debt all the time for being overly festive. And it's good to, I mean, I don't got anything against people caring about the holidays. My mom does. And I personally like Christmas. I do like it, but I'm not overly festive. I'm not going to let it bankrupt me and cause me to go in debt and just cause me to stress about money. Doesn't make any sense at all. But my mom's like, we're going to do it. You know, I was like, the government shut down. She was like, it's back up. And she works for the government. I was wondering if I should even say that, but It doesn't matter. You don't even know my mom, so. But yeah, she works for the government. So she's like, well, it's back up. And I'm like, food stamps. We don't get food stamps, but I just wanted to say that because it's part of the larger picture that many Americans are struggling. But yeah, I guess it's kind of irrelevant because we don't get the food stamps. So it's like, well, we don't get them, and then the government is not shut down anymore. So it's like, she doesn't see any reason to come back this holiday. I'm just like, so much things are expensive right now, Mom. So many things, but she's that type of lady, Christmas lady, very festive, favorite holiday. And there's no getting through people like that. None. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, and if they're your family members, you gotta love them anyway. And just understand that they may be a bit ignorant, but anyways, let me know what y'all think in the comments below. What are you doing? You gonna go all out? Or are you cutting back entirely, just nothing? Or are you gonna just cut it back and just limit it and maybe make something, or just $10 gift cards, candy, stocking stuffers, and that's about it? Let me know in the comments below. Take care. In the mid-2020s, the system is broken. In California, the average American adult needs $38,000 after taxes just to live. And before taxes, that's over $50,000. This is not to be comfortable. This is the average requirement just to live.
Oh, we can't raise the minimum wage because if we do, the burger will be $20. Did you know in Australia, the minimum wage is 3 times what it is here? But for some reason, the burger cost is not 3 times the price. How is that possible? Maybe it's because CEOs realized that they could convince you that was the truth, that prices were going to go up for you, when actually their pay has gone up over 1,000% since 1970, but worker pay has only gone up like 30%. The same people who are like, don't tread on me, are like, oh, rich people want to raise the price of everything while not giving anybody a raise? Oh, please tread on me harder, Daddy. That is you. That is you. You have the don't tread on me sticker, but then when it comes to rich people, you're all for them treading on you. Because the prices of everything have still gone up every year, but wages have never increased. Why is that? Because they told you that if they raised the minimum wage, then the cost of everything would go up. But why is it that the cost of everything went up, but wages have not gone up? So tell me what part you're not understanding, because the cost of everything is going to continue to go up, and wages still have not gone up, and rich people are just buying more and more yachts, and they're getting bigger and bigger bonuses. So at what point are you going to look at this and go, wait a second, they lied to us. They told us if they raised the minimum wage, prices would go up. But if they didn't, prices would stay down. But the price of everything has gone up. They don't know how to make it any easier for you people. And y'all are always talking about common sense. Y'all are the people of common sense. Look around you, bro. Look at the grocery prices from this year to 4 years ago, and tell me if the price has gone up or down, and then tell me if wages have gone up or down, and then do the math and go, wait a second, maybe CEOs and rich people are lying to you. Turns out, rich people don't have your best interest in mind. They have their own interest in mind, and they're willing to sacrifice all of you for their own gains. Brother Jeff Bezos rented out an entire city. He rented out Venice for his wedding, but can't pay his taxes? He can't pay equal share? What are you talking about? What do you mean people need renting cities before people need food? What do you mean Zuck can buy an entire cliffside of Hawaii, an entire portion of land on Hawaii is now his, but oh, we can't get veterans on the street. Yeah, that's too much.
Imagine making $160,000 a year. That's what the average income in the United States would be if wages had kept up with the cost of housing. Check out this cost of living breakdown for 1959 I came across, where the cost of a new house was $12,400 and the average income at the time was $5,000. Nearly half the cost of a new house. Today, the average cost of a new house is about $410,000, which is 33 times that of 1959. Has the United States average income gone up 33 times since 1959? No, it hasn't. It's only gone up by about 12 times, an average of $60,000. And look at the average cost of rent in 1959, $97. Divide that $5,000 yearly income by 12 to get the monthly income at the time, $416. So your rent is less than a quarter of your monthly income. That's insane. I don't know about you guys, but my rent takes up about 60% of my income. Over half of my damn check. We are being robbed of a decent life that generations before us got to enjoy.
Isn't it insane that wanting a normal life now is considered a luxury? Like, we are not asking for yachts, we're not asking for mansions. We're literally just asking for a life that doesn't feel like we're drowning. A place to live that doesn't take our entire paycheck. A car that does not require a loan longer than a relationship that got us into it. Groceries that do not feel like a punishment for trying to eat. We are not chasing some billionaire fantasy. We just want a fair shot. We want time with our family. We want energy after work instead of collapsing on a couch. Praying that the weekend feels longer than 6 minutes. We're told work hard, be loyal, show up. We did, but while we're doing everything right, they kept on moving the finish line. The rent went up, the food went up, the bills went up, but the paychecks have not done. And the people at the top still have the nerve to tell us it's not that bad. It is bad. If being able to afford a dentist appointment means going into debt, if missing one day of work means falling behind, if a cart of basic groceries gives you anxiety, that is not a personal problem. That's a broken system. So if we sound angry, it's because we are. We are tired of being lectured by the people who never struggled.
I just find it so crazy how it's basically normalised at this point to literally just do your job, pay your bills, and barely be able to save at the end of the month. Like, it's just so normalised to go to a grocery store and literally panic every time you go grocery shopping because everything's just so expensive, and every time you go to the shop, everything is just like doubled in price. I was having a conversation with my sister, and I was just saying, like, I'm so upset that I can't spend the money that I want to spend on my family for Christmas because everything, like, just surviving is so expensive. Like, yes, like I am not as poor as some people, but I know that some people are literally struggling to even, like exist. I'm getting by paycheck to paycheck, and it's insane how normalised it is that we spend most of our lives working, and all we are doing is surviving. We're not doing anything. We're just literally surviving. Like, most of us can't even afford to buy a flat. Every year, the electric goes up, everything goes up, everything but the salary, and I'm just like, it's so normalised, and it's literally going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And I don't want to sit here and be like hopelessness, but it's not going to get any better.
Almost twice the federal minimum wage, and I am still thousands of dollars below the poverty line. I am homeless. I live in my car. I cannot afford to rent an apartment. I can hardly afford to live in my car. Food is expensive. And it's tough times, you know? I work 40 hours a week. I am not in an entry-level position. I am in a skilled position. I make twice the federal minimum wage. And I am poor. And if that isn't the most late-stage capitalism thing,
I am extremely stressed out. I don't come on here and cry and do all of that. But what the work 5 to 6 days out of the week, and I only barely have enough money to pay my bills. Somebody's gonna get on here and say, "Oh, we'll be lucky you have a job, bro." Working a job, going to a job, getting up every morning, every night, whatever time you go, and having to give your all or do your best at this job just for them not to compensate you enough money for you to live your life and pay your bills, is actually really upsetting me. And I feel like I'm missing out on living life because I have to pay my bills and go to work every day. It's such a tiring process. I could see if I was lazy, I wasn't getting up and I wasn't getting it, but it's like, bro, how hard do I have to work in order to survive, bro? How? Once I pay my rent, and my phone bill, my light bill, that's it. And then the next paycheck, because mind you, bi-weekly you only get paid 2 times out of the month. So one paycheck goes directly towards bills. And then that other paycheck, I have to set bills, I have to set money aside for the next set of bills that are coming up. I can't get ahead. I can't. I know somebody's going to say, you got it better than somebody else, bro. That's not the point. Just because I have it better than somebody else doesn't mean that I'm not struggling over here. For real, for real. People try to come over here and try to perpetrate and make it seem like, oh yeah, I'm living this kind of life, I'm living that kind of life. I'm a TikTok content creator, but I live a life just like y'all. And nobody better get on here and say you better get another job or do this or do that. But I haven't applied to these jobs. And when I apply to these jobs, they waste my time. Do you think I have money and gas and energy to be wasting going back and forth to these job interviews who are not going to hire me and are going to tell me that they're going to call me in a week? Call me back in a couple days and don't? Job market is a joke. I have no choice but to keep the job I have now. The one that's barely paying my bills and leaves me no money left over to live. To get my nails done. These are press-ons. I can't do anything. I gotta do my own hair. I gotta do my own clothes. I gotta do everything. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's like when you don't have a choice and you work every day, it gets tiring. It gets to a point.
Number 2.
Cost of living in Florida is absolutely ridiculous, and the pay is not matching up with it, especially for healthcare workers, specifically nurses, is who I'm referring to because that's what I know, that's what I do. A lot of my videos talk about this. A lot of people comment that I live above my means. I would like to show you a video of me. I am the person that a lot of my friends go to for financial advice because I'm very frugal. I'm very good at budgeting. I love budgeting. I love saving money. I love investing money. I love doing things like this. Can't do it anymore because I literally don't have money. But yes, a lot of my friends come to me, and this video that I'm going to attach is one of my best friends. She was moving to Tampa. She wanted my help finding an apartment that she could afford. She sent me her pay. She sent me all these things. So I said, oh my God, this is absolutely. Look at this. Okay, December 29th, 2020. This one was $13.40. I clicked on this link.
I got him in the face.
All right, we're looking for the 1-1 that I sent her, which was this one. 743 square feet. 1-1. It was 18, but after all the additional, it's 1964. I sent her a 12-month lease.
Oh, then I get him in the face.
Today,
right after.
that is $24.61. So yeah, it's not a me issue.
Shut the fuck up.
But thank you.
Also,
yes, I could get 27 roommates.
Let's just shut the fuck up.
Or live like in Section 8 housing. Or have like the cops perched outside my apartment every day. For example, my brother was trying to convince me to move to Jacksonville, and he's like, hey, you should come live here. He called me the other day. He goes, Grace, the cops knocked on my door at 4 a.m. and asked me if I heard anything. And I was like, did you? He said, no. Apparently my neighbor got murdered and dragged down the stairs.
Stratus again.
But you should come live here because it's cheap. It better be.
Yeah, y'all. So people are struggling just to live in 2025. The mid-2020s is absolutely insane. I'm a 90s baby. I was born in 1991. And the economy was so much stronger than it wasn't as strong as it used to be. Because, like, over time, the dollar continues to lose power. That cat's meowing at me. As soon as I start my video, he does that. I'll show these people who you look like. This is Kenji right here. I'm in my pajama pants anyways. Zoom call. Yeah, so what I was saying is, over time, the dollar continues to lose this purchasing power. You know, you used to be able to buy candy for like 2 cents. I don't know when, but that was a long time ago. And then in the 90s, you could buy candy for like 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents for a big candy bar. Nowadays, a candy bar. I walked into the gas station one time because I stopped eating candy bars because I was vegan at one time and I stopped being vegan. So I'm like, let me see what a candy bar costs if I want to buy one. That thing said about $3 for a candy bar. And they used to be like 75 cents, I remember, as a kid. So American economy is not doing good, and it seems to just increasingly get worse over time. So basically, generations that are older than me, I'm a millennial. Generation X had it better than millennials. Boomers had it better than Generation X and millennials and Gen Z. And basically, the worst of the generations that have it are Generation Z and millennials. We got the brunt of the worst. Not complaining, kind of. But I think the boomers and some of y'all who watch this are boomers, so it's no hate. No hate at all.
I think you are.
You can't help when you were born. You can't help that. But the younger generations are really, I would say, struggling the most right now. Because as soon as we became adults, 2008, the recession hit. As soon as we became adults, 2008 financial crisis. And just back-to-back stuff has happened to us. And then most people, as soon as they become adults, they're not making the right decisions anyway because your brain isn't fully developed to about 25. So when I was 18, you know, I was in college and then I dropped out, made some dumb decisions. My brain just stupid, young and dumb, doing stupid stuff. And then I didn't really start making my good decisions till about 25. I'm like, okay, I need to stop pussyfooting around, being a lazy bum and just whatever, and just actually work and grind and actually start building myself up in this world at about 25. And that was around 2016 area. The economy was actually kind of okay for that time. In 2010, it wasn't the best, but it's definitely better than now. So as soon as me personally started actually making semi-good decisions, adulting for real and taking it seriously, COVID happened 4 years later. And then a couple years after COVID, then inflation started crazy because we printed all those trillions of dollars. And so because I made really bad decisions in early adulthood, I never got established, still not established personally, as a 34-year-old man. You know, I'm still living at home with my mother, my parent, making not that much money. I'm working full time, but it's not enough. And the guy that was saying in 1959, the average house then was only twice, just a little bit above twice the average wage, which is not bad. Imagine today if the house was only about twice your annual wage, the average wage now. That's not you know what it is now? About eight times the average wage, which is absolutely insane. And this is why people are saying they can't afford to be alive, because if you don't, you need shelter, right? It's just something we need. If you don't have shelter, your lifespan is going to drastically decrease, and you may live, but you know, you're just going to get diseases a lot faster. It's just a bad situation. Imagine living, you know, homeless for decades. You might not even last that long. Most people get on drugs being homeless because the situation is just so horrible. The pain, the suffering, and all of that. And so in today's economy, in today's time, people who are just becoming adults or have been adults for maybe just a decade, the younger generations who have not yet established themselves, bought that first house. It is so challenging. It's almost like walking a boulder up a hill and trying to get ahead, but nearly it's not impossible, but it's very challenging. A lot of people are just they want to give up. You know, and I feel like that sometimes myself. 34-year-old man, not in a situation I want to be, but personally I want to inspire hope on the channel because, yeah, just woe is me, and there's no hope for the future. I don't want to spread that, even though some of the TikToks that I present may show that perspective, but they just give it hope. Me personally, I'm a person who wants to inspire hope. But I get why people feel that way, because it does feel like just so much resistance, especially if you're younger and you haven't yet established yourself. Even older people are suffering. So I'm not going to say no, older people are suffering. The older generation.
Oh no.
Because let's say you already got a house as a boomer and you're getting retirement and you already got a house. You still can be suffering, you know, because your money just isn't going as far. But especially if you're trying to establish yourself as a younger generation and you're trying to get your first house, it seems impossible. So everybody's suffering. I don't want to divide generations against each other, which a lot of people do. How millennials hate boomers, Gen Z, I don't want to do that. For all reasons. We can't control when we're born, but yeah, it does seem like older generations, it was just better timing. It was better timing because things just got worse over time. And anyways, I'll leave that there. Let me know what y'all think in the comments below. Maybe share your generation, what generation you are, and how you're looking at things now in this economy now, how it's affecting you now, even if you are an older generation and you're still struggling. Let me know your thoughts below. Appreciate you. Blackout 2025. People are fed up with making these major corporations rich. I'm stepping on these leaves. It's holiday season, fall season. People are fed up. They literally don't have a choice to celebrate the holidays in the way that they once used to. And people are done going in debt just to enjoy the holidays.
From November 25th, 2025, this year, to December 2nd, they're calling it a mass blackout. Not a march, not a protest, no signs necessary. It's 1 week where we pull our dollars out of the system and see what happens when the economy feels the weight of our absence. Because we've marched, we've begged, most of us voted the right way. And now we're just going to sit back and test the one thing this country truly worships: money. See, this isn't the first time we've tried this, right? Economic boycotts have always been the heartbeat of real change. From Montgomery to Operation Breadbasket. When the buses lost money, segregation fell. When companies realized ignoring Black consumers meant losing profit, they started hiring, promoting, and pandering. History has already shown us that pulling our dollars is harder than any speech, any march, any protest ever could. The timing isn't random. Black Friday is the biggest spending weekend in America. Billions get poured into corporations that barely reinvest in the communities that they were rich in the first place. So from November 25th to December 2nd, the goal is simple, okay? Buy nothing that doesn't circulate back into us. You hear me?
Outside with
Support
the long,
small, support local, support Black. Because when we withhold our dollars, we remind this country that we're not just consumers. We are the economy. So yeah, the Mass Blackout isn't about canceling Christmas or skipping joy. It's about shifting power and realizing that every dollar that we spend is a vote for the world that we live in. They've ignored our voices. They've ignored our pain. Let's see if they ignore our absence. We're not asking anymore. We are shutting it down. Okay? No spending. If you do need something, make sure you go to farmers market. Support small businesses. There's a ton of places that you can go to make sure you support the right people, not corporations. We are done. We're done.
I have always hated Christmas for the sake of the capitalistic side of things. It's just materialism is all it is, you know. And this year, I told my kids, I was like, "You're not getting a big Christmas. You're just not." Because with everything that is going on right now, people were already struggling before the government shut down and before SNAP benefits were affected. And now look at it. We got the same problem, but now on a much larger scale. People aren't going to be able to eat. I would not feel comfortable in my own home knowing that I bought all this materialistic garbage for my family, knowing that somebody else ain't eating. They pick the worst time to do this. The holiday season, that tells you right there, man, that's the biggest slap in the face ever. Like, you got 365 days a year where you could have, and I don't condone any of what is going on. But for them to pick this specific time of the year, that just goes to show how much they don't care. So no, I'm not feeding giant corporations and Fortune 500 companies my money for your capitalistic trash. Nope.
Press it down. Also, they restart PC probably.
It ain't happening.
I think we reached a point now where a lot of people done reached a breaking point, whereas they're starting to realize that, I'm either going to sink on this ship with this financial struggle, or I'm going to be able to stay afloat. And I'm starting to see a lot of people starting to have this rebellion of they're not buying nothing. They're keeping their bread. I think it's very smart for people to start to strategize and figure out ways to try to minimize their costs of just their purchases. A lot of us overbuy, me as well. I got too many headphones, too many technology items, too many TVs, too many pairs of jeans, too many things of cologne. I got endless amounts of bull-ish. But at the end of the day, it made me realize the things that we was comfortable doing before, we no longer comfortable doing now. We're seeing it. It's a reason why when I put a post out talking about today's economy, why people show love and they also send their comments and their views of how they felt about what I said. And a lot of people are not far off of how I feel. A lot of us. I might not be homeless. I might not be struggling to the point where as though I don't have no money in the bank, but I'm feeling it. You got government out of work right now. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I tell you right now, people right now are sitting on their ass trying to figure life out. And trying to figure life out right now, you probably can't even figure it out. What are your options when there are no options?
I seen a dude send a post out, find a second job. What that's gonna do for you? If your overhead bills is high already, whereas though it was complimentary. I don't know if I said that word right, but ignore that word. Don't tell me I need to figure that word out. You figure it out. If you don't know how to operate with the money you was already getting, what is your second job going to do? Second job ain't going to do. And not only that, you got to be able to get hired for the second job. So that means if you already out of work, that means you looking to be maybe hired in the next 3 to 4 weeks, almost a month, because the hiring process ain't that quick. And if it's under the table, then you can get a job just that quick. But a lot of times, you can't find under the table jobs like you used to. People got those. A lot of people got those. And casinos doing bad. A lot of areas doing bad. You can't look it up. Vegas doing very, very bad. They doing bad. Vegas is like a meat packing district right now. Like, hey, it's all the rockers right now. Y'all wonder why violence is so high. You know why? They're struggling. Yes, they are. As Harriet Tubman would say, okay, Harriet Tubman, I don't know Harriet, but she did, yeah, she did. Look, we doing bad. You got some people doing real good, got some people doing okay. I'm one of the ones that's probably doing okay. Okay is you have a couple dollars in the bank, which can hold you over for probably a couple months, which is good. It's a plus. But you know what's not a plus? You get fired, all of a sudden that money gets swallowed up quick. When the money stops, the bills seem to start going up. You know why? Because now your ass is sitting home, and now you're trying to figure it out, and you can't. And you just sitting there like, damn, I got kids, I got this, I got that. Damn, the electric bill is due. Why the electric bill so high? I'm trying to understand why the electric bill. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stay focused. About to talk about my own experiences. Why the electric bills just as much as damn mortgage or a car note? It depends where you at. It depends. Look, man, I take my hat off to y'all out here that's trying to figure it out. And if you have figured it out, hey, do what you gotta do. But I can tell you this now. Don't look over to somebody for help when you see that they can't help you. I know a lot of times when people going through it, they ask the people for help. Guess what? The people that still got a job can't help you. You know why? Because they one paycheck away from falling just like you. Peace.
So Americans are not okay. We're not okay in 20 and 25. The American economy, inflation, just the cost of living. It is crazy during this time of the decade. I remember in 2020, I didn't really notice inflation too much because it hasn't really hit us yet. All the printing of $1 trillion hasn't really hit us yet in 2020. 2021, the same way. 2022, it was right on the verge of hitting us. I think most of Americans really started noticing starting in 2023. It's like, boom, all the printing of the trillions of dollars from the stimulus checks and all that is going to affect the U.S. economy. You can't just print trillions of dollars and then not mess up the economy. I mean, printing money, fiat money out of thin air is going to affect us. And so while the stimulus checks felt good in the moment, I think it was a major cause of all this inflation that's happening. And then 2025 now, it just increased every single year from like 2022 through 2025. And we are where we are now. Now everybody's not feeling the holidays because, like the guy said in the second TikTok, it's like the worst time of year for the holidays to come, and you can't really push back the holidays. It's going to come at the same time every single year. November and December. But so much of the American population, government shutdown, didn't get paid for over a month, the longest government shutdown in history of it. And then the people in the lower class, those who are less well off, well, they lost their SNAP benefits. And so all of this is happening towards the holidays. And it's like a lot of Americans are seeing this, seeing how bad we are in our financial situation. And even if you're doing better than the people in the lower end, you're still affected by it. The only way you're not affected by this is if you're upper class. And to be upper class, I would say in America, you need to be making above 250K. 250K is like the new 6 figures. I saw that TikTok video on TikTok pretty recently. They're like $250K, $200,000. So probably comparing it to the purchasing power, the purchasing power of the dollar has decreased, I feel like, in just the last decade by about 50%. By about 50%. But going back to the 2000s, to have the same purchasing power as $100,000, then you probably need to be making 250 bands in 2025. That kind of has a nice ring to it. 250,000 in the year 2025. But yeah, 250,000 is a new $100,000 back in the 2000s. And I don't think that's an over-exaggeration. If it is, it's not that much of one. You can look at calculators. I don't have it up with me right now to see the exact rates of like inflation compared from 2000s to today. But we all know it's bad in just the last 20 years, even in the last 10 years. But people are just fed up with all this. Middle class has shrunk so much. You know, I would say back in the 2000s when I was growing up, the middle class it was a good portion of the American population. Let's just say it was this. And you had the upper class up here, and then you had the lower class down here. But now the middle class has shrunk to maybe like that. Very small. To be middle class in America, you probably have to be making at least, well, you do, at least 6 figures. If you make less than 6 figures in any states, even the cheapest states, I honestly don't think you're middle class. You may be lower, like higher, lower class. And I say 6 figures to be comfortable because when you think of middle class, you think of somebody who's living comfortably. They're not stressing about money. I mean, they can't do everything they want, but they're also, they have leeway with what they do. They're not constantly stressing about money. If they miss one paycheck, they're like, oh, you know, I'm about to be kicked out and evicted out my apartment or my house or whatever. If they miss one of their checks, they're not going to be stressing like crazy. I honestly don't know what the actual definition of middle class is, but in my understanding, middle class, my belief, to be middle class, you need to be living pretty comfortably. And it depends on where you live in the U.S. If you live in New York City, San Diego, L.A., Boston, Massachusetts, what does that look like? I would say $250,000 plus, you know, in those very expensive cities. Now, if you live in Orlando, that may look like $150,000 because Florida is a lot cheaper than LA. It's still expensive, but it's just not as bad. If you live in Wichita, Kansas, that might look like $115,000. But even in a cheap state like West Virginia, I would say $100,000 should be middle class. Don't quote me on all the stats there. But it really depends on where you live in the U.S., depending on what is middle class for you and your family there. But yeah, New York City, $250,000 is actually, it's not that much for a New Yorker. It's like, okay, that's good money. In New York, it is good money. You know, you're going to be comfortable, I believe, in New York City making that much household income. But it's not like you're super rich. You're not even rich. You're not wealthy making that in New York. To be wealthy in New York, I would say $500,000 plus per year. In LA, San Diego, all these expensive cities. I mean, think about that. A house in New York City area, metro area is probably $1 million, at least, for a decent house. Same with LA, same with San Diego. And so it depends on where you live, but people around this holiday season, y'all, if you're middle class or below, even middle class people are struggling, and we're not as excited about the holidays right now. We're not like, oh, I gotta get my family all the presents and the best Christmas, the most giving of amazing presents ever. Nobody's thinking that way right now, unless you're above middle class. Nobody's thinking that. You know, some of us still love the holidays, we still want to celebrate it, but we're just not gonna spend as we used to because we literally don't have a choice. Like we just can't, unless you go in debt. But that's not smart, and I would suggest not to do that. Bad financial decision. Why would you go in debt just to give people that you love presents? I mean, it's kind of like when you're in an airplane and they say, put on your own mask. Same thing. You're going to give somebody else something, but you're going to make yourself go in debt. It's not a good thing to do. Not wise. Not wise at all. But anyways, let me know what y'all think. You can still be festive. You can still celebrate the holidays, but people are fed up with the whole commercialization of these holidays. And these corporations wanting us to spend so much money, when 90% of the U.S. population doesn't have the money to spend. Yeah. Take care. Good talk. Blackout 2025. People are just struggling to live, to eat. And this is not about being the Grinch, saying you have to hate the holidays. But what this is about protesting the system, giving all our money and going in debt just to celebrate the holidays. We can still celebrate it without going in debt and paying and making all these major corporations that don't care about us rich.
I can't help but laugh at how a lot of these big brands and corporations are practically begging people to come into their stores and shop for the holiday season. Now that we're almost halfway through Q4 and they realize people are not buying. And a lot of businesses make almost 25% of their annual sales during the holiday season. And I'm surprised that they're surprised. What did you think was gonna happen? You hiked the prices up on everything. Mind you, a jacket costs over $150. It's 100% plastic, mind you. You don't even pay your employees a livable wage. People can't afford groceries, let alone to shop in the stores that they work at. And you lobbied behind politicians that stripped people's affordable health care and safety net programs. People are concerned about eating, and these brands are well, why does nobody want to come in and shop my 25% off holiday sale? My 30% off Black Friday sale. Get out of here! They so for real. It's oh no, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. I just scrolled past a TikTok, an ad where Victoria's Secret is selling pajama sets for $5. I have never in my life walked into a Victoria's Secret and been able to purchase something for $5. It's desperate. They're desperate. What did you think? People are struggling to survive. Holiday shopping, back of people's mind. Come on.
It's an interesting time for brands right now because existing in the gray area is now a luxury. As we know, here in the U.S., Black Friday is in about 3 weeks. And many consumers are challenging brands right now to either side with the government and their shareholders or side with customers. This is the big, beautiful boycott that is picking up steam on social media. And while brands aren't being asked to directly support this, many of them are hoping that consumers will still shop. The challenge is that navigating this landscape in 2025 for brands is extremely tricky. And brands are also dealing with fragmented audiences.
That's how I stand your ass. I hope you know it's not
Everyone.
for you. That
Yeah.
$2,000 is to go right back into the economy because he knows Christmas is coming back.
No, vincite $2,
And he wants to bail out the corporation. With rumors of boycotts and with the sales already down,
Dinos
these
everywhere.
are going to have a rough end of the year quarter. And he's trying to bail them out. They're probably pressuring him to bail them out. They're probably telling him things are too expensive. We need to get people to buy stuff. So what is he doing? He's gonna supposedly send out $2,000 checks. But guess what? That's not to help you. That is to help the economy. If you were smart, you keep it and hold on to it and not use it.
Well. So it's the holidays, and over the next couple of weeks, you're gonna hear me tell you about the big, beautiful boycott. You're also gonna hear me talk about other ways to celebrate the holidays. Messaging can be kind of confusing at times, right? I mean, you've got creators like me on the internet telling you that every child deserves to eat. And at the same time, you got creators like me telling you about boycotting the holidays. And that can be confusing. Don't children deserve their holidays too? Their gifts, their toys? Why, yes. Yes, they do. But there's other ways to celebrate these holidays. You can be very crafty here, dear, and spend very few dollars at all. You can support local businesses. You can find other ways to celebrate the holidays, and we're going to talk about some of those ways. For instance, do your children have library cards? You know what makes kids feel special? When they feel more grown, when you hand them a certain type of responsibility, it sparks a twinkle in their eye. So maybe for these holidays, you could take your children to the library to get their very own little library card, like a grown-up. And they can go in and they can check out books for the holidays. A gift that keeps giving. Because you don't just get to celebrate it on the holidays, you can go anytime you want to the library with your special card. You can get movies too. Old movies from your childhood that your kids can see. They have new movies too. But wouldn't that be a great way to spend the holidays, to go to your local library and get books that you remember that entertained you as a child and share them with your children? And the movies too. All kind of events are held year long at libraries. It's the gift that keeps on giving. The gift of knowledge and power. These days, most of our children have a tablet, which we just download books on. But it takes all the fun out of it, hon. Some of my fondest memories as a child was being at the library. In 3rd, 4th, and part of 5th grade, where we lived at that time, the local library was just up the street.
Wendy's 4 for 4.
It was between my home and my
still
school. Every morning on my way to school, I left a little bit early so I could stop by the library. The library lady always had fresh baked cookies. That's what I stopped by in the morning. But in the afternoons, after school, I tried to go to the library as often. Part of it for me was because I came from a home that was not always peaceful. So it was a place I could go. A place I felt safe. And inside that quiet place where I felt safe, I was surrounded with knowledge. It's no secret that I was a high school dropout. Things did not go the way that I wanted them to. Things that were beyond my control. But I'm not uneducated. By no means. Because of my life. It's a wonderful gift. And it's not going to cost you anything but precious time. Precious time that you get to spend with your child in that library. It also helps support your local community. It's a win-win. There are so many different things you can do. This is just one idea for you. We're going to keep discussing over the next couple weeks different ideas to make your holidays the best that they've ever been without you having to bend over, get green, and spend. And if we do spend, it'll just be a little bit. And trust me, you could make a Christmas and holiday season that your children will never forget in the best possible way. Okay? And remember, the Big Beautiful Boycott. Look it up. Every week it will be updated, with new lists of stores in which we do not want to spend our money. And I will try to provide you other ways we can spend these holidays. Okay? Okay.
If the company can afford to have the deal for more than one day, it is not a Black Friday deal. Tell me why I keep seeing these Kohl's ads. It's like, shop Black Friday now. No, it's not Black Friday. Black Friday is in like 2 or 3 weeks. I don't even know what it is, but it's not Black Friday. Shop our holiday deals, and meanwhile, the holiday deals are the 15% off that they've been offering since Labor Day. Or even worse, when companies decide to have their biggest sale of the year right before Black Friday. You're telling me that you're gonna have a random sale when you could do it on Black Friday, like Sephora right now. Why are you having your Sephora special deals? And they do it like twice a year. And it's not like Sephora's even having a good sale, like 15% off. And then what are you gonna do for Black Friday? And then they're like, shop our Black Friday deals online. What is Cyber Monday for them? So 1, I don't believe that you're actually having a deal. And then 2, I don't believe that you're actually having it online. Don't make me look like a fool showing up on Black Friday, because do you know how bad I want to spend money? You make me not want to spend money doing that stuff. Do you know how hard it is to get a teenage girl to not want to spend money at your store? I want nothing more than to go shopping on Black Friday, but if you make the deals so bad and so annoying, then I'm not going to.
It's so interesting interesting to work in like retail management right now because, as you know, this is like our most popular time of the season. Okay, like November, December is when most corporations do like 25% of their business for the year. Okay, like it's a big deal in November and December for retailers. Okay, now here I'll tell you that these corporate retail people have got to be living under Patrick Starr's rock, okay? Because these will look you dead in the face and be like, why are sales down? Like, is it your team? Do we not know how to customer service? Do we not know how to sell product? And I have to look at them dead in their soul and ask them if they have been watching the news. Y'all don't realize America is in a whole ass recession right now. You get paid more than $100,000 a year to be a part of corporate America, and you can't read the room. SNAP benefits got cut. People can't afford food in America right now. What makes you believe they can afford a $70 hoodie? I saw a pair of sweats at Goodwill the other day that was $40 at Goodwill, and y'all don't see it. Like, it always, I mean, retail America, like, it always baffles me in a sense where, like, there could be the most inhumane going on around you and you will still have somebody from corporate be like, why are people struggling? Why are your associates so depressed and sad? I don't know, maybe because people are being kidnapped. They're so out of touch, y'all. The fact that, like, people are like, I'm so scared to boycott like Black Friday and Christmas. That's the only way these people are gonna get it. Okay? It's the only way. Everybody needs to boycott this for them to give a shit. Personally, I work for a company that's based out of Australia, and I don't even think anybody at corporate level even reads into what the f is going on with the American economy, which is crazy, because if you have businesses here, you should understand our economy, okay? We're not doing great. Spoiler alert, okay? We're not doing great over here. And y'all pushing for people to buy that they cannot afford? Are we in 2008? Again, it's giving 2008 recession. But it's giving that y'all are so clueless you don't know what's going on. If y'all could boycott Black Friday, that would be fine. It would actually matter way more than you think it would. I think as a consumer, you get excited over like Black Friday and Christmas and you just want everything to be normal, and this is your way of like keeping the holidays normal, but it's not normal right now. Life is not normal in America right now, and I need all of y'all to start acting like it. Stop spending your money at these big box corporations that don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit we don't have food. They don't give a shit we do not have housing. They do not give a that we don't have health care. Okay? Let's boycott Black Friday. Let's just try. Let's just try and see what happens. Because as we all know, these retailers have lost, and most corporations run their Black Friday deals the entire week of Thanksgiving. Me, personally, can't say where I work, but the entire store will be on sale the week of Black Friday, and it will not shop on Black Friday. You could shop on Tuesday and get the same thing, okay? I highly suggest boycotting Black Friday. Okay?
Are you canceling Christmas? Have you heard about this? I have been entertaining the thought because I really am on board with the bigger picture, right? Like, corporations suck. They're sucking the life out of us. They are not listening to us in the government, which is controlled by big corporations. I am struggling to really cancel Christmas because it is a magical time. I have a 3- and 5-year-old, so this might be the last year that my almost 6-year-old lives in Santa, and I want to give him a good Christmas. So I wanted to share some ideas of what we are doing to try to participate in canceling Christmas without completely participating in canceling Christmas. First, there is a blackout. Have you heard about the boycott that is supposed to be from November 25th through December 2nd? We are certainly participating during that time. We're not doing Black Friday, we're not doing Cyber Monday, but we are still going to buy some gifts. But here's what we're doing. One, we are going to do less. We're going to buy for less people. We're going to buy a little bit less for our kids. 2, we are going to focus on things that they need. They are small and they're growing fast. They need coats, they need shoes. So we're going to focus on things that they need. And then 3, for people that are not in my immediate family, which I'm considering my kids, my spouse, and our parents, I'm buying local. So I went to a local like trade show, craft show last weekend, and I'm going to one not this weekend but next, and just keeping it in my community. But I know for my kids I am going to have to buy some things from big box stores because I do need to get them some shoes and things like that. So if you're struggling to figure out how you can participate, maybe these are some good ideas for you. But if you have other ideas that are really practical, and keep in mind that like you do still want to have a magical Christmas for them. It's a magical time, and I do get the bigger picture and want to participate. So that's what we're doing. I think every little bit helps. And if you've got better ideas, more ideas, please share.
So when is that stimulus check coming? I haven't seen it yet, and but the president did mention that, and that's when the TikToks that we reviewed talked about the $2,000 stimulus check. I would think it would be used by a lot of corporations because the government probably understands that American people.
First of all, well, no, he saw a movie.
Probably understand. That's probably why it's not really to benefit us or Americans.
He saw the movie.
Stimulate the economy and just keep.
Now he thinks he's the number one
for Christmas and giving back to these corporations that are already, super rich. But I think the wisest thing to do is just to keep that, store that away for a rainy day fund and use it just for necessities, not just spend it nilly-willy on anything. We're gonna eat good for the next couple weekends. Go to Cheesecake Factory and spend $100 there. Say no, but I think most Americans are smart enough to not do it because, we know what's been happening. We know that our money is not going as far as it used to go. So, yeah, what are your thoughts about that, the stimulus check? If that $2,000 comes before Christmas, like, what are you going to do with that specifically? I'm probably going to store that in my savings because, I don't really invest too much right now, but I do have a savings I'm trying to build up to at least about 20 grand. So I'm probably just going to store it in my savings and just boost up my savings with the stimulus check. What say you? All right, thank you for watching. Take care. Have a blessed day.
2025 seems to be the year of scams. I know you've noticed it. This is the worst I've ever seen scams. And I think it has to do with how hard it is to live, how hard it is to afford to live in this economy. And we know when more people are in poverty, there is more crime. And now, with the advent of technology and AI, people are literally getting scammed by AI voices.
Prefacing this video by saying that this is not my usual content. However, I feel compelled to hop on and share a PSA about a really horrifying scam that is going around right now, and that actually happened to my family in the middle of the night last night. I have seen a few people talking about this like on Instagram and on Facebook and in a couple of like Facebook groups that I'm in, but it's one of those things that you never see it and you're like, dang, that's crazy, but you never really think that it could happen to you. Around 3:30 this morning, while we were all sleeping, my brother and I both received a call from my mother's phone. It was her contact number, it was her contact photo, it was even like what was named in our separate phones for her. So in my phone, she is Mama, and in my brother's phone, she is Mom, and it came up like as her contact in both of our phones when we were both called. And for context, I live about 30 minutes out from Atlanta. My brother lives in Atlanta, and my parents live also in the same town as me, like 15 minutes away, so we were all at separate households. I received the call first, but I did not answer because I didn't hear it. It was 3:30 in the morning. I had my phone on vibrate. I didn't hear it go off. My brother happened to have his phone on loud. He received the call second, and he did answer because he heard it ringing and he thought something was wrong. When he answered the phone, he immediately heard what sounded like my mom, a woman's voice that sounded just like her, just crying hysterically and screaming. And so he obviously like freaked out and was like, Mom, what's wrong? Like, is there something wrong with Dad? Like, what's going on? And then before like she could say anything, a man came on the phone and said, I'm going to kill this bitch if you don't wire me $2,500. This man is like yelling over the phone, super aggressively, like demanding money, like saying he's going to murder my mother if he does not get money. The older brother is very level-headed, but at this point he's obviously like freaking out. He had not heard of this scam before. I had heard of it before, but even if I had gotten that call, I probably still would have lost my shit because I'm not as level-headed in high pressure situations like that. I probably would have been freaking out, but even he was freaking out. But he had his work phone on him, so he was on his like normal personal phone, and on his work phone he immediately opened up Life 360, which if you do not have Life 360
Like when I see that
for your family and your entire family on there, highly recommend it. It is such a good resource just to keep tabs on where everyone is and making sure everybody is safe if there's any situation like this, or any situation just in general, car accidents, anything like that. Life 360 is a lifesaver. So he opened up his Life 360 and he saw that both my parents were seemingly at home, which obviously doesn't mean that they're out of danger. It just means that he had eyes on them. He knew where they were. So once he knew that they were both there, he starts trying to call my dad's phone from his work phone while he's on the phone with this guy. And my dad's not answering because, again, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, I didn't hear my phone ring. Nobody's hearing my phone ring. So he's calling me, he's calling my dad, and he's trying to get a hold of somebody to, like, figure this out. After a little bit, he's not like totally convinced that there's no danger involved, but he is starting to see like red flags. Like he hears a baby crying in the background all of a sudden, which my parents don't have a baby. There shouldn't be a baby. There's no reason there would be a baby with them. And so he's thinking, okay, I know they're at their house, so this is weird. Why is there a baby? And then he also realizes that this man has not mentioned my dad at all, which you would think that he would say, I have your parents, or I've done something to your dad, and now I have your mom, or whatever. So he has not mentioned my dad at all. He's seemingly calling from my mom's phone, so he knows that my mom has her phone, and he also knows that they are at home together. So at this point, he decides to hang up. He hangs up the phone because he's like, this is weird. I don't think this is legit. So he hangs up the phone, and he calls 911, and they confirmed that basically like this is a scam that is going around. They're aware of it, but they're going to send a car to the house just to drive by and see if everything's okay. So at this point, my brother feels a little bit relieved, but he gets in the car to drive towards my parents' house anyway because my mom and dad are still not answering their phone. He gets about a quarter of the way there, and then at that point, my mom finally answers her phone, and she's been asleep this whole time, and everything is totally fine, which is such a relief. We were lucky enough to have not lost any money in it. Everything was fine. My parents were fine. The whole family was fine. But is that not the craziest thing you've ever heard? I am so shook by it. It is such a traumatic way to scam somebody. Like, horrifying. Like, not only, like, they ask for $2,500, which in the grand scheme of things is not that much money, and that's why they do it. I looked it up and I did a little bit of research on it, and apparently they ask for that amount of money because it's an amount of money that most people could give up if they felt like a family member was in danger, but it's, you know, it's just enough for the predator to get some money, but it's not so much that it would be hard for, you know, the general population to obtain or flagged by a bank, et cetera, et cetera. But it's also just crazy that they do it in the middle of the night, or at least they did for us, because they do it at a time that, like, number one, you're disoriented and, like, vulnerable, and number two, like, you're not able to get a hold of anybody that, like, to confirm that this is happening or not happening. And so it is just, like, it's so low and traumatic for anybody to receive a call like that. And I just feel like everybody needs to know about it. And again, I feel like it has been circulating on like social media, so a lot of people might already know about this, but if you don't, you need to. So anyway, I wanted to hop on and talk about it to hopefully save somebody just the mental anguish of receiving a call like this out of the blue. At least maybe now you'll have seen this video and you'll have at least some peace of mind, or just like an inkling that it could be not true. Share this with your friends, spread the word, because this is just the most predatory, low thing ever. And it was terrifying for our family.
I got so lucky I got a scammer gift in the mail. In case you don't know, scammers are literally sending out random gifts in the mail. I heard people are getting a grill, people are getting jewelry. I got the 1 Minute Manager.
The best part is it says it's the Indian edition, but the entire thing
is in English. I genuinely thought it was a work gift. I was like, all right, we'll talk about it in our team meeting, put it on my desk. Didn't think anything of it until I saw all these videos today about this scam that's going on. So you'll get a random gift and then you'll get a card that says, do you want to know who this is from? And there's a QR code, and once you scan it, that's where hackers go into your phone and they'll steal all of your information and wipe every single card and account clean. I'm not gonna lie to you. I probably would have scanned a QR code if I didn't see all these videos warning me about this scam. The scariest part is that it came in an Amazon package, but I knew I didn't order it because the way that they wrote out my name, it had no capitalization, so my first and last name were all lowercase. I'm honestly terrified. Like, how the hell did they get my information? Please, please, please be careful. Do not let the scammers outsmart us. We work hard for our money. We're not gonna let them just come swoop in and steal it over a freaking $2 gift.
I hope you're having a better day than me because I just got home in my hometown. Say hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. That threw me off for a second. And I've been crying literally all afternoon because I got a spam call. I got a spam call saying that I had 2 warrants out for my arrest because I missed jury duty. Except I didn't miss jury duty and I never even received it in the mail. But me being the anxious human being that I am, I heard that and I was like, oh my God, and I start sobbing. I literally run downstairs, get a pen and paper because this man's telling me that I have to write all this down and blah, 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 blah. And I send, I'm not gonna say who, but I have to send money via Zelle or Apple Pay to release my bond so I don't get arrested. And you know what the name is for the Zelle? Kitty. Blah, blah, blah at yahoo.com. Yeah, I'm an idiot. And then after all that, I'm like crying to this cop. And he's like calming me down and I thought I hung up on him. No, he hung up on me. Then another different man calls me and I take it down to my mom and she starts cussing him out because she's like, Jessica, this is a spam. And I'm like, no, Mom, this is not. Stop. I don't want this used against me. No, it was a spam. And he told me that if another warrant came through for not showing up in court and I have to pay another fee or it's going to be criminal. You're talking to the girl that she's only gotten a speeding ticket in her entire life. I never even went to the principal's office. I've never been in trouble my entire life. Hello? No. Thank you. So now, I went to the police office in my hometown, crying, and they confirmed to me that it was a spam, and they are taking care of it. And then I had to call Davidson County to confirm that I don't have any warrants out for my arrest. I don't. And they told me that they wish I would have called them before sending this man money. So now I'm at the bank to try to get my money back. Part 2 coming. Part 2 coming, see if I get my money back, but also don't fall for scams. I'm too anxious, okay? I would never survive in prison.
Yes, hi. People keep asking me how to tell that your phone is compromised, and I would be happy to explain. This also applies to iPads, computers, etc. So I was at the bank the other day, and I was waiting for my teller to help me, and then I heard an old man behind me talking to some dude, saying that every time he entered in his card number into Amazon, it ended up getting compromised again. And I'm like, hey buddy, hey, I need to talk to you since apparently the person that works at the bank has no idea how this kind of fraud is happening. So I let him know, hey dude, if that is the only place that you are typing your card number in, that is because that device is compromised. And he's like, yeah, that's my iPad. And I'm like, your iPad's compromised. And your iPad is probably compromised because you probably clicked on a message or an email that you should not have. And here's where it gets tricky, because just opening an email is enough to give the attacker your IP address, okay? They put these little invisible things called missiles. Sometimes there are other things, but they put these little invisible trackers inside of your email to where you don't even have to click on an attachment anymore, okay? They will send you malware-infected attachments as well, typically like PDF files or, what's the other one? DocXs, I think. At this point, if an email is coming to you and you did not expect it, don't open it. Don't even open it, okay? And as a general rule of thumb, you should be moving your email address to a new one every 5+ years or so, because at that point, people start to fall off, right? Scammers start to lose track of you. A lot of the time, too, the texts that you're getting, like the ones from the toll road, that's not just some random scammer overseas. That is someone you know. Yeah, that's just a template, okay? People are sending these things with the intention to get you to click on a link, which then gives them access to your device. That can be used for all sorts of things. For example, how I am currently being stalked. They do this by getting you to click on something or by sending you an email, which then gives them your IP address, and then they can get into your device, okay? Whether you're using a VPN or not. So don't even open the email. Delete it. Report it, delete it. I'm for real, okay? Don't even open it. And with text messages, same thing. If that number's not in your contacts, don't open it, okay? Also, can everybody please start educating their elders to stop calling back random numbers, okay? Because as soon as they identify you as a target, they are going to continue to target that person. And that is what is happening to this old man. I'm like, hey man, it's time to get a new iPad or wipe it or whatever. But with some people, you can just tell like they're not technically going to be able to do that. So it's just like, yeah, it's just time to upgrade, man, or get a new one or something. But yeah, number one, why aren't banks familiar with this and educating people? Number two, I hope this helps. The way that you know that your device is compromised is things like that happen. People approach you that have information that they absolutely should not have. Your cards keep getting compromised, or you're getting tons and tons and tons of those scam texts or scam emails or whatever. Like, those are all red flags that should tell you, okay, someone has targeted me, group has targeted me, whatever. And that should just give you kind of a clue that it's like, okay, time to migrate, and maybe migrate to a new email or a new phone number. Yeah, highly recommend it. Okay, hope this helps.
So I work at an insurance company. I've never seen fraud this bad before. It's getting extremely sophisticated. So much so, it might be an inside job. And so just be concerned or like, be on the watch out. Don't live in fear, but you just need to be aware of what's going on because these times are trying times. A lot of people are hurting for money. That increases the crime. And so I think that's one reason why fraud is increasing so much. And also technology is improving, so people have more access to be able to engage in fraud. I mean, just so much technology is allowed for that these days. So at the company I work for, what we're seeing, customers will say, I Googled the company, I called the number that I saw, and then they call the number, which I think is a different number than the actual company number that you're supposed to call. But they think it's a number for the company. And so they're even like making the website look the same, everything look the same, and they sound like an actual insurance representative on the call, and they say, we're going to register you for Insurance Company Unlimited. And that's like the name of the partner company, the fraud company. And then we'll get, in my department, accounts receivable, we'll get a screenshot and the customer will say, look, I paid you all. Here's a screenshot. And the screenshot, the payment information will say, Insurance Company Unlimited. And so the customer thinks that they're paying us, and they're really not. They're paying the fraudster. And so this is happening so much. In my 6 years of being there, I never seen it so bad. Every single week, we're seeing these cases. And I would think that it would have stopped by now, but it's been going on for like 10 months at the moment. About 10 months since the start of the year. And so you just need to be aware of what's happening. Don't click on any links you're not certain that you should be clicking on, whether from text messages, in your email. Even if somebody calls you, don't give them any like specific information about you and who you are and your birth date and address and different just personal information, because it could be an AI voice now. Like I'm saying, technology, what you've seen in the TikToks, everything is making it easier to scam people. It's a really big pet peeve of mine. I do not like scammers and fraudsters. Like, if they use the energy that they do to scam people out of their hard-earned money, they could actually make money themselves and not have to scam people. But it's like the scum of society, it seems. Anyways, be on guard. Don't let your emotions control how you react, because they're getting people with technology and also emotionally pretending to be somebody in their family that's in trouble. So be on guard. Leave your comments below if you had any experience with this, or if you just have something to say that is in relation to this. All right, take care. 2025 seems to be the year of scams. Things are so crazy out here. It's usually targeting elderly people, but nowadays scams are targeting everybody at any age. Young people, middle age, and elderly. And it's usually inexperienced people, but even people who are tech savvy, they're coming for them too.
Please stop what you're doing. Listen, please. The scariest scam just happened to us. I'm still very shaken. It didn't even happen to me. Please send this to your parents. If you have older parents, if you have older grandparents, please send this to them or let them know that this is happening, okay? So, about half an hour ago, my husband got a call from my phone number. It had my picture, it had my name, everything about it. It was my number. It was like a regular call. He didn't even think anything of it, answered the phone. On the other line was a guy saying he was holding me hostage and was going to shoot me if my husband did not transfer him money through Zelle. My husband immediately started texting our good friend that's in the FBI, and that guy instructed him to keep the guy on the phone and try to have that guy put me on the phone. Like, if he really had me, put me on the phone. So Josh my husband, is keeping him on the phone, trying to tell him to put me on the phone. In the meantime, he's also tracking my phone. Well, I happen to be at the hospital because my son had a doctor's appointment. So our FBI friend leaves work and is headed to me to make sure everything's okay. Josh was able to drag this phone call out for 5 minutes, and in the meantime, this guy is asking for, he's getting hostile, and he's asking for the money via Zelle. My husband's like, I don't know what Zelle is. Do you have Venmo? Because he's just like trying to prolong the conversation. He's like, I really need to talk to her. I need to make sure she's okay. After about 5 minutes of this, he still wouldn't put me on the phone, obviously, because I wasn't there. So Josh, my husband, hung up and called me right back, and I answered, and he was like freaking out, right? Anyways, the scariest part of all this is that they call from your number, and they knew everybody's names. So please spread the word that this is a new scam, because it is very realistic. It is very terrifying. And I know that a lot of people would just give them account numbers to get their loved ones back. Gosh, just spread the word, please. Hopefully, if we spread it far and wide, we can squash this, and it will stop being a thing.
My mom's bank account just got emptied by a scammer, and I want to tell you what happened so it doesn't happen to you. So my mom was trying to get a hold of Roku because she watches all of her shows off of her Roku, and she wanted to get rid of some of the Disney and Paramount Plus. So she Googled the number for Roku. It gave her a phone number, and she calls, and they walk her through. I don't exactly know what happened, because all I know is that somehow they talked her into opening a remote desktop sort of thing, and she thought that they were just sending a text message that she had to click to verify. Well, they got a hold of her banking information. They did it all. She runs in my room frantically saying they just emptied her bank account. And what these people they did is they were very cunning, and they knew exactly what they were doing. They were trained well to easily walk her through the steps and give them authority to pretty much access all of her information on her phone, her passwords, everything. And so luckily we were able to call the bank and get fraud on it right away. But what they did is they took all of her money from her bank account, put it into Cash App, and then started withdrawing it and sending it to them. So luckily she was able to get her money back, but she had a funny feeling when she got off the phone with him, and she checked her email, and there she saw all the transactions were happening. But if she didn't have that funny feeling, didn't check it, and just, sat back down and watched her shows, her money probably would have been gone. And I don't know, but please warn people, this is not just calls that are coming into you, it's you calling out to random numbers that they are doing it this way. I don't even know how, but please share this because the people need to be warned.
I was scammed out of $13,000 this weekend. I was out shopping, doing the dilly-dallying at Home Goods and Michael's and Target and TJ Maxx and just trying to get stuff for Christmas and the holidays. And I get a text message from my bank saying, hey, did you just have this transaction in Home Goods? I'm like, yeah, that was me. This was the amount. Yep, was me. Right after that, I got a phone call and they were like, hey, you sent a text message in regards to this Home Goods transaction. We just want to confirm, yes, this is you. No, it was not. I'm letting them know, yeah, I responded to a text message. Yes, it was me. They said, okay, thank you so much for confirming. They said, well, what about this transaction for $3,000? I'm like, what do you mean $3,000? No, baby, I'm spending like $200, $300, not $3,000. No, that's not me. I said, okay, the $3,000 is not you. What about the $2,000? There's also one for $6,000. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not attempting these transactions. All I'm doing are these little transactions that are at Michael's. None of them over exceed $300. So no, that's not me doing these other transactions. They're like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and do what we need to do in regards to your account. And I said, okay. 2 hours later, I get another phone call from my bank, which was actually my bank. And they said, okay, these transactions for $2,000, $3,000, not even mentioning the smaller transactions that I had just did. My actual bank said, we never called you today. We are calling you about these $1,000 transactions. We never would have called you for these other transactions. This is usual for you. They said, man, we never called you today. And they're like, okay, what did they say to you? I said, they're saying everything that people usually say. You know, can you confirm your name, your date of birth, you know, all of the information they need where I was shopping. And they said, this was an AI generated voice. They said, this is an AI generated voice scam, and this is how they are able to get people because they sound legitimate. They sound like they are at work. They sound like they're able to assist you, but this is not what's going on. They said your entire account is drained. $13,000. This didn't happen this weekend, but AI voice scams are so scary and so real because you think that you're talking to a real human. You think that you're talking to a real person. Always hang up and call your bank directly. Even if that is your bank calling you and you are unsure, hang up and you call them back. They'll be able to assist you.
Hello everyone, I'm Kim and I'm here today to warn you about a scam. I almost got scammed yesterday. I saw an advert on TikTok for a big box of like fun size chocolate bars, Mars bar, all those types of things. I can't remember the names of them all. Anyway, I thought, oh, that looks good for a good price. It was, I think it was under £5, and I thought, well, that's really good. So I thought, I'll do it, and I thought, that doesn't look right. There's something about it didn't look quite right, so I thought, better use my credit card just in case. A little while after I tried to do it, because it didn't go through, it didn't send me the OTP code. And so I just came out of it. I thought, oh no, there's something not right about this. I'm not going to do it. And a little while afterwards, I got a text from my bank. My credit card had been under suspicion. It had been compromised or something. Can I ring the bank? They've put a temporary block on it. So my credit card has now been cut up because it had been. They tried to put my card onto Google. So I just wanted to warn you, be careful of any adverts. This was for like little fun-sized chocolate bars, like the Mars bars and that kind of thing. But I also saw one for a massive Lindt Christmas calendar. And I almost bought that because it was only £3.99, and I thought, that can't be right. You pay a lot more than $3.99 for a box of one of the boxes that was inside it. So I thought, no, that can't be right. And I looked at it and I thought that was a bit funny as well. So just please be really careful. But if you're going to try it, use a credit card, because the credit card, that's down to the actual bank to sort out. If you use your debit card, you lose the money. So I would personally rather use my credit card and let the banks lose the money than me lose the money. So thanks for listening. Keep safe and be very careful. Use your credit card, not your debit card. Take care.
Scammers, man, do y'all ever take a break? All jokes aside, ain't no scammer holiday or something? Y'all can't go nowhere and chill out for a little while? It's 24/7, 365 with y'all. People already out there struggling to pay bills. Food prices high. Rent and mortgage through the roof. And on top of that, this government shutdown already got people SNAP benefits on pause. And here y'all go, still trying to scam people. Come on, man, give it a break. Y'all don't even rest on Sundays. Used to be Sunday equals church, relaxation, football. No, y'all out just calling people like a bill collector on a Sunday. Or something. Congratulations, you were selected for a $5,000 grant. Man, carry that junk on somewhere. Ain't nobody was selected for no doggone grant. Like, come on, man. Leave people alone.
on,
Find
man.
another way. He already rough on y'all. The crazy part is,
Come
man,
on,
y'all
man.
real creative with it too, boy. Some of y'all pretending to be customer service from Amazon. Some of y'all even got ways to video call people acting like you they family member for real. With the family member really in the background, waving. How y'all do that? Look, scammers, listen to me. Take a break. People out here working hard, trying to survive, and y'all taking from people who are already struggling. There ain't no hustle. That's hustle right there. Y'all got all that brain power to make fake websites, fake ID, fake voices. Imagine what y'all could do if y'all use all that knowledge for good. Y'all could be running the tech department at Google or something. So yeah, scammers, go sit down somewhere, man. Let people breathe. And if one of y'all texts or call me one more time, talk about, hey, this is such and such, I'm calling from the funding department. You know what? Don't worry about it. Just leave people alone.
So in 20 and 25, not only do we have to be concerned about not being able to meet our bills, pay groceries, living paycheck to paycheck, paying our rent, we now have to be concerned and aware about what if somebody is going to take my financial information and my bank account might be emptied. Now we gotta be on guard with that. It is like the most tense time, it feels like, to be an adult in the history of being humans. Maybe not the most tense time, but in the modern times possibly. But let me give you a story because I've been affected by this myself. Like you get that text, oh, did you make this payment of $230 in New York? And you live in Georgia and you haven't been in New York in like forever? And I'm like, no. Oh, well, thank you for reporting it as fraud. Now we locked your bank account. And now you can't make anything until you get a new card in the mail. And as somebody that doesn't have any other cards, and you can't even withdraw cash, well, how do you pay for things? You're out of luck. You just gotta borrow from somebody. And thankfully I had somebody to borrow some cash from. And I'd pay him back later because I'm literally locked down my bank account. Because somebody, a bad actor, wants to take advantage of other human beings who did nothing wrong to them and just steal their information and take their money and be thieves. Scum of society. But it is what it is. So I had to learn my lesson the hard way. Happened to me about 3 times. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll get a second debit card. Because I don't like credit cards. I just don't like using credit cards. But I might have to get one here. But I used to listen to Dave Ramsey and he was really against credit cards. But then you need them to like build credit. But just this whole system, America's whole system is screwed up. It's messed up. So we gotta admit that. But just be careful. Don't click on things that you don't need to click on. Attachments that you don't know anything about, you're not expecting. People asking for information that they don't need to know. Even scammers are pretending to be the banks, the customers' banks. They're pretending to be the bankers for that customer. And they're getting them that way. So I'm just saying, be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of the text message you're getting, the emails you're getting, who's calling you. People are using AI. It's all sophisticated now. And even if you are an intelligent individual with an average IQ, you can still be duped. You're not beyond being duped. I know I'm not, and I consider myself pretty smart. I'm not gonna boast in that, but it's happened to me too. And I don't even know how the people got my bank information when they did. I don't know because I didn't give anybody any specific information, any weird people. It could have been phishing, like an email I opened up, and as soon as you open it up, some people can get your information just from opening up the wrong email. So who knows how they got it? Maybe they hacked one of my devices somehow by an email, or who knows, but just be careful, be on guard. And if you have any examples of like new fraud tactics that are happening to you, or you know of a story, share it down in the comments below because it's only increasing, it seems like. I'm hoping it gets cut back here after this year. Well, hopefully now, but this year is almost done. But yeah, just share your story if you have a story about, you know, somebody frauding you and people's whole bank accounts are being wiped out. It's absolutely crazy. And sometimes it's the absolute worst time for that to happen. When they have bills stacked up that they gotta pay, the light's about to be cut off, and then somebody wants to steal their money. What a shame. What a shame.
CSGO skin seller. Damn. Special place.
The cost of living in America is making people give up. And I almost feel like giving up right now. That's what I feel like doing sometimes. Look, I'm 34, take-home pay $32,000 in my current job, 9 to 5 corporate America, Fortune 500 company, take-home pay $32K. You know what that gets? Pretty nice, decent new car. The cost of living in America is making people give up. And I almost feel like giving up right now. That's what I feel like doing sometimes. Look, I'm 34, take-home pay $32,000 in my current job, 9 to 5 corporate America, Fortune 500 company, take-home pay $32K. You know what that gets? Pretty nice, decent new car. My whole year's worth of energy, time. Oh, you get a new car. That's all my whole year's worth of labor will afford.
So I know everybody is feeling this, but how are we doing this? I am in my 30s. I have my master's in business administration. My husband is an engineer. We should be making great money and be golden when it comes to money, right? That's what I was raised thinking. And instead, just like everybody else, we are living paycheck to paycheck. Like, it is so hard. We have a house. We were lucky enough to get a house. I know a lot of people can't do that and haven't had that opportunity. But our house mortgage has gone up $400 or $500 since when we first bought it. Property taxes, they just keep going up and up. So with that, our mortgage just keeps climbing too. We have 2 kids. With kids comes diaper prices, comes formula, comes everything else that comes with it, including daycare. Daycare. We were able to find a daycare that's actually pretty inexpensive compared to a lot of other daycares. And even with that, it is still costing more than our mortgage does every month. I'm just so tired. And I know everybody is in the same boat too. Prices are going up for literally everything. Everything. But when it comes to pay, our paychecks will go up, a couple percent, but nothing compared to inflation on everything. I just don't understand how we keep doing it. And where's the breaking point? Where does that come in? When do things turn around? Because there's no end in sight. Everything that the government has put forth lately is only going to make things more expensive for us in the long run. And again, I say this knowing that we are still very privileged. We still have a lot of things that other people do not, but it's still just such a struggle. You know, we're given this promise basically when we're younger that if you get the degree and you do this and do that right, then like you'll be set, you'll be golden when it comes to money and not have to worry about it. And then to grow up and face the fact that all of them, like they fed into being such a lie and such a trap basically that everybody is just buried in different student loans. Everybody is buried in different kinds of debt that we'll never get out of, that they promised us would create a safe and happy, thriving future.
Shut your bitch ass up.
None of it's there.
Bitch ass up.
So thanks, boomers and beyond. You set us up great.
The cost of living in this country is currently, it's not going to be, it is currently unsustainable. And there are people that they know this, but then they'll still look at somebody else that's struggling and tell them they're not doing good enough. I want you to imagine somebody that makes $75,000 a year. That's a pretty high up wage in terms of like top earners in this country. $75,000 a year. And we're going to go through some things here. This is a person with no debt outside of a car, and please don't hit me with the you can go buy a car for just shut up, you can't, shut up, stop saying ridiculous things. The entry level decent car is $30,000. So this person who puts $200 a month into insurance and they pay 5% into their 401k because shut up, people should be able to put money into their retirement, because if you're not doing it now, you're never going to get to start doing it later. So after those two things come out of their paycheck and their taxes are paid, they bring home $53,850 a year from a $75,000 paycheck. Average rent in my state for a one-bedroom apartment, because an adult should be able to live by themselves, $1,700. That car payment at 6% for an entry-level, very reasonable sedan, nothing fancy.
Rainbow Six
You're paying
Strike 2.
$579 a month. Car insurance, $240 or so a month for a lot of vehicles in this day and age. You're a young person, you've got a nice job, but the insurance companies still want to screw you over. Food, you only cook at home. You never go out. You only cook at home, and you only eat decent quality food, because a human being should be allowed to eat decent quality food. You pay $800 for that. You spend $250 a month in gas. You wear and tear on your car, $100 a month.
I gotta make it loud.
$80 for your internet, $175 a month for your electricity.
There you go, what are we
$70
saying?
for your water, $20 for your cash. $1,000 a year, and outside of a car payment, you have zero debt. Do you know how much money you have left over annually at a $75,000 wage? You do nothing. You don't own a Netflix. You don't go out on a date. You don't pay to go to a park. You don't go watch a movie. You do nothing. If you can't find it on the internet for free, you don't need to do it. If you can't cook it at home for your $800, you don't get to do it. You have $3,700 left over annually. That's like $320 a month. And there's going to be, well, Don's $300. Shut your stupid, contrarian, edgelord mouth. That's not a doctor bill, because God knows just because we have insurance doesn't mean that we don't still pay far out the ass when we go to the doctors. People like to be entertained. They want to date. They want to. There's people out there that will tell somebody living like this on $75,000 a year before taxes that they are not doing what they're supposed to do. That they should get a second job. That they should get a side hustle. That they should get a better job. And the fact that you would look at somebody with no debt other than a car and say something like this to them means, objectively, you're a moron and you live in a fantasy. This is unsustainable.
Paid my rent this morning. Happy to report I had a whopping $47 left in my bank account. Yeah, no, you want to hang out for sure. Yeah, you should totally come over. We can't turn any of the lights on or the TV because I can't afford the electricity bill. And for dinner, maybe we can have some stale food chips because, again, can't afford dinner.
She's got $47.
But yeah, for sure, come over. I'm so glad that I spent 10 years of my life in school getting an education to get a job that was supposed to provide me with job security and financial security, only to kill myself every day at work to be able to afford a roof over my head and literally nothing else. It's fine, everything's fine.
It's illegal.
Living in America in 2025 feels like you're trying to breathe while someone's hand is over your mouth. And they're charging you rent for it. As soon as you get paid, it's gone. You buy groceries and the bags are lighter. You fill your tank and the needle mocks you. Food's up, rent's up, insurance, utilities, coffee. Even your damn toothpaste is up. Everything's up.
Everything's up.
Except the paycheck. And everything's also smaller. Shrinkflation?
Everything's up.
Yeah, that's the way they rob you while smiling in your face. You're not imagining it. The box is smaller. Portions are skimpier. The price is higher. And you're supposed to eat it with a smile. This isn't bad budgeting. This isn't laziness. This is a rigged game where everyone at the top profits and everyone at the bottom is a slave. We're getting taxed, drained, and blamed every step of the way. If you feel it too, you're not crazy. You're just living in America in 2025. And it's fucking brutal.
If you don't have a significant other, how are you surviving nowadays? I quite literally have spent well over a decade teaching people how to properly budget their money, how to make any budget work no matter what. If you make over $500 a week, you can make it work. With the current state of the economy, I work in finance. I work with CEOs, executives, and business owners, not to mention their thousands of employees. I educate them on finance, and what I'm telling you factually is that it has never been harder in the United States to be a single person on one income and keep your head above water. It is the time right now where Americans should start living like other countries, where you shouldn't have moved out of your parents' house. You should find a platonic relationship where you could just spend every day
Yeah,
together.
go
You
on.
can pool all of your finances, all of your resources, only pay one set of bills. That's probably your only chance. Forced marriages, forced relationships might be another
It's not meant
solution,
to be
regardless of how
understood,
messy that
bitch.
might be. But I just want to say, I feel bad.
Who the fuck said it was
I
meant to
feel
be
empathy.
understood?
And if
Why are
you
you
are
listening?
struggling on one income,
So stupid.
it is the time now where you need to
Get
lessen
back
your
straight
expenses,
when you fucking talk.
increase your income, both, or have
Get
a
your facts
roommate.
straight first, you know?
That's the society we're living in right now. But prices are going to go down on day one, right?
Why are you typing? You can't talk.
It's 1998, and a
Too
good
pussy
house
to
costs
talk.
about $125,000. A lot
Shut
of
the
people can
fuck
actually
up.
afford their own place. A new family car costs
Shit.
less than $20,000.
Oh,
And most
Chud is a
families
dude.
can easily swing a new car.
That's amazing.
Gas is about $1.03 a gallon. We drive to go on vacation or weekend trips all
Then
the
get a
time
new
without
adapter,
even worrying
you
about
know?
the price of
Can't
gas.
afford $2 for an
A loaf
adapter.
of bread costs about 85 cents, which
So
is
you
super
play
cheap for
fucking
every
music?
family. Rent for an apartment is about $650 a month. We can find our own place and not have to share with anyone else. A Big Mac meal is about $3.99. Lunch for less than $5. Now that's some seriously cheap fast food. A new CD costs about $14.
That's nice to know.
We love going to the record store to buy albums because it's like a cool collection
is
to
not
show off. Grocery bills are about $40 a week. We go to the store, get what we need for the week, and still have some cash left over for snacks.
Voice training, I
Dude,
think, would be taught.
are you gonna stay in 1998 or face the reality of 2025?
Don't you think it's crazy that $75,000 per year is not affordable to live anymore? Like, you don't have any money left over, really, anywhere in the U.S. Of course, some places are more expensive than other places. You can get by a lot further in Kansas or Georgia, depending on what part of Georgia. Like, if you're certain parts of Atlanta, it's expensive. So you see, $75,000 could be very broke in one part of the U.S. and you are still not going to be well off anywhere with that. Buy yourself that's the guy who breaking down the money. He did a very good job on that. It's just a shame because when I was in college preparing for getting a degree, I ended up dropping out of school and then going back to school years later to get an actual degree. The Somalis of 2000s, Minnesota, 2010s. Yeah, 2010s, 2012 area. $75,000 a year was like.
They are
hijacking
our funds.
I'm on top of the world. I'm like king at that point, making $75,000 a year. That's what at that time. That's like what Kimmis made. Maybe I think Doc at the time maybe made $100K, and that was like top of the line income. $100K, you were like a doctor if you made that. $75K, you were like a chemist or a pharmacist or something like that. Or a mathematician, computer science. Just that was considered in the early 2010s. That was $75K. You live in rural Indiana. $75K, you still don't have that much money left over at the end of your expenses. You just don't. He did the breakdown. $300, what, a month extra?
You guys,
is that what he said?
stupid.
Yeah, think about that. And it's crazy. Now it's the medical expense happens. You just, you just want to go out and enjoy yourself.
Stupid Raven.
Have a
Shut your
walk
ass.
in the town.
You guys.
Go to the restaurant. Let's just say you want to do that. Well, all the bills and expenses and rent and your car insurance and car note. And your 401k, and everything that you got to pay for as an adult, and what happens if you have kids? Then you really don't have any money left over. You might be in debt. Make it $75K a year. Absolutely ridiculous. Again, since I was a very young man, about 21, in the early 2010s, I think the dollar has decreased by about 50%. Well, we just don't have the same purchasing power. 100K back in 2012 is like 50K now, and I think that's pretty spot on. Don't quote me on that, but hey, if you make 100K, you know what I'm talking about. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Since when did your grocery bill become like rent 10 years ago? Let's put that into perspective. Our grocery bill has become like rent about 10 years ago in the 2010s. I saw my grocery bill one month and I was like, this is kind of like a rent payment back in 2015. And I got very angry. I'm trying to eat healthy. I'm justifying this because I need to lose weight and my body matters, my health matters. But this is ridiculous.
$300 every time I go to Walmart. Is anyone else questioning how everyone's affording mine? Because, and I didn't buy any drinks today. Literally got some that we will use this week. I did get new ribs for baking because I've been baking a lot. And but
Make me an Italian sub, mama.
just curious because
How's everybody surviving? I'm Lee, and we are a family of 4. We have 2 kids. How are y'all surviving? Because I'm not. I got paid today. Goes towards the mortgage, cell phone bill, gas and electric, garbage, everything gone. Between insurance, car insurance between my husband and I, everything gone. Gone. And then I have to go to the grocery store. This isn't even factoring groceries. For a family of fucking 4.
Thank you.
So imagine how it's like every month it's like, do
Thank
we
you so
do a
much.
big load
Thank
haul
you.
of groceries or do we pay our mortgage?
So
Like I can't do both. And we work. My husband works 50 hours a week. I work 40 hours a week. We can't do both.
No.
We can't do both. So like, how are you doing it? The people that don't have kids are barely surviving. I am not surviving. I am not surviving, and I get paid bi-weekly. And people are like, oh, getting paid bi-weekly is so much better because then when you get paid more. No, it doesn't matter because all my fucking bills get taken out at the same every month. I've tried to change it to the end of the month. It still doesn't matter. It still doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter when you have your bills taken out. Your money is fucked. Your money is gone. There's nothing you can do. You just have to fucking ride on this floating motherfucking rock and spend, $150 on 4 products at the goddamn grocery store. I can't. I literally cannot. I don't know how people do it. And unless you're rich, we're fucked. So I hope everybody on this floating rock fucking screams like I did. And we can all fucking scream together because I just don't collectively know how I can continue on with this, with a recession. I've lived through one recession. I physically can't do it now. And you can call me dramatic. I don't really give a fuck. I'm gonna crash the fuck out. I
Superman
cannot survive like this. I can't.
Y'all, I'm parked in front of Dollar Tree because I'm about to go in there and get some essentials. But before that, I honestly just had the only crash out because I'm not getting gas, right? And I'm really in a place in my life where I'm really budgeting my finances because I just don't got it like that. I'm in a real crunch, survival, financial fucking crunch. And I know it's not forever, but this is just the chapter I'm in. And as much as I try to be positive sometimes, it's really hard. It's really hard to be in a financial, survival mode when you don't know what your next move is. You don't know where your next resource is coming from because it makes you hypervigilant. And when you're hypervigilant, you can't relax, your brain can't shut off, and you can't stop worrying, and that just drains all your energy. Having to worry all the time drains your energy. And I understand that people are oh, pray, and don't get me wrong, I pray, but when I'm about to take a and I don't know when the next cycle is coming from, that's real life grief. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like it's a really difficult place to be in. And so with that being said, I had $25 in my Apple Cash card. And so I was like, all right, bet I'm gonna go to the gas station, I'm gonna get $15 in gas, and then the rest, I'm gonna take to get a little bit of essentials at Dollar Tree. And when I asked Steve, regular, he had put gas in my car, and it charged my phone, and I just stood there I'm not trying to crash out in front of this man, but I'm I really don't have anything else. My regular account is negative.
That was disrespectful.
I have no
that was so disrespectful.
Tissue. I have no, I need stuff for the house. I don't have water. I don't. So he was like, oh, it charges you temporarily, it's gonna refund you. So I literally drove off and I parked on this random street and I just cried. I just cried. I let it all out. I couldn't even, it wasn't even one of those baby cries. It was just one of those silent cries where the tears just shut down and you're just overwhelmed, you just shut down. And within a couple of minutes, I got $11 back. Oh my God. And so with that being said, I'm up to Dollar Tree. whatever sense of like end with that. But y'all, this is not okay. Like, this is not normal, and I share this not because I want to give a sob story, not because, you know, I'm asking for help or anything like that, because honestly, I'm a person that has a very hard time receiving help, and that's not even, like, my gist. It's just to shine a light for other people that are going through this, because I know that I'm not one, and it's not even like, oh, you can get a job. Most of the jobs now, are not paying enough for you to cover rent, for you to cover bills, and for you to be able to live. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's insane. And I don't know where anybody else lives, but I live in New Jersey. It's so expensive on, like, the Northeast. Like, it's the fact that other people live like this, because, like I said, I know I'm not one of one. This shit is insane. And the fact that, like, it's only gonna get worse, and this economy is only getting worse. Like, I understand, like I said, this is just a chapter. Like, I'm in my last year of grad school, so I know I'm gonna have a career next year. But the fact that, like, not many people aren't my age, you know, like, have kids, have way more responsibilities than I do, and they have to live like this, it's horrible, and it's depressing. And I think a big issue with mental health and depression in this country is probably because people can't take care of themselves, and people know that. It makes you feel like a second-class citizen. It makes you feel like a bad person, and it makes you feel like you're not enough, and that's a feeling. And it just makes me sad. It makes me sad that as a country we have as much as we have, but there's so many people that are like falling through the cracks, and I don't know if anything will ever be done about that, you know what I'm saying? But it's just, I had to share because it's hard, and if you're going through this, I'm really sorry, and honestly, I would wish
I don't know if this is inflation or tariffs or a combination of the two, but about 3 or 4 months ago, I got quoted about, let's just call it $500 for a set of front tires for my car. At the time, I didn't need the tires. Like, I had a little bit of tread left. I'm like, let me just run out what I've got and I'll replace the tires. So knowing that it was going to be about $500 to replace them. How about today? I go and I'm like, okay, it's time to get the tires. I show up. I'm expecting,
let's all just get along.
Maybe a little bit.
Get down on the second floor.
Was $980.
Go back inside and make me a sandwich.
And no, these aren't the cheapest tires on the planet.
Go back to his gym and stop being so fat.
Is going on. But I will say that the last time that I bought these tires, I got both tires for $300.
Yeah, I was only gonna bring up the
folks. This is not like the price of stuff in America.
Apple juice or the orange juice?
Like,
yeah, what's up, Paige?
And this is like straining. What are people doing that are struggling already, and they need to put tires on their car, something just that normal, and it's just I mean, never mind that the cost of living when it comes to like rent and mortgages, groceries is high. But man, my mind is. I've seen a lot of things that have surprised me when it comes to the cost of stuff. But this tire situation, wow.
I don't know. Let's rate this burger
tax and talk.
And in 2019, the average household income in America was about $18,000, right? And groceries represented about 9% of that. Fast forward to 2025, and the average household income is about $84,000. So wages hasn't changed at all. Groceries represents 21% of your annual income. So if you make less than $100,000, how can you even afford for groceries. They're more than double what they were just 6 years ago. Like, I stopped eating this burger because I'm out running around. It costs $9 and some change. It's okay as burgers go. I've never had it before, so I wanted to try this one. It's a solid 3 out of 10. But, you know, how are you doing? Comment, let me know how you're making ends meet with your groceries.
Back in the day, $100 could feed an entire family. Now, $100 barely buys you snacks.
$100.
Families are not struggling right now because they don't work hard. Families are struggling right now because the math ain't math. Now, $1.50. It's
Suck
now
it.
like
Suck it.
$5 eggs, 80-something.
No ample Espanol.
Today. And don't even get me started on the cost of cereal. You paying $6, $8 for air and live. What do I tell you guys all the time? This is not about poor choices. This is about a poor system. While costs continue to go up because that's the design. So when folks tell you to budget better, how do you budget for price hikes? No wages. If you've had to cut back, I want to hear from you. What did you used to buy that you just don't buy? Or has it become way too expensive?
How are y'all affording stuff right now? I feel like we're not talking enough about this. Everything is so freaking expensive, and I don't know what the heck. I know I'm not the only one going through this. I mean, from groceries, clothes, everything is so expensive right now, and it's literally by the grace of God that my family is surviving. I can't imagine what it's like for somebody who doesn't make the type of money that I make, and I don't even make a lot of money. But like, this is really a struggle. How are we surviving?
I'm starting to think is maybe most of this month my videos on this channel is going to be mostly about groceries, because this is the main story, the main situation that's happening with November in terms of the economy, and people are struggling with affording life, affording to live. SNAP benefits have been cut off. I'm not on SNAP, but I realize how bad this can affect people who have been relying on this for years. And I've seen a lot of opinions that believe that those who are on SNAP are lazy and they don't work, and they're just not working. It can get very political, but I do know that people get SNAP who are working. So not everybody who's on SNAP is not working. People who are working their butt off full time, and they're just not making enough money. Their buying power is not enough to afford a good amount of groceries to actually to thrive on good food. So it's beneficial for them to receive that. System isn't perfect, but I had SNAP one year of my life. I think it's about 10 years ago or something like that. I think it's not something good to rely on. Let me put some balance in here. It's not something that people should just rely on for like the whole life. Think that, hey, I'm comfortable being on SNAP. Let me stay here, take advantage of it. The system, there's those people too. And so I'm trying to keep balance all because honestly, the taxes of workers are paying for the government benefits. And so nobody should take advantage of this and just be comfortable. However, people do. It's the imperfection of humanity. Some people are just going to take advantage of it. Nature. But with all that said, let's try to have some grace on people because they've gotten used to something like this and it's just taken away. It can be very stressful to adapt. Very stressful to adapt. And so in my opinion, we should have grace and just kind of show kindness towards the people that are really struggling right now, especially when they have families that they gotta feed. Because again, grocery expenses now for a whole month, especially for a family, was like paying the rent in 10 years ago in 2015. It's greatly ridiculous. It makes no sense how food has gotten this expensive. But it has. Leave your thoughts down below. 25, the cost of living is making people give up. It just hit me this year that I'm actually the working poor. I just had that realization. Oh, I'm working, and I'm still broke. I'm working full time, I'm still broke. I have a degree, but I am still broke. And this is the reality in 2025.
This is why I feel like the cost of living has never been as bad as it is right now. Because it used to be when the cost of living was high, it was for the things that you need in life. Food, gas, shelter, etc. All of those things cost a lot of money. Right now, all of those things still cost a lot of money. And also, I feel like it's just expensive to just be alive. Like, I feel like my life, as soon as I wake up, is literally just me putting down a credit card. And it's just a tab. And life is a bartender. And it's just like, what are you going to have? And I'm just like, I don't really need anything today. And it's just like, oh, really? Well, if you're going to be here, you're going to need to spend money. And I'm just like, what do you need here? I'm just in the world. And it's just like, yeah, you have to buy something now. It's even getting to the point where, like, I feel like even my thoughts are getting expensive, you know? Like I could just have the thought of like, my nose is a little stuffy. And then all of a sudden, I open up my phone 10 minutes later and have 12 ads for like, oh, you have a pollen allergy. And you gotta buy these anti-pollen allergy pills or you're gonna suffocate in your sleep. Sleep is the only place I still feel kind of safe. But even there, it's like I could have sleep problems for one night and then I wake up feeling kind of groggy and all of a sudden I'm getting targeted ads from it's like all of our necessities are still expensive and then also just every increment of our life costs something.
I'm holding my phone up because my phone are just broke amongst everything else. And the wise words of the prophet George Carlin, it's called the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. Meanwhile, I'm out here, I'm not asleep, I am wide awake. I am paying $6 for McCormick chicken dust today. Chicken dust.
Poop farts.
Chicken seasoning is $6 for a tiny little jar. Eggs, $10 a dozen. Folgers coffee. Folgers coffee is now $20 for the lidded red jar. The tin that tastes like it was scraped out of a nursing home's drip pot in 1986. That's why people are financing their groceries on Klarna like it's a Louis Vuitton bag. That's why we're after bananas. By the way, I've lost my voice, you can't tell, just, from being sick and from crashing out this week over groceries. It's not the American dream. It is the American gas. We're all just out here seasoning our ramen with bad debt that we can't pay. You can't even treat yourself anymore. A Starbucks run has been applying for a small business loan. A grocery store trip requires like a blood sacrifice in your firstborn. And a cosigner would do it. Costco is absolutely terrifying. Like, I don't even want to go in. I mean, you used to be able to go into abundance, and now I'm terrified. You walk in rather confident, and walk out broke and confused, eating a $40 jar of pickles and a kayak that you didn't know you needed. Like, and let's be honest, baby dates, they're not going to do that. They're polite little suggestions, sometimes polite, sometimes not. Credit cards be calling me like, ma'am, you're going past you. And I'm like, ma'am, get in line, man. You'll get your $35 $12 I just realized it wasn't reading. And utilities don't even like pay the electric bill or buy milk. Gotta pay that electric bill. But sure, tell me again about how much are $2 an hour so I can afford a half cart of groceries and a therapy session without why. I cried in aisle 5 because the box of Cheerios was $9. $9. And at this point, I don't need a financial advisor. I need an exorcist who's really good at running this economy or while the rest of us are out here bartering vibes and trauma for gas money. Guess who's going to be at the pawn shop with Grandma's heirlooms?
What are you complaining about?
Not
You
me.
win everything.
Yes, sir, it's a big no, I just tell me if it'll cover 2 gallons of milk and a tank of unleaded.
So we in America can't even afford to live anymore. In 1976 cost of living, the average income was $16,000. A home was $43,000. New car, $5,000. Rent, $220 per month. Just look at these prices. So based on that, they're saying that the average income should be what, $4,000 now? So that means that $40,000, I should be able to buy a new house. It's not possible. And also, the average income is not $84,000. You know, most people are making way less than that, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. But it's not 84,000. And based on this,
Can't these guys
I should be able to
pull
get a
out?
new car. That's what? It says it would be like $5,000. So if my income is 80,000, a new car would be like $20,000, which most of the time they also are not. I mean, unless you're getting a value car. Also, if we're looking at this, your rent for the year should only be 15%, so $60,000 would be about $2,000 and something dollars, which our rent is not 15% per year. It's like 30 to 40% per month. So yeah, something is definitely wrong. New car, different. Nothing is adding up. So basically, we're not making enough to support things cost, and it's a horrible thing.
I don't know how to make it any more clear. We have an entire generation. They cannot purchase a house. And it's not boo-hoo, millennials and Gen Zs can't buy a house, just rent. Yeah, rent is $600, completely fine. We travel the world, order our avocado toast, and we'd be happy. But rent is $2,000. You have an entire generation spending 30, 40, 50% of their income on rent. That is why they are broke. And why aren't they having children? Because daycare is $1,200 to $3,000 a month. If you like to buy your house in 2019, 2016, 2012, 2002, pick a year, your 5-bedroom that 2014 was $900 to $1,200. It was cheaper than what Gen Zs and millennials are spending on one infant in daycare today. Your rent for a one-bedroom was cheaper than what the average graduate at college is spending on their loan amount every month.
About our country and late-stage capitalism and cost of living and how much money everyone has to make to even afford to have a family. It's what, like $250,000 minimum? Yeah, John and I have 2 kids, and we don't come close to that. Not even close. Try like at least $100,000 less than that. So we're and we have 2 good, high-paying jobs, an electrical engineer and a nurse. Now, everyone always says, like, they make so much money. You guys should be doing so much better. They don't make that much money, okay? And the fact that the wages haven't gone up with inflation means we've been getting pay cuts basically the last 4 years. So we're not doing okay. Nobody's doing okay in this economy. This is what we're so upset about. $24,000 a year. Just so that I can go to work and not spend time with my kids.
Watch out, Cummins.
How does anybody make that $250,000 every single year to just like be okay? I don't know anyone else except for like doctors who are doing fine. What are we going towards? What is the end goal here? Like, is anybody else as upset as I am seeing everything that's going on? I mean, I'm just ranting this morning. Sometimes I'm just getting in my thoughts and my feels, and I can't believe that this is the reality that we're living in right now.
I'm going to explain to you guys how much more expensive things are today than they were even 3 years ago based off of my current financial situation. So 4 years ago, when I graduated law school, I graduated making $65,000 a year.
Jody,
I
you there?
was living in a one-bedroom by myself, paying $1,400 a month. After 3 months, my boyfriend moved in, and so then we were splitting it, so it was $700 apiece. But he lost his job at one point, and so for 3 months before he got a new one, I was covering the rent all by myself. So it was about 6 months of me paying $1,400 a month for that year-long lease. Now I make about $85,000 a year. I have 2 roommates, and we split the rent 3 ways. And usually my rent is like $9,000. So I'm making $24,000 a year. I'm paying roughly the same of what I was paying in rent, and I have never been more stressed out about money in my entire life.
Living in America right now feels like a punishment. You wake up already behind, you go to work just to stay broke, and you watch the cost of everything rise while your paycheck doesn't move an inch. Groceries are a luxury. Healthcare is a joke. And somehow we're the ones blamed for not budgeting better. People are working 2-3 jobs and still choosing between food or gas.
I say
Families are crammed into apartments because buying a house became a fantasy. You can't afford to get sick. You can't afford to rest. You can't afford to exist. But they keep telling us the economy's strong. Strong for who? Because it sure as hell isn't the people doing the work. We're out here treading water while billionaires build rockets, politicians trade stocks, and corporations raise prices just because they can. We were promised opportunity. And what makes this worse is watching people blame themselves. Like somehow you failed because you can't afford it already. Like you didn't do enough when the truth is the math just stopped happening years ago. They told us to work harder, but never told us to change the finish line. This isn't a country full of lazy people. It's a country full of exhausted ones. Simple as that.
How are people surviving right now? I just took my family to the Cheesecake Factory, okay? That's not a fancy restaurant. It's a decent restaurant. It's not something you're going to make reservations at. 2 adults, 4 kids, all ordering off the kids menu with a tip of $140. $140, which is averaging out to well over $20 per person when you're taking kids to go out to eat. We're blessed, and I'm happy we're blessed. I'm happy that we're able to afford that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to afford that at that level. I just don't know how the average American family is getting by right now. I know the data says that the majority of people are not getting by. The majority of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and credit cards are maxed out. Something so simple costs $140 for a family of 6. It just kind of seems insane. I don't know if we can ever go back to the level that we were at. I don't know. What do you guys think? What is that normal? Do you think that that's normal life? That's what the Cheesecake Factory should cost and a normal restaurant should cost? Let me know.
You cannot budget your way out of a bad economy. I saw a girl on here say her rent is going up to $1,300 to $1,800. Nothing's changing just with $500 that they can do that. And it was so upsetting hearing the anger and frustration in her voice because obviously if she resigns but can't make those monthly payments, she'll be facing eviction and homelessness. But if you choose to relocate, that's also very expensive because a lot of places want first-month last month security deposit, which is oftentimes equivalent to monthly rent. And by the way, rent these days, you're not buying anything under like $1,500. Then you have to pay for your U-Haul. If you want to get movers, if you want to move across state lines to hopefully find something cheaper, like all of that adds up for one event, and you're looking at $7,000 or more. Now, who has that just sitting around in the bank these days? I would love to know. Please. But it's just scary. Even private landlords are being impacted because their property taxes are going up, so now they have to up the rent on their tenants. And I just want to know, where do we all fit in this system? What is the angle here for us? And I hate to say this, but I feel like there is no angle for us other than to be weeded out. We're not in the big picture. Our well-being, our basic human rights, food, shelter, that's not on the agenda of private corporations who are upping the prices on these complexes, or the government and the economy that claim to care about us so much. We're not on their agenda. So like I said in the beginning, it's just scary because no matter how you try to sit there and go over your budget and review your monthly statements and try to stop spending here and stop spending there, you cannot budget your way out of a shitty economy and greed. I don't know. It's scary, but...
My 66-year-old father, who bought a home for $60,000 in 1991, literally told me to my face that if he made $60,000 a year, and I started laughing, and I was like, Dad, your mortgage is legitimately half of just my rent. You got groceries and other bills. I'm like, yeah. He's like, wait till you get MSD. And I was like, are you serious? I pay for my sewage. He goes, oh. I'm like, what? You're not living in the same reality as me. They're not. My dad is
He's a bitch because you got nothing to say.
How do you think I've been dealing with that? I'm not even making $60,000 a year anymore.
No good content.
And he's about to retire. We're doing that.
But we live to work for what? Are y'all tired of your situation? We gotta work, y'all. It's not fair. It is not fair. And I'll be the first to do it. A lot of this channel is venting, complaining about the situation because it's massive. I want to say another word, but I don't cuss anymore. I really want to say
take more estrogen pills.
You know, I talked about
estrogen pills.
how the government
I'm
shut
gonna take
down,
my estrogen pills real quick.
and we're giving all this money
Shut up,
to another nation, and we're in debt.
Oh, so it's
Trillions.
okay to say that, Rosa, but
Like,
if
is this
I
even
do-
real life?
Oh, you're
Trillions
taking
of
the
dollars as a nation, and we're trying
Yo,
to
Chud.
give foreign aid to
No.
people when we
Is it
need
pink?
aid. You need aid. I need aid. Pay all
I'm
the
talking
tax
to
money.
it.
I make $32,000 a year take-home pay. I just talked about this in my other video, I think. That my whole year's take-home pay, all of that could be formed into buying one decent new car. $32,000. It's like, is that all I'm worth? Is that all I'm worth? That's my take-home pay. I added it up. I have more gross pay, but after taxes and everything, $32,000.
Timmy.
It's about 40,
Shut the fuck up.
42,000 gross. I take home $32,000.
What is going on?
Is that all?
Name like
That's so
Tug.
loud.
Like, really? People don't
Now,
like
what was I gonna say? A house.
Mexican dogs.
A median house in America costs on average probably $400,000. So if you're gonna pay 20% down to help pay for a house, my whole year's
Yeah,
salary,
my name is Ray.
Make me a torta.
Belly,
even
my
afford a down
belly's
payment
so
on a
big and
house.
full and I'm
Now, how
rubbing it.
messed up is that? If this doesn't make you angry, you're never gonna get out of your
You
situation.
choking on some dick or something?
If this doesn't make you angry, you're gonna say the rat race is pushing you. So I'm gonna be on this rat race, no matter what it takes. I care about morality. I care about doing my thing. So, minus breaking the law, minus doing something wrong, I'm gonna do whatever it takes. Minus those things. And I believe that will be enough. If I just give all the effort that I can, have faith, it's not gonna be this way forever. The fruits are gonna be reaped. I'm gonna reap the fruit of the labor eventually. I do believe that. I do believe hard work pays off eventually. But you see a lot of wicked people that seem to be thriving, having a grand time, living long years, billions of dollars, filthy rich. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The wicked do not see. I guess what I want to get on this video for watching is basically hope you liked me. And we found each other. We found our people. And we can acknowledge it's unfair and complain about it, but at the same time, we have to do something about it if we ever want to get out of the situation. Good talk. If you're struggling just to pay for groceries, you need to get on a payment plan like Klarna or Firm, buy now pay later. Just to get groceries.
Man.
That means it's a red flag, it's an absolute sign that you can't afford to live.
Here's the real question. If millions of families are going into debt just to eat, what does that say about the true health of the U.S. economy? A new survey shows that about a quarter of Americans are using buy now, pay later apps like Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay just to buy groceries. We are not talking about we're talking about milk, eggs, and pasta on a payment plan. And that number is climbing fast, which means more and more people literally can't afford food up front anymore. Let's be honest, Wall Street might look fine, but Main Street is
Central
starving.
Florida. Pull up right next to
Call
this.
me crazy, but I would love to live in a society where moms don't have to worry about feeding their children, where dads don't have to work 10 jobs to make sure that Eggos can go in the toaster in the morning. That would be my ideal society, but I know, I'm a little crazy.
Yeah, no, hood bitch. All you do is drink hood milk.
I feel robbed, okay?
Think you're hood, you drink
What
hood
the hell
milk.
are you talking about? I think I just have too much pride to go to the register and put stuff back. My fault, my bad. But like, I just spent $52 and let me tell you what I got.
Mind you out.
Necessities, mind
What
you.
fucking word is that?
Tampons, toothpaste, floss, mouthwash,
fucking baby if they slime.
$52.
Complaining that the prices in grocery stores have gone up.
Oh, man, he's still typing. Bro, you can't even afford a mic. You can't even afford to pull it, even if you wish.
Okay, call me a
You can't even afford to pull it.
From June 2024 right through today. So we're gonna go grocery shopping and we're gonna do some price comparison, and I'm gonna show you how more expensive your groceries really are. I live in Howell, New Jersey,
Pretty gay to say
which is
that.
a suburban neighborhood. You're not. I'm at ShopRite. I'm not at Trader Joe's. I'm not at Whole Foods. I'm at ShopRite. We buy the same thing every single week.
What do you say?
Okay? Coffee is one of the biggest
You be on that.
increases. Okay, now here on my receipt, we buy 8 o'clock coffee. I circled it because I used it one of the times.
Need your adapter, sure.
See that?
Just need your adapter. Alright.
See it now? $17.99. Less than a year. $17.99, $9.99. So it is
Alright,
double
grab
the
it.
price. Coffee
There you
is
go.
insane.
There
This
you
is
go.
not even fancy brands like Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts. Let's keep going. All right, I just met a lady here at the meat department who said, horrible, horrible. She can't believe the prices. Chopped meat. $17.90, $17.46 for 3 pounds of chopped meat. Are you
Man,
out
these
of
dudes
your
obsessed
freaking
with
mind?
slime.
This
Look at that.
little package of chopped meat,
Pretty
which
cool
is
person.
98% lean, is $7 for that little piece. That could be 2 hamburgers. You're kidding me, right? Let's just take a for shits and giggles. Let's go over
Why
to
are you
a
guys
roast
being so
$11 and for $22.
Need to make content, but you know,
I'm
gotta make money.
speechless. Here's a beef 5 ounce, $19. Wowza, wowza, wowza. First of all, this ShopRite is a very, very, very busy ShopRite. Our shelves are not full. Our shelves are not full because we are not buying American beef anymore. Do not buy American beef. Do not buy American beef. This is absolutely awful. A London broil. They're on sale this week. Top London broils are on sale for
from the Jewish
$5.19.
Crip gang.
This
Oh, yeah, I've heard
broil
them.
on sale.
Totally.
For
I
like
know the
$2
Jewish Crip gang.
on sale. Look at this, $23. Oh my God. A London broil. Where's the ones that are on sale? They don't even have any on sale. They have these flat things. Want to do some beef kebabs with vegetables or some stir fry? $20.13 for that. You got it. Who can live? Okay, we're not big cereal eaters, but a box of cereal, $6.29. Light cereal, $6.29. Raisin Bran, $6.49. I remember getting these when I ate it. Okay, here you could see Schneider's thin pretzels, $3.99. My husband loves to have some pretzels, so we get some pretzels. They don't have out any of their thin pretzels, but you can see all of them. Schneider's pretzels are $4.79 now. $4.79, almost $1 increase from 1 year from now. Okay, so Mr. Orange Man, when you tell me prices are down, you're out of your fucking mind.
get a room,
I cook with a lot of beans on the chili, stuff like that. Black beans, 99 cents. Kidney beans, 99 cents. Corn in the can, 79 cents. And this receipt is from 12/12/24. So, $1.80. Corn, $1.59. Where's the black beans? Black beans. $5, so $1.29 from 77 cents.
It's getting weird now.
These are on on sale by 11
Someone's
cents.
looking
So
over
the
there.
price is 94 cents, and I showed you 77. So even the store brand has gone up. Okay? Store brand has gone up. Here's their black beans. 77 cents last year, 94 cents now. They're on sale for 88 cents. You can't tell me groceries haven't gone up. Would you like me to continue, or should we call this my major? You like cookies? You should have luck. For just $5.59 a bag. I'm just like in shock. These are the Oreo thins, $5.69 Oreos. Whatever Oreo you want. $5.69. Cookies are $2 a bag. Why are you talking? I don't have any of those on my receipts. I'm sorry to say, because I do get my husband cookies. But I have really good cookies, okay? So each their own. So please tell me where eggs have gone down. This is the store brand, $5.99. $4.79 for those are extra large. Please tell me where eggs have gone down. This is the store brand, $4.99. Now you get into Evan's Best, $4.49. Another farm here, $4.99. $4.89. So where are the $1.99 eggs that because organic is $7.29 the brown eggs that I can get up the street from my house. Because we do a lot of farms by our house, we get up the street from our house. I can for $7 and I can probably get 5 dozen. Please don't tell me eggs are down.
You have to essentially go in debt. You need a loan to pay for groceries. And I'm not getting on anybody. I'm starting to feel like I need that. You know, if I was living on my own, I'm a 34-year-old living with mom. Am I happy about that? Well, I could be grateful because at least I have my mom around. Some people don't. But I'm not really like that's not my end goal. I want to be able to live my own. And for my generation, it seems like it's officially getting out of reach. Not impossible, I'm not giving up. But I see why a lot of people are giving up.
Oh,
Maybe
went
you
through it. So close.
just in life in general, because it's hard. It's like everything's crushing down. That doesn't mean it's a support system that I may have that I can live back home with my mom. Some people have different family situations where they literally have to go homeless in a certain circumstance. But using Klarna, buying on has become a thing. I know this stuff went viral about using this to pay for hamburgers or whatever. Absolutely insanity. And who would have thought, you know, before COVID, 6 years ago, that this would be a reality? You would have laughed. People in 2025, they're using buy now, pay later for their groceries. What? Doesn't sound right. Well, it's a thing now. It is a thing. And what are we going to do? Like, when it actually affects our essential needs like this, we need food to eat. We can't ignore this anymore. This is what most Americans are working for. If you're not, I don't know what the number would be, 6 figures, definitely like you could be 6 figures and still be living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know what the next number is to not be the working poor, maybe $300,000 a year. But even if you live like, let's say you live in San Diego or LA, New York, just somewhere expensive, you could be making $200,000 a year and still be living paycheck to paycheck. And most people, what they do is they live, their expenses aren't well below what they make. So most people live up to how much they make. You know, if you're making $200,000 a year, maybe you get the nicer car, maybe you get the nicer house that you could afford, at least you think you can, until you realize I'm living paycheck to paycheck. If I don't get paid for 2 months and I can't pay my bills, my mortgage, my rent, car note, whatever, and it's just ridiculous that it's gotten to the point that it's gotten to. Let me know what you think in the comments below.
Goodbye,
I don't know
guys.
if America's
I
a first
freaking
world
love
country
you so
anymore.
much, guys.
I think it's a mix.
Bye, everyone.
I think some parts are first world,
love you so
some parts
much.
are
I
third
love
world.
you
I think
so
you have a lot
much.
more third world parts of America than first world, so maybe it's a second world country. But it's very interesting because this is a reel I'm about to show you, or TikTok I'm about to show you, where other countries, even countries that are doing supposedly worse off than us, are funding SNAP breakfasts. SNAP breakfasts. Check it out.
Angry people, sit down, because you're about to get really upset over this one. There is a coffee shop that they're calling it SNAP Breakfast. I'm going to call it SNAP Blessings. What happened was they saw that these benefits were being taken, yada, 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 SNAP's getting cut off for a lot of families starting November 1st, right? They had a bright idea. They were like, we're going to offer people to come in and they can have free breakfast for their families. And we are going to cover the cost of that. We're going to let other people donate if they want to. And so they made a post saying, as soon as the SNAP benefits are cut off, we're going to offer what we call SNAP Breakfast. You come in, order SNAP Breakfast. We will ring you up like a regular order, but you won't have to pay anything, and we will give you food. They posted this early because they wanted people to know. They wanted the word to get out so that people wouldn't go hungry. A child shows up and asks for a snack breakfast before the November SNAP is getting cut off deadline, and they gave it to him. So they shared the story. They're like, apparently hunger is already been an issue, right? But they just hadn't seen it firsthand, and this SNAP benefits haven't even been cut off yet. So they gave this child a free SNAP breakfast because he saw it online and he was hungry before school. And so they shared this story. They shared what they were planning on doing. They were knowing that there was going to be people in their neighborhood that would need it. And they started accepting donations. And they got $80,000 in donations. Okay, it's grown so much, they started offering it early for people who are already in need and who are already struggling before they lost what benefits they had for food. And so it has went from people in South Africa donating, Canada, the United Kingdom, literally all over the globe. The world right now is helping to support American families who are going hungry. Let that sink in. Other countries are supporting Americans, which is considered a first world country, families who are going hungry and who are about to be really going hungry. Since this, they started with 84,000. That was their big. They're like, oh my gosh, in just a matter of days. 60,000, 84,000. Within 48 hours of this story breaking, they reached $184,000 in donations to help feed people in their community. This is in Portland. This is in Portland, Oregon. Did I forget to mention that? The police are saying this is like a terrible place to be. You have to be careful. Don't go to Portland right now. They're basically like dealing with all of this like mass fighting and like all of these protests. It's very dangerous. These are the people who are feeding the families in need right now.
If you are naive enough to think that the pause to SNAP benefits on November 1st isn't going to affect you if you don't receive food stamps, I want you to hear this. About 1 in 8 Americans receive SNAP benefits. In fact, in Oklahoma, where I live, that's 1 in 6 people. So about 600,000 people in my state alone, Oklahoma, receive SNAP benefits. About 1 in 4 children in the U.S. receive SNAP benefits. But you're not one of those people, so you don't care, but hang with me. When those benefits go away, just about $9 billion in grocery spending vanishes. So you've got to be thinking about not just the grocery stores being able to stay open and pay their employees, but you have to think about the entire supply chain, trucks on the road, people who provide food to these grocery stores. $9 billion. Every dollar spent in SNAP benefits adds about $1.50 to $1.80 to the economy. So cutting those benefits isn't saving that dollar, it's taking away that $1.50 to your local economy. But you don't receive SNAP benefits, you don't work for a grocery store, you don't drive a truck, you don't give a shit. But when all of those things happen, the only way to combat that is to drastically increase the price of groceries. Grocery prices are already up over 3% in 2025 alone, which is almost an entire percentage higher than the average increase in grocery prices over the last 20 years. I thought they were supposed to go down day one, though. So even if SNAP benefits only pause for 1 month, which, by the way, would be detrimental to all the people I mentioned before that you don't give a shit about, it will cost the economy roughly $13 to $14 billion in profit. And you can expect your grocery prices in just that 1 month to go up at least 1%. And states will stand to lose about $300 to $500 million in sales tax revenue. So even if you do not receive SNAP benefits, you never have, you never will, you do not want these to be paused on November 1st.
Morality about feeding the hungry aside, the thing about the SNAP benefits not being released for the month of November is that money is still getting taken out of your paychecks regardless. If you are one of those people that's like, oh, well, now these freeloaders aren't going to be eating off of my dime, that money is still going to be taken out of your paychecks. And you know what's funny is that money isn't getting used for the same, government-funded programs that it used to. All of these government-funded programs, they're getting shut down. They're getting defunded. All of that, it's not even benefiting you anymore. So would you rather your money go to the people that are hungry, or would you rather it go to the $20 billion that was just sent to Argentina? It's going everywhere but to your community. The government has made you believe that the people that are making $7.25 an hour are the problem, when it's really the people that are making millions and billions of dollars a year. Do y'all understand the fucking problem? Do y'all understand the problem? Also, everybody's like, oh, well, these freeloaders aren't going to be getting my hard-earned dollars. You realize that you can't just not work and just sign up for food stamps and they give it to you? I was on food stamps, and I had to provide proof of income. It took about a month and a half, almost 2 months for me to get those food stamps. I'm a student working 2 jobs. I'm a college student working 2 jobs. I was on food stamps. Those food stamps saved me in a lot of cases. They allowed me to eat. Also, God forbid somebody that isn't working gets to eat. Y'all have this mentality of you work or you die. You work or you die. And you're like, oh, that's not my mentality. I don't believe that. Yeah, you do. Because y'all all keep saying, oh, well, I don't want my money going to somebody who doesn't work. So the option is work or die. If you do not work, if you don't have a form of income, you die. If you can't buy food, if you can't buy health insurance, if you can't buy all of the things that are necessary to keep you alive, you will die. You will die. Your groceries are still getting more expensive. Your health insurance premiums are still going through the roof. You know what the average first-time homebuyer age is in America? 38 years old. That is a decade increase from 1990. A decade increase from 1990. You know the last time the federal minimum wage was increased? 14 years ago. 14 years ago. I want you right now to look up the spending power of $15 an hour in 2025 versus the spending power of $15 an hour in 2008 during that recession. Look at that stat. And you're just fine with it? God forbid a portion of your paycheck goes to your community, the people around you. Because that money's still getting taken out. Whether or not the poor eat. How is it benefiting you? It's not. The money that you make, your hard-earned money, should benefit you and your community around you. The people around you that need it, but it's not going to. How many times do you have to tell you that for it to get through your head? So much for helping the Americans.
Do you know why I'm not concerned about the SNAP benefits being cut off in November? Because the only thing that stands between the masses and the lives of the elites is the social contract in which the masses have food. It takes about 1 day for an entire civilization to completely cannibalize itself when that social contract of food being available is gone.
No, I don't have to be nice to you just because you're gender. That's just fucking that's misogyny. And I don't think I should be misogynist.
For 1 single day. Because that's the only barrier between them and you throughout history. It's a fact. They already fixed the WIC program and had it removed from being affected by this because it was the first thing to be losing its benefits, and they're now pulling money from the tariff revenue to supplement that income for single mothers with children. You know why? Because of the exact same reason it takes 1 day for someone who is hungry
in masses to rip your head off. So don't worry about it too much. They're terrified of that, so it'll get resolved. Even if it's in the very last second and they get tons and tons and tons and tons of clicks over it and you get a bunch of anxiety from it, because that's what they're scared of, is you being hungry. So, hope that helps.
To me, the only logical response to the government canceling SNAP benefits is for Americans to cancel the holiday season. Close the wallets. Close the wallets. You don't need to buy a turkey. You've had turkeys for the last how many years? You're good to skip a year. Black Friday hasn't Black Friday and I don't know how long. The deals suck. You don't need a new flat screen. You already got one from last year. Your kids have tablets, they have toys, they have electronics. They'll be good to miss out on 1 year. They'll be okay.
Thank you.
Close the wallets. Cop boy. You know? We shouldn't be spending any money then. It makes no sense for, in response to the government taking food off people's tables, for us to then open our wallets and continue the economy as if nothing is wrong. It's time for a cop boy of the holiday season. The time of year where corporations make the most money, yeah, shut it down. Close the wallets.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Take
Hide
everything
your
of value
keys,
and
hide
put it in
your
the safe.
wow.
This is not the time to be flexing and being flashy. We're in October.
Time to be
All you see in the news
flexing.
is lay off. Every different company, every different industry. That's all you seem to see. Inflation, housing prices, rent prices. I just read an article today talking about millions of people are getting their cars repoed. And you think they ain't hungry? Thanksgiving is coming. They have nothing to be grateful for. They about to be pissed off. And just say all of this snapping EBT and these layoffs continue into December. Christmas.
Are you at Walnut?
They ain't got no money to buy nothing new. They gonna take it off of you.
Come on.
You might think I'm making a joke.
Let's go.
It's serious. You out here
Shut
trying to be
the
flashy
fuck
and
up,
playing,
Raven.
thinking it's all cool. Oh, everybody.
Nobody cares if you're
Play
live,
with them
dude.
folks.
Yeah,
Regular.
nobody cares if you're
People
alive.
They
Stuff
gotta
like
eat.
that.
The rules gonna be equal.
Bitch. Shut the
And
fuck
I
up,
ain't mad at them. They
bitch.
gotta do what they gotta do. They gotta feed their babies. They gotta feed themselves. But it ain't gonna be off the back of
Hey, what's
my
this?
dime.
What's this? Oh,
And I hope it ain't gonna be off of your dime.
this with the one,
Keep your
two.
head in the game.
So,
Raven
who wants to
just
snap
proved my
breakfast?
Hey.
Thank God that
Raven, you
Hey.
are
I
so
am
ass.
not currently
You were
depending on
0
Snap,
and
but
5.
even though I'm not, people who don't have
Hey,
Snap,
that
they're still
content.
struggling. They're still struggling, whether you're on Snap or you're not on Snap.
I mean, my people, my
This,
stream is at
we're
least
all
actually
included in the struggle,
entertaining.
even if you make six figures
Stream is a
plus.
bunch of nigger.
It's not easy.
Honestly, I won't
You
disagree
gotta be
with
making
that.
like
Because it is
high
actually.
six figures to just be financially
Yeah.
free
Oh,
in
shit.
this
A
current
lot of my stream
American economy.
is
And
a part
people were
portion
even
of the
struggling
mixed
before
community. So
this whole
Watch this,
Snap
watch this.
thing has
Right.
taken
Fucking
place
faggotry.
before. As the
you notice
TikTok
the gay
we just
people
went
in
over
here too.
was explaining,
So
somebody
you're
was
not
asking
lying.
for help before November 1st for the Snap
And I
breakfast,
barely served that
and they
bread
let the
because
kids
Yeah,
have
that's
it.
I don't
funny.
much care.
Beautiful story. But it just goes to show you how kind of screwed up the American
Hey, watch
economy
this.
is.
Watch it.
You know, I'm gonna be honest
America
with
was
you.
struggling before.
Raven
benefits
Shield
in
over
it,
here
now
is using a script to
It's
paste into
triggering
the
that
chat.
whole
It's
fuck.
going to be interesting month.
It's so
We'll just say that
triggering.
it's going to
You
be
can't do it
interesting
normally.
month.
So
It's
he's
so
actually
I'm going to be
using it.
keeping up with the news to see what's happening.
If he's
with
using a script, you
grocery
could be
so
so
stores,
in the
triggered.
chat. Why else
there's
is
going
he
to be riots and what's going to be happening in this American
Yeah, do that
society.
to this kid.
Is it just going to go
The
to utter
Walmart?
chaos? And
Wait, I
how is
recognize
the
this dude.
administration going to
Wait, I
react to
played
this?
against you
Are they going
earlier.
to be like, whoa, we didn't expect this much craziness? Because when people get hungry, they resort to some pretty wild
This dude is
stuff,
named
yo.
Poop Fart. I played with him earlier.
I mean, it activates
Poop
the
fart?
survival
Oh,
Made a
poop
game
fart's
with a
still
person.
here.
Is poop
when they're
fart
literally
bestie? Oh my
hungry.
god, poop fart's
Do you
Especially
bestie.
remember?
with
Do you
kids.
remember me, dude? We played earlier, and I
I
think
don't know what the
fucking
administration
shat
is
on
going to
you.
do.
Actually,
if
no,
things
it was
get
the
really
opposite.
bad. I really
It was
don't
the
know.
opposite.
I seen people
It
worrying
was the
about
opposite,
martial
but
law.
you fucking annihilated me.
See some TikToks
But I
about
was someone that
that.
wouldn't ever shut the fuck up.
And some people
Shut
are saying,
the
well,
probably
fuck up.
recognize me from
you
that.
don't got to worry about it because
ZD60M.
the
What kind of
elites
fucking
know.
name
The
is
That's
that?
how
elites
people
know
know me.
that
No
Got
one
fucking
will
name.
shut the
they're
fuck
going to
up.
cause
Like
chaos, so don't worry about it. They're going to,
ZD60.
at the last second, come
I'm
through.
No one
saying that
remembers
I
that
don't.
dude.
What do you
I
think?
don't know.
I'm proving my
I know it's
point.
going to
You're
be
not the
very
main
interesting
character.
month.
You're
And
fat.
people
You're fat. You're not the main
are
character.
stressed
I'm literally
out and not
proving
knowing
my
what the future's
point.
gonna hold.
Wait, what's going on?
So let me know what you think in the comments down below. How are you doing? Are you worried? Are you currently on Snap? Well, you don't have to say all that.
Oh,
You don't gotta give me all
nice
that
job.
stuff.
Nice job. Wait, is that a cat?
Just know your thoughts.
Is that a cat?
Post your thoughts in the comments below. And yeah, that was it overall.
No, I killed the walnut. No! I should throw you at a
It's
peanut
okay.
and tree nut allergy.
Apparently, it's cheaper to buy a flat screen TV.
That'd be pretty
than it is to
funny.
fill
Get
your
a nuke
house
real
to
quick.
brim with
Nobody's
groceries.
laughing at any of
25
your
plus
jokes
supply
except for
number
yourself,
time.
which is
Don't
really
care. I'm the target audience of my jokes anyway.
Thousands of dollars. Now you get a flat screen TV.
I'm the
for
target
like,
audience
I
of
don't
my
know,
jokes.
250, 300.
You're just here.
A couple $100. And now is
You're
the time,
just
2025, when inflation has increased so much for grocery prices.
Can somebody tell me why
No.
it's cheaper for me to buy a flat screen TV than it is to buy a cart full of groceries?
Welcome to America. Way cheaper to buy cigarettes and coke to suppress your appetite than it is to buy groceries.
I have to work for nearly a full hour to buy a
All right,
basket.
everybody gang up on
To
ZB.
buy a
How did you
basket.
actually get a
Are
kill
you
with that
serious?
pistol?
Like,
That
after
gun is
taxes, basically an hour. And if I have 2 baskets, that's 2 hours.
Actually, good. You got a kill with the worst
You're
weapon
so
in the game.
fucking cooked, bro.
I wasn't even aiming at you.
Shut up. Dollars.
You're way too loud. You talk too much. You're not the main.
We're not eating steaks.
Most people don't give a shit, or they just mute me.
It's like
Maybe you should do one of the two.
ground turkey instead of ground beef.
You talk more
We're
than
doing canned tuna.
I don't
for tuna
care.
Casserole. My kids have ramen and dumplings when I don't feel like making
Just
dinner.
You're one of those faggots who think loud is
I
funny.
don't care.
We have some snacks.
Yeah,
and
mute button. How about you mute
I don't
yourself
know,
by
bag
taking
of
a gun and
potatoes
shoving it down your
every
throat,
other
faggot? Deep
is what we're
shit.
buying. And those things like Airpop popcorn. How are we spending
I was gonna say that your profile's nice, but fuck you.
a month on groceries? This is unsustainable.
say
How
you're-
do we live like
Come on,
this?
brother. Come on, seriously,
I
bro.
live
What's
in
up?
New Hampshire and I work in Massachusetts. We got closed early today because Amazon server, whatever, I couldn't process payments. So we had to go to tomorrow, but I was like, you know what? Let me just get that out of the way today. So I have more time to spend with I used to shop Big Y all the time. I used to go like 15 minutes from there. That was the only grocery store within like Let me just actually.
You having a good
let's
time, Timmy? How are you, brother?
I didn't even get everything on this. Like lunch meat, cheese,
Well, look, go where? Outside the barrel of the gun, and then wherever the fuck it wants to. It goes where it isn't.
salsa.
I don't know what else to say.
Boyfriend shoves
Seltzer?
the barrel and he's got in
Name
places
brand.
that he
Food
shouldn't.
Club.
How did that miss?
Sour cream. Didn't get it.
Yo, Playboy Cardi, of course he's a terrorist. Why wouldn't he be?
Didn't bother though. It was.
Of course, Playboy Cardi is now joining the terrorists.
Shut the hell up. Nobody gives a fuck about Playboy Cardi.
Wait, say it one more time. Say it one more time.
I don't get a shift meal at work.
I'll log.
At least they can do that. Here's my 3 apples. Here's my 3 apples that cost me for $4. Do you think I don't know what time of year it is? Apples are in abundance right now. They're literally.
Yo, I love that profile picture, by the way. I'm gonna be honest, I love that profile picture.
This I did get because I love this. Stop! $5.49. This is $5. I used to get this all the time. Oh my god, I love this bread. I'll probably just eat this loaf of bread for dinner. It wasn't on my list, but it would not
Oh, I thought
equal to the things that are on there that I absolutely. My turkey.
Who's also?
This is not even a pound.
Port.
Yeah, okay.
Ate 3 pounds of turkey. $2.78. For under $5. No, I'm talking like
Yo, Playboy Cardi,
You want me
of
to
course
pop
you're a
this for-
terrorist. Why wouldn't you be?
my little thing. This is $3. This is the.
Alright, let me go.
Come on,
I
man.
don't care
Join the
about this.
CT.
So I was like, alright, it's $2.50 at the other store. Like this was like, you know, I got the bread and then I picked up this and I was like, okay, maybe you
Yeah,
can
join CT. Join the counter terrorists. Fuck the terrorists.
Not even a pound.
Terrorists are the.
This is exactly a pound.
He's 0 and 3. Join the CT.
No, we got nigger.
Cardi in 2025.
Yeah, he's old.
Yeah, this guy's.
I'm gonna be honest.
$70.
I'm gonna be honest. This dude they poop for actually it's a nice profile picture. I like it.
3 apples.
Send it, boy.
Music for my media, motherfucker.
What is that?
Whoa! What is that? What?
Because I want to eat
Oh,
something.
yeah.
What is that?
Good boy.
What am I looking
It's
at?
$50. Seltzer water?
The second player in the game. What am I looking at? What is that profile?
That's a right.
It's in black and white. It's barely yet seen it.
Never. Literally never in the after at least that.
Oh no! I killed him.
Like I've seen it. Less than the receipts. I don't consider the receipts. That's not a problem. I'm lucky enough to be able to do that. I don't have to. What? I make decent money. Bartending. My life.
I'm thinking about down my hair red. That's a lot like a bone red. I like all of my clothes so dirty.
Yo,
I'm sipping that blazing. I'm in some of my phones and phone milk.
Really?
I'm in some of my phones and phone milk.
I gotta check that. Damn it. I have to. I don't care. I'll buy another one. I don't give a shit. I need to give you a 5-7. I don't give a shit.
I'm just asking how
I'm
you
that
are.
person. I don't give
Timmy,
a shit.
I'm just
Timmy,
I'm trying to figure out how you are. Timmy, why are you ignoring me? I'm talking.
I have one, and I don't care. I will just buy another one.
Times are getting really hard. Yo, tell them
They're
about.
not expensive. I'll buy another one.
Hey, Timmy, low-key.
That's why I tried to add you, by the way. Yo, you got third place!
No one cares.
Nice
No one
job.
wants to be your friend. You're a...
Too far.
Nice job.
Through the interview process and going
got an
through
X.
2, 3, 4 rounds of interviewing. And still not getting called back. I know people are putting in 30, 40 applications a day, and they've been doing that for over 30 days. Still not getting anything substantial called back. So I'm like, I don't know if everybody's aware of how bad things are and how bad things are going to get.
It's a good thing we don't have any of those YouTube motherfuckers in the lobby. You know which ones I'm talking about. Everybody does.
And I think because of
The ones that just go into the join the lobbies and use your voice, something with a really shitty mic. You know which ones I'm talking about? I'm sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. Because we guarantee all experience.
when I say all that, the storm is coming.
All the lag.
Expenses and y'all workload and y'all overhead. Taking in consideration that what you're making now months to a year. So you might need to recalculate before you yeah. Good luck.
Just told me what I wrote, and now there's a proof showing up in the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Kellogg's reported an
Second
8.6% drop.
place.
Procter pulled its entire financial forecast.
Nice.
Heineken says people are drinking less.
Wait.
And even global giants like Nestle are seeing sales fall across the board. What's scary about this, it's not about cutting luxuries. People are walking away from everyday items. Candy, snacks, fast food, takeout.
I just got my
Last
head
Saturday,
up.
I went for lunch at a popular restaurant. Usually, we expected a wait. Instead, we were just a handful of people there because consumers are cutting back hardest on items that bring joy. Chips, chocolate.
I hate you.
I was in the bedroom counting money.
Wait, we have the same F41S.
Belts anymore. They run out of fucking matches.
Wait, we have the same F41S.
Skippity wet, skippity skippity toilet, hey, yeah.
Skippity
toilet, skippity toilet, skippity 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 toilet, skippity toilet, skippity toilet.
Wait, if I can see my F41S, we have identical ones.
Cut it. Skibbity, skibbity, cut it. Skibbity, what? Skibbity, skibbity,
It sucks that you're not on the top of the board. I'm honestly gonna be honest. They can say you've got it.
You're such a
Pretty
fanboy.
Even though, for a matter of fact, I know you were a child. Without a doubt. Either that or just somebody who's out of ideas.
Budget better? How do you budget
Thanks for the compensation, boss. We appreciate that.
if you had to
My big thing is I give away a fuckload of skins.
Fuck up, you nasty bitch. I don't know how the fuck you jump on my side. You nasty ass nigga. Shut your little bitch ass up, you dirty bitch.
That doesn't say about what I do.
Giveaway games because you're not.
How are we going to increase our
Shut the fuck up.
That's all I'm gonna say. Whatever song you're singing, it is very bad.
Side hustles on the side.
Nah, you're
stuff. This channel
singing the song.
Tell them I actually recommend it. Try your hand at a YouTube channel.
Pretty good.
If you never started one before.
Pretty mid.
Well, y'all have
Man's
something
lyrics
to
are
add to the
good.
conversation. And the ad revenue you get from video.
Anything about Playboy Cardi is just mid.
Getting a views.
No, Playboy
Yep.
Take.
Same thing with, let's see, Diddy,
Even if it's
Taylor Swift, anybody that you know that's a big artist, like, let's see, Chris Brown. Bonnie Blue did that too.
Try to
Taylor Swift, Katy Perry.
Shut the hell up. You're just trying to get someone to argue with you so you have something.
Forget what that one dude's name is. There's a ton. There's thousands. The music all sucks.
10 years in the future, how many people are going to be
Walnuts, why can't you be a common?
Listen to Christian music. That's the best music. Everything else is kind of shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. Everything else is kind of shit.
I've seen the steps so weird, like, I think maybe some AI company predicted that.
Cemetery makes good goated music. Yeah, if you want it. If you're dead.
Maybe try to find a way
Maybe the only time I listen to his
make
music.
online money.
Whoever the fuck
And
that is.
YouTube channel is a great way to
Sewer suit. Sewer slut. That sounds like a damn sexual.
I don't know how this is gonna grow. I don't know how many people are gonna watch, but
I'm the next
doing it.
my own.
Did I buy my gum before you cooked it
Or
properly?
something. Lose weight, make videos. I'm doing something productive with my time.
Bro, listening to your own music has got to be like the most balling thing I've ever heard.
Groceries without it burning.
I forget what my chat called this pistol.
Like, bro, when the boys hop in the whip with you, are you just bumping your own music on aux?
I forgot what we named this pistol.
Damn it,
What was it?
No EBT.
He's banned from Atlanta.
Some people are arriving to stay out of the grocery stores in this month of November because SNAP benefits have abruptly ended. Because of
What's the name? What's the name my check gave this pistol?
there are no roads.
Kill yourself.
About somebody who got robbed for their groceries in an Aldi parking lot. It is about to be so bad out here. 2 million people are losing benefits that help them be able to afford food. And no, I'm not saying everybody is going to be out here robbing people. But when people are desperate, they do desperate things. What would you do?
I'm gonna leave these page.
I don't know.
Killer so cool.
This eagle looks like the dude on the front of it is jorking it.
Hey, you sound like you got dick in your mouth because you're.
The Trump administration announced earlier today that they will partially fund SNAP, but I mean, people are already stealing and they're not going to get their food benefits. So, I mean, it still looks like we're not out of the woods yet.
forget what the name of the chat named my deagle. I have to look it back up. Shut the fuck up. The thing with my deagle is this thing looks like the dude on the front is jerking it.
The thing with your mouth is it never stops moving because you're a faggot and you're always shoving dick in it, but you never.
To further their agenda. Since
How do you talk when you have
find it?
Fucking bull? I never.
He must
Somebody you are.
so much that he just
tried to do everything since June.
His mouth is gaped permanently. Dehinged his jaw so he can still talk while he's got fucking shit in it.
It was their next phase, which is
It's called poppers. You take poppers enough, you're always yapping, especially when you're getting butt fucked.
How do you always like have something to say? I'm trying to get to that point.
Fuck it, dude. If you can get top frag this game, I'll give you a deagle and I'll give you a 5-7.
And then what happens is you have a bunch of people that go and they start
Because I have a deagle that I'm willing to give away, and I bought like 10 of them anyway, so I don't care.
to try to feed your family, to try to get kids.
My girlfriend got her nail colors to match my date. Y'all are
Parents and things like that for free.
I'm not giving skins to people who do not deserve it.
Yep, it's flawless.
That's why I have half of this lobby muted. Anybody who is an asshole is muted.
Alright, kill yourself. You're a
None of
safe
them.
space bump.
2025 is a real
And I say
thing.
none
Read it.
will get any
Pay
skins.
attention. They've been
Okay, man.
trying
Thank you.
different things.
No, no
literally
thanks.
that have
I'm not doing that
worked
either.
for months. Cutting off the food supply is just the next thing.
Because you were telling me to shut the fuck up. Or saying, oh, maybe the problem is you. Yeah, don't think I forgot about that, buddy.
All of next week.
You don't deserve it.
Get ready to bunker the food
Hey Tim, everything all right, brother? You doing all right, Tim?
stuff for your
And now you switch up. Now you switch up.
down. Because it's about to get rough.
I don't want to sound like I'm overhyping it because I know a lot of y'all can't keep up. The SNAP benefit situation clearly shows y'all cannot survive a world without natural selection. If the government really stood back, if they just let everything go and let the world be who they want to be without them,
oh my God,
y'all
my
will
aim.
not survive. Let's say they just only protected us from invasion of other countries.
You're a
But you have to do
faggot.
everything
You're a
yourself.
faggot.
Y'all will not survive the natural selection.
You're
True.
You
Thanks for playing, Tim. Thanks for playing, Tim. Thanks for playing, Tim.
You couldn't educate your own kids.
Actually, I'm not a faggot.
Y'all will literally not survive.
Tim, how do we feel about that?
Selection. Y'all response to the SNAP benefits is don't celebrate the holiday. Keep your money. Everyone's gonna be affected.
Just one less asshole out of the way.
Yeah, but
Nice
this is
job. The
natural
gamer girl's
selection. It's how
gone.
the
I don't
world
care.
moves.
She was an asshole anyway.
Without the government, right? What y'all gonna do? You either gonna turn to and whoop yourself.
Be glad she's out of here, Tim.
Follow behind him like a fox, or you gonna be slaughtered.
I'm gonna have some candy.
That's
I'm
how
sick of
natural
it.
selection works.
Because I need
And
blood
there's
sugar anyway.
one issue with just benefits.
I haven't had candy in
It's
a while,
showing y'all
so-
that y'all are
For sure, Tim. Thanks, Tim.
protesting. You constantly talking about it, but then you turn to the same internet where you're bashing.
You know
them,
what's funny?
and
Is
you're
my
trying
chair is
to
USB to the wall.
to continue to feed you.
Are you excited, Tim, to play?
They don't have to
Come
do that.
Deagle.
This is them showing you
I
we
mean,
don't have to do a lot of the things we
That's
do.
what my deagle
Oh, yeah,
is, the cum
Tim.
deagle.
But they
Good boy, Tim.
That's what I call it, the cum
Tim.
And
deagle.
a lot of people take it for granted. You can't
I'm not
be
lying.
Tim,
That's what
I'm
I
just a
call it,
slut.
the cum deagle.
And they
That's my
turn
nickname
around
for
and
it.
Tim, I'm a slut.
Because it looks like the dude on it is
It
jorking.
don't make any sense. Y'all have to pick a new battle. Pick a new fight.
Have you seen the deagle skin at all?
Have a big family.
It's called tilted.
Yeah, cancel all of it. Everything is canceled. Okay? Don't go out there buying all of these
My
gifts,
fault,
all of
Dad.
these presents.
My genuine
Don't go
fault.
out there buying
Like,
all
that's
of
my
this stuff.
fault.
But furthermore,
On somebody who's standing
you need to
still.
start cutting down on your spending and stop buying
I
unnecessary
literally
stuff,
have
okay?
one hand
Because the
on.
only way
I
to
literally
affect
had
these
one
people
hand on the
is to hit
game.
their pocket. They didn't get all right? They done suspended SNAP benefits for the month of
badass.
November.
What are you
They
talking
said,
about?
hey,
What?
states,
I
we ain't
was
got
some
it.
candy. Maybe we'll
How
have
you ain't
some.
got it?
your name being Callan.
How you ain't got it? But you're sending money to other countries. You're sending money to other countries and you're funding their food,
mic
you're funding
sucks.
their health insurance. Meanwhile, the government is shut down about an argument about health insurance and about everything
The
that
moment I
Americans
reload, someone wants to
need.
fucking.
But you're sending my money to another country. And before y'all get in my comments, y'all talk, shut up. Okay? She's just mad because she's not receiving. Maybe I don't even receive food stamps, but I have before. I'm not mad that I'm me personally not receiving food stamps. I'm mad about the direction America is going.
Try.
I'm mad for the people that's not receiving food stamps.
Stop. Hey, let's chill out with that,
I'm
okay?
mad that
Yeah.
they cancel food stamps.
Can you give me some?
Where everybody gets together and spends most of the month. Thanksgiving. This is a Christian.
You have the opportunity to give me my first skin ever in this game.
People that are really struggling are going to go without food. Homeless people are going to go without food. There are people that are going to be in the month of November starving.
5.
Food banks are already packed and already full. They're going to be even more packed than ever. And as a matter of fact, if you have the means and you feel like, oh, I haven't been up there yet, go ahead and give. Instead of spending money on bullshit this year, how about you go ahead and give to your local food banks? Go give some food. Go give some time. Go give some energy and help out. Because if it's affecting one, it can affect all. We're all going to be affected by this eventually. And it's no coincidence that they canceling food stamps this month. He wants to go out and riot so bad so he can declare martial law. Y'all should be very upset. And if y'all can't get on one accord and stop buying these clothes at the very least, baby, we're already done. We're done. We're done. Shut it down. Only buy necessities.
Profile picture is
Yeah,
fucking
holidays is canceled.
We're talking about
$1,000 worth of gifts. Sit your kids down and have a conversation. It'll be okay. Let
Tim,
them
what are
know.
you talking about then?
We're fighting right now. We are fighting. Your kids will understand. Let them know you're fighting for their future because right now it's not looking like they're going to have much of one.
muted, so I have no idea who's talking.
They'll understand. They'll get with the program. They'll adapt. They'll adjust. It'll be okay. You got to hit their pockets even where it hurts. They're not going to listen until it affect their money, affect their wallet. Since they want to take money out the government, and a lot of these big corporations, big businesses are the ones that's funding it.
Like play by part.
Stop. Yeah, holidays is canceled. Next 4 years, stop buying shit up. They don't give a damn about us. Stop buying shit up. Baby, don't go out there buying up all that shit. Sit the fuck down. Next 4 years, we sitting the fuck down.
So I work at a grocery store, and I was talking to my operations manager last night. He's in charge of like building access, closures, security. And the topic of WIC and SNAP right now, November 1st, he was like, "Yeah, man, we've had meetings about it," and I suggested that so much crap that it's just going to be a complete waste of our time and resources to try to stop it or document it. Because here's the thing.
You're pretty good with that sniper, bro.
Clerks and even management have severe restrictions on stop shopping. The only people who can stop shoplifting are security with training. And they have to operate within certain confines. So November 1st, somebody walking out with groceries and didn't pay, you did. Just mind your own business.
That being said, I mean, you could actually order
Fucking don't.
have it delivered to your house. I'll probably honestly do this if I was living in a big city. Going to the grocery store in the vicinity of a large metro area or like just a place in town. But honestly, I'm not a fan of the fear mongering. However, if you're in a nice area, a nice suburb, I don't think you have to worry as much. I stay in a semi-rural area of Georgia. Not too much crime happens here. And it's pretty rural. Most of the crime happens in the big city centers. Yeah, there could be riots, there could be stealing, there will be crime. There's crime everywhere. Particularly during this month when SNAP benefits have ended and people are just trying to feed their families. And just take your precautions because there is evidence that will already happen. And so, should you be fearing going to a grocery store? It's kind of up to you. Depends on where you are, depends on what you want to do. I don't think that you should fear. Be cautious. Watch your surroundings.
Wait. I can get a funny number. I just need one more kill.
It's like a compact
I swear, bro.
area.
Nope, I got 169. Yeah, let's go, baby.
During the month of November so far. As long as SNAP benefits have ended, you want to go out of your way to go shopping in person. Go out of your way to suburb the less.
What the
it's
fuck?
Eerie. It is what it is. You put a lot of people together in a small place, you have more crime. Yeah, stay out the ghettos, all of that. Journey's time.
No, you know what we need to normalize?
But there are certain places in certain cities.
Calling out gay people.
That's it.
Yes.
Just take care, be safe. And online ordering.
You know what we need to
is a good
normalize
thing that we
again?
have in 2025,
Killing them.
So if you have the option, maybe do that.
Hanging them on a cross.
Stay safe out there.
Anybody else agree that they should all be hung on a cross?
Sometimes I feel like I'm dying.
Wait, you also hate
It's
faggots?
cooked right now.
Yes, I hate them all because they're fucking brainwashing all the kids. Hang them all on a cross.
Food stamps.
Hang them on a cross. They're brainwashing the younger kids. And you know the people that are pushing transgender? Fucking hang them on a cross. Anybody from that community, hang them on a cross.
I'm sorry that you're going through this. This is
I mean,
very
isn't ice
difficult.
water?
Yes.
But this is a really bad time to quit your job. And even if
Yes,
you
to answer your question, yes.
the lore of
I've just seen how bad it is.
you know, just despise
And there's no
my job,
changing
and get the song
Yeah,
out
hang
there.
people. Do it. Kill them. I don't care.
But I'm trying to walk up the hill
Watch
right
the
now.
Satan out of them the hard way. I don't care.
Yo, shut the fuck up.
No. He just teaches you to love everyone, but does he teach you to love Satan?
You may despise it.
He does not teach you to love Satan.
Nigga, shut your bitch ass up.
But
No.
Never shut your bitch ass up.
Especially since it seems like it's so hard to get a job at times.
He wants
another job
those.
to get another job.
You just love your neighbors, like the people around
I was
you.
like, when am I actually going to quit my job because I plan to? But when
But
can
people
I do
who
that?
completely also, how about this? Normalize killing predators, specifically child predators.
When I had no other means of
Met this guy's daughter, and he said,
no other like good
suck it or
options.
Love the honor.
And I was like, when am I going to actually do it this time? I do not want to repeat the last situation. I was doing music at the time, and I was not
Kill
that good
everybody
musician.
who's a child molester.
Not getting any kind of...
That's what we should normalize.
I just thought
Yes.
that...
There's nothing that I can do. Kill the gay community and kill the gay, trans, and the pedophile community. Kill all three.
You don't pay by the states, you get kicked out this house. I'm like,
Why
okay,
not?
What's wrong with it? Got to go.
Let's just kill Yeah, you can call me stupid if you want to, but hang the pedophiles. Get them out of here. Nobody likes them. No, they're fine. The people that traffic children and rape children, kill them. Get them out of here.
Before you actually make that big face.
Nobody wants child molestation.
Be making at least half of my current.
Not even their mother loves them. I'm not saying.
About 20K a month. Let's just say I do. I should be making at least.
Maybe just eat
If
them.
you rape a child, you deserve to be hung on a cross.
Nobody gives a fuck. So mute him.
1,500.
That's simple.
Because I know
You can always eat them.
I can spend 100% of my time and actually make more money, and then make even more than when I earn now at current
Human
job.
stinks.
So if you're watching this channel,
beautiful.
your goal is to quit your job to focus on something that's
I'll take that. I'll
entrepreneurial.
take that,
Maybe
I just sent you a friend request. I'll send you the.
because it's cooked. This economy is cooked right now. It's hard to get jobs. Inflation's crazy, and if you have zero income at this moment, unless you're being taken care of by I don't know,
Microplastics makes
still
life
gotta
just
pay for barely anything. Hey, let's say you still gotta pay for your groceries. Just paying for groceries in this time is hard.
You're not a very good
In
Christian, man. You can't say that I'm not a great Christian.
Just paying for groceries.
Because you don't know what I'm going
groceries
through
has
in my
almost
life.
become like another form of rent.
saying you're not a very
So everything is crazy.
You can embarrass a pedophile, you can get a 20-year-old girl,
Even though we hate our situation,
you have kids.
even though we despise it, I can definitely relate to you. We gotta tough it out, man. We gotta tough it out.
I mean-
Before we can actually make something happen and have some type of opportunity that's reasonable before you quit your job. Maybe I'm wrong in certain areas, but I'm in faith. But I made mistakes in the past, some things in the past where I made too risky.
Because you play Counter-Strike.
And had to face the consequences for it. And I'm like, I did not want to do that.
Counter-Strike's right.
I'm living at my mom's house at 34.
That's yeah, just live through the nuts
I'm
up.
like, yo, this is not good.
Geometry dash.
And I've already built up a little bit of a savings. But listen, I did quit my job.
Am I getting rage baited?
The little savings I did store up, yo. The little bit of savings I did store up, I would be burning through that really quick. I just had a job right now, and just burn through my savings. The price of groceries right now, it would burn through my savings so quick, and I pay for more than just groceries. Got some other bills too. Gas, groceries, certain bills, all that stuff would go through my savings in a few months. In a few months, most likely. And so if you want to quit your job off of your savings, I would say at least have enough for a full year to live. At least for a full year. I don't have that much yet for a full year, but let's say I did have enough for a full year, I would still be weary of quitting my job because I don't know the future. Will it take longer than a year to actually increase my revenue to something that's sustainable? And so I say all that to say that I think this is something that we all need to hear. This might be a time we gotta tough it out. And really, it will actually force you to be more efficient in doing whatever you plan on doing to break free from your job, whatever that is. Whether that's studying in school, whether that's just working to save up for a cushion before you quit your job.
Am I muted? Am I muted?
Whether that's producing content on YouTube or like what I'm doing, planning a business model to just sell stuff, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to sell. Maybe you sell art. Maybe this is gonna force you to manage your time better during your off time. You know, because that's how you actually prepare for a future when you're working a full 9-to-5 job. You got to do stuff during your off time to prepare for a future where you can break free from that 9-to-5 job. And that's what I'm doing by having these YouTube channels. I have 2 at the moment. One's a Christian channel. The channel isn't bringing in money. I have to start this channel. And hopefully this channel will do well where I can offer some things. And
my dog gets that shit.
Content, I don't know. It hasn't been doing very well so far, but it is also new.
How many milligrams
So I'm trying to be very
do you take
patient
per
with this, and just hoping that I'm able to help somebody with my own personal advice, or I can just make content that's interesting. I kind of have 2 formats of video on this channel. Just me talking is one format. The other format is me kind of showing TikToks. Other people talking for the most part, and me being
Oh my god,
I
bro.
honestly don't know what's the best format.
You're also tank.
But I think the TikTok format works a lot in the specific niche, the economy niche, where somebody, a YouTuber, talks in a little bit in the intro, and shares TikToks, and then shares their final thoughts towards the end of the video. But ironically, my most viewed video on this channel has been about my 9-to-5
Is this the
job,
only
quitting
game
that,
that's running at
hating
the moment?
that. And so I decided, let me do another topic video where it's just me talking. But it's like, I just feel like people would get bored with that, and maybe you don't want to see me talking for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Who knows? But then it's crazy because I'm sure you have people just doing this type of video, talking head,
I just realized
horrible quality, but they can talk to the camera, and they can be a good storyteller, and they can capture somebody's attention for
And you
30
were
minutes,
asking for a
and
skin.
the video blows up.
ZB's not even
So
here.
I'm kind of just, this is an experimental channel
Yes,
until
you
something
were.
works.
You were
Once I
asking
find
for
the right
Robux.
format,
Oh, ZB's
then
back. Oh, look at that.
I'll probably
Shut your
continue to do
dumb
that
ass
format once I find the works. But anyways,
Welcome
to
back,
get back to the point of this video, these are trying
Your
times,
opinions are highly
very
valued.
trying times, and we got to be patient, exercise patience, exercise wisdom, exercise frugality. What's another word that I'm looking for? Temperance. It's bothering me because I'm anyways, I'm gonna start walking again. I'm trying to get my exercise in. I'm actually being efficient on my day off. Getting my exercise in while recording a video. That is called efficiency. And that's what you have to learn how to do if you ever get out of this situation that we don't like. I don't like it. You don't like it. We learn this together. how did I end up here? How did you end up here? How did we end up here? America, we're all in this together because America, the dollar, has devalued, I think, 99% since the creation of the Federal Reserve. Can you believe that? 99%. Don't quote me if that fact is 100% correct. But if it's not 100% correct, it's still close to the truth because the value of the dollar has increased so much.
Am I just bad at the game?
It became a thing.
Yes.
Probably not.
I swear, I magged up someone and they don't die, but I get instantly done by a fucking AK.
Yeah, that's not you being bad at the game. That's just the game being
in the 90s.
It happens, trust me.
So this happened like every engagement.
So cheap.
Yeah, I know,
Even
that
in the
happens.
2000s, things were cheap.
That's what I was saying. I know how that feels.
I noticed.
What weapon you using?
Probably in the 2010s.
It's just kind of random.
Really bad.
I don't have anything
Exception
specific.
bad.
Turn off F3 and just use the M4A1.
Inflation is just night and day.
Alright. Or if you want to have Deadeye accuracy,
printing so much money in that time frame. In those couple of
B90 is
years.
also a
And
good
so our
option, but it
purchasing
does
power
barely any damage.
is so much lower now, and this is what I talked about in my videos. Not just hitting the 9 to 5, but also inflation, just the economy in general. But it all ties in together. It's all like a part of the same niche.
Like this is fun and all, but I see why people don't play tactical shooters.
Inflation.
No, I play this game because this in particular, it just makes it easier to give away skins, honestly.
Just gonna be me talking about hating my job.
That's all I do.
Vinny about that,
I
but
don't much care about the game.
like,
I
you
just
know
give
what?
away skins.
There's kind of a bigger thing here.
Well, like it's I'm decent at it.
Inflation.
I'm just honestly here just to give away
downfall of the
skins.
economy. A lot of people are interested in this, and that's kind of what gave me the idea to start talking about that. Because a lot of people like to watch this, talk about the economy, talk about how far America has fallen.
Oh, Jeffrey
Just
Epstein's in
discussing this in general because it affects all of us, especially in 2025. Now they're cutting.
I just tried trick stabbing this guy.
And I really feel for some people.
Yeah,
But at
I
the same
sent you
time,
to a
we
friend
cannot
request. I was going to
convict
send you a
them. We
skin,
have to find ways
but
to
she hasn't
increase our
accepted the friend
purchasing
request
power.
anyone, so.
On my Christian channel,
Me?
That happened.
I created merch.
No,
and
that
I created a
it was
donation
happening
site
last time.
to where
You.
people can donate
Yeah,
to me,
that's
and
what I
offer
said I do.
his content.
Oh my
I create a
damn!
merch that
I
it's called
literally
Fourth
just
Wall,
said it like
where
4
if
times. That's
somebody
what I
wants to buy
do.
something, there's a company that makes the merch, and you don't have to like ship it or anything. They control
Just got into
when
after
somebody buys
messaging
it,
him.
they
I said,
design it, they ship it off,
Yeah.
they handle all that stuff. And so this is just an
but you
example
can
of
really tell that
stuff
I'm
you
not
have
in the
to
greatest of
do
moods.
if you want to increase your purchasing power and you don't want to get a different job. And that's what I'm doing. Just creating another stream of income.
That's fine.
Hey,
That's fine.
you don't have to do it like that. You can start an Uber.
Shouldn't have yelled
start
at you like that.
DoorDash, You can get a
Not
second
your fault.
job.
It's fucking pissing me off.
Just get a better job. Start paying. A lot of us here just don't want jobs in general. I think, I don't know. Maybe you
It's
don't care
alright,
about
we'll
being
be
an
almost
entrepreneur.
soon. Don't worry.
I don't really know my audience right now because we have 11
Then we can
subscribers
sing Kumbaya.
at the moment.
People have just pissed me off to the point where I'm basically having my chat open on my phone and fucking.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
I'm to the point
Yeah,
of
if you have any ideas for videos or
I'm having to have my Twitch chat on my phone
conversation,
because
let me
I'm
know.
having to be ready to ban somebody.
whatever's on your mind. All right. Take
Literally
care.
anybody. I'm
Am I
having to
the
be ready
only
because
one
I've
that is
had
noticing
a
the
lot of shit
impact
going
of
on.
the tariffs? Groceries has inflated. Everything is inflation now in 2025.
And I'm not
it's
too
been
happy about
inflation since COVID really started. But I especially noticed it in the last maybe a year, the last 6 months, a year.
It's not really good
You
sense of
notice
having it.
inflation is
You can't take
out
these
of
internet people
this
serious.
Yeah,
out of
what's
this
the twist?
country.
No, I'm just
I
ready to
think it's
ban
the whole world.
I don't give a shit.
We cannot
Dude, if you're
afford
gonna
to live.
bitch, why don't you just
Millions
be-
of Americans cannot afford to live.
If you think feeding your family is expensive now, just quit. So ground beef is the highest price ever in American history. The thing that most of us rely on for burgers, tacos, and spaghetti night, it's becoming a luxury. And it's not stopping here. The experts say that the prices are going to keep
I
on
reckon it's a
going
starving in
up
plain
and
sight.
up. Why?
It's not
Well,
even
it's a
rage
couple
bait. It's
of
people trying to
You
fucking
gotta mix
defame me. It's
drought,
pissing me off.
high feed costs,
You
reduced
ain't
cattle
wrong, though.
supply,
Gay players play
and
off.
corporate consolidation. That means fewer options, higher prices, and families having to make more
First night,
tough
eh?
Jake.
decisions at the grocery store. Even basic meals are turning into a budget challenge. And remember, this is not just about beef. This is about the cost of living. It's another reminder that the average family is being priced out of normalcy. You're not crazy for noticing everything feels harder because it is. So what's being done about it? Not much. Big corporations are working in profit and deciding between milk and meat for the week. So next time you hear someone say their economy is doing great, I want you to ask yourself,
So this should be fun.
because it damn sure ain't the family that's trying to make tacos stretch for you.
Hey everyone, Chuck here. I am at the Walmart in Rochester, Indiana, and I was grab coffee because I'm out of coffee, and was kind of shocked. The 38.2 ounce coffee, Maxwell House, is $21.44. So I was curious, and I looked back, and in October of last year, so almost a year ago, I paid $12 and some odd cents. I'll put the receipt on this later for the same exact amount. I mean, if you think tariffs or inflation or something not increasing the costs, you're messed up in the head. It's not coming down. This is ridiculous. I ended up getting the smaller coffee, kitty litter, bleach, dog food. Almost $100.
Food was still cheap. I can guarantee you food was cheap. I remember eating at fast food restaurants off the dollar menu all the time because I had an eviction. I had to move to a garage. I lived in a garage for a while and I didn't have a fridge or any type of cooking appliances, so I just ate off a dollar menu.
Where the fuck are y'all?
At McDonald's 3 times a day off the dollar menu, or Taco Bell. Arby's had dollar food back then. Like all the places that are $10 now for a freaking sandwich or something were $1 back then for everything. Food at the grocery store was also. And this time around, everything's expensive. This one's gonna go different than all the other recessions. It's an affordability crisis this time. It's not just, oh, we messed up on some subprime loans and now we it's none of that. This is an affordability crisis. People cannot afford to do anything, yet alone even just pay for essentials right now. So I don't know how it's gonna go. I just know that back then,